Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest post-game reaction. Didn't have a chance to set up my little earlier thing here, so I'm going to just set this up as I speak to you all right now. Our Seattle Seahawks went into Washington, again into that 10 a.m. start time. That just seems to be no problem for Coach Carroll's teams. Got up on this Washington football team by a few points here, and then like we had seen a little bit earlier on in the season, shades of the Atlanta Falcon game week 1, shades of the Patriot game, shades of the Cowboys game. The defense just kind of got a little soft and let them back into it. All that being said, the team was able to hold on, hang in there, keep clutched in close, and it proved just enough here at the end. Seattle clinches a playoff spot. So now the question is going to be placed, I think, on the table mostly by many of you here in the chat today. I'm trying to anticipate this a little bit along with my thumbnail, and sorry, just getting some things saved up. Is this a Seattle Seahawks potential Super Bowl team? Is this a team constructed as it is right now that's going to get us up to the mountaintop for another championship? And the answer is there's a real lot of uncertainty with that, and it's very hard to necessarily come away with supreme confidence in that because of really one aspect at the moment. I spoke last week about a formula that needed to be in place. The formula was running game, embracing the short passing game, defense continuing its ascent, the special teams playing like league best. But the part of that that's in there is that the offense has got to be about a top 5 offense. It's got to be able to run, but it's got to be able to pass too. And the offense continues for 5 straight weeks here to kind of struggle in the passing game. And I like the fact that in this game they still did continue to double back down on the short passes and the short completions and embracing that to get Russell out of holding onto the ball too long, which has been a big problem early on this year. But now it seems to have come at the complete cost of really anything deep down the football field, and the explosive plays have kind of shrunken up out of the offense. I was looking just a few stats here before I went live, and if you look at Russell, over the last 5 games where he's been, while he still remained up at 70% completion percentage, which is good, he's lost a yard per attempt off his throw for the year. He's at a 2-to-1 interception ratio, touchdown interception ratio. He's at a 98 rating as opposed to about almost 110 rating before. He didn't play horribly today. This wasn't his worst game of the year, and Russell's not a problem, but it's something we're going to have to cover with him in that he does seem and appear to be in some kind of funk. We can have all the people in the world that are going to say and speak to me about the fact that maybe he's playing through injury and all of that. I'm really going to grow with less patience for those type of folks who say that because you don't have anything to base that off of. And if you're going to say that, you have to have something to base that off of, and we don't. So let's get on in here to the chat. I'm plenty here to discuss some very good individual performances I know we're going to dive into in this game. I thought the defense in particular looked fiery, ready to go, competitive. They've continued their ascent here. This is, to me, I talked about stacking these performances up. That's what they've done over these last 5 weeks. As this offense has dipped, the defense is raised. So maybe that's the one crazy side aspect to this that I never considered, that the defense and the offense can totally switch from the beginning of the season to the end of the season, where one goes from elite and one to god-awful, and then one to not really god-awful but not great, and then the other one elite. It would be an amazing transition just over one course of a season to see, and I don't think we're quite there yet because the defense is not being challenged by upper-level offenses, but it's good to see nonetheless. Emmett Brown, how you doing? It's so good to see you on in here. CDW, how you doing, buddy? Emmett says, Pete's playing a Bart Starr type game in the Mahomes era. Pete's so out of touch, it's sickening. He's got to go, one and done. Pete's happy with being the Marvin Lewis Bengals of the NFC. Well, he's a moderately improved version. There's an argument to be made there. It's going to be hard to see him go here, though. As I've said before to you, Emmett, I don't know that you're going to be able to get him out the door for those folks who are wanting this. It's going to be hard to get him out the door if that's what you're wanting because he's going to be, again, going back into the playoffs again for another year. There's going to look like a lot of success there. But you did see it. That's why I wanted to mention those earlier games from the year. There was a little bit of this same thing we saw earlier on in the year where the team you could feel it in that third quarter. The offense and defense both get very conservative off of playing a little bit more into it a bit or from earlier on. And it definitely allowed Washington to get back in the football game. And against a good offense, I don't know if you can afford to do that type of thing come playoff time. So it's disconcerting to see, and you hope it doesn't raise its ugly head back at a bad moment. Gino Boo, how you doing, buddy? Why is our offense so basic, laughing out loud, or is it just me? The offense went basic about 5 weeks ago, stopped letting Russell cook, decided that it was the risk was not worth it, the benefits, and so now they've slid back into allowing him to throw 27 times a football game and really basically turning him into a de facto game manager at this point. Why they're doing it is that Coach Carroll, I've pointed to this often, is going to slide back into his old machinations. He's going to fall back into those old habits. You know, we're all creatures of habits by design. It's just the nature of the beast in all human beings. But as I get older as a man, and I can feel myself as I get older in a man, getting more just resolved in those feelings, less apt to want to go out and explore, less apt to go outside yourself, more just kind of pulling within a little bit. And I think there's a little bit of that going on with this transition back into the running game balance of 50-50 and not throwing but the bare minimum. That's where Coach Carroll wants to go with this, and we'll see where it's going to lead out. It certainly has protected the defense. The running game certainly has gotten going because of this, but the passing game now just doesn't look like it's got a lot of diversity or really the same kind of teeth that it had early on in the year. B-Russ, Jets spanking the Rams currently. Love to see it. The Jets are spanking the Rams. That's amazing. I was prepping for the show here, so I didn't get a chance to see what the score was. They were up when I earlier looked. Cole Churka says, can't wait to see Flash next week. Yeah, you should be excited, Cole. You should be excited. That's something that everyone here should be really excited about, Josh Gordon's return. This is not a guy that's broken down. This is not a guy that's old. This is not a Dez Bryant going to the Ravens. This is a guy still with a lot of talent there who can add a piece that this really offense needs. I've been underwhelmed by David Moore through the back end of the schedule. Supposedly maybe he's got a hip injury or he's fighting through something. And Brett Swain, while he started out well, as we saw today, couldn't get the second foot down. It would have been tough to make that catch. But I can't say for certain on that deep ball that Swain wasn't able to come up with that Josh Gordon doesn't come down with that ball in the same instance. That is the kind of impact he brings here onto the football field. And we need everything we can get offensively, especially in the passing game right now, as it does continue to struggle. Decaf says, I can't believe the Jets are 23-10 in the fourth. Yeah, I can't believe it either if the Rams lose this football game. That would be a shocker. That's the one thing you can say about the Rams that you've seen this year is they look just really good and almost borderline, phenomenal at times in the balance of their offense and defense, good special teams. But then they will just run into a game here every other couple weeks where they just don't seem to show up to the football game. It's an odd thing to watch, but it does seem to be a theme we've seen for them throughout the year. Dylan says, 0-13 Jets putting in work. You guys are reveling in the Rams beating them. Mindy V, how you doing from Virginia? How's my Virginian doing? Jabari Mayfield, hopefully the Rams lose to the Jets. That would be nice. That would be nice. I saw some in Seahawks land hoping that maybe the Seattle Seahawks would, lose out a little bit in order to get an easier first round game and maybe an early, easier path. I don't know. I lean back to saying, hey, if you can get one playoff game at home, even if you can get that makes the work you'd have to do to go on that road that much lessened. Just one less game that you have to go out on the road and try to win in a tough environment. So good to see if the Jets can do this. I would be laughing at the Rams a bunch here if they lose this game. I don't know what that would portend to next week either if the Rams lose. Would they be like, oh, we just took a dump on ourselves? Or would they be like, no, we're backs against the wall. This is it. No more chances. I don't know what Ram team shows up week to week on that. Mindy says she's so happy the Seahawks won. I am happy they won as well. It got a little bit, you felt good third quarter. You're like, another easy win. Back-to-back weeks, easy wins, back-to-back weeks. Go Hawks, come on, team. And then we got Pete Carrolled. We got Seahawked, and they let him back in, and it had to be a little bit of a, not full-on heart attack. It was like a grade 3, but, there were certainly some palpitations at least. Ahmad, how you doing, Ahmad? What a game, he says. Clara. She says Seattle played well first half and won, clinched the playoff berth. Josh Gordon returns for Week 16. Jets is giving the Rams a problem. It's all good today, isn't it, Clara? I don't think we came away from this with any real major injuries as well, which is nice to see. I think Jamal, poor guy, got his fingers gashed up a bit. He's going to have one of those things where he retires and he shows his hands to a camera and one of his fingers is turned this way. Didn't look good on that one. He probably toughed through on that one. But he is out there still. Everybody else looks pretty good. DK had that scary leg injury early on that looked like it brought visions to me of Jalen Smith back at Notre Dame a couple of years ago, had his knee completely destroyed, and one could argue has never really gotten over it. And DK on an earlier throw from Russell deep jumps up for the ball and comes down, and his leg locked in exactly the same fashion Jalen Smith's leg locked up when he had his situation happen at Notre Dame. What a scary moment that was. But it's a good day. All went well. No major injuries. You got the win. Tough opponent on the road. This football team is coming along nicely. They are doing. I like the way they're building this team. Obviously, they've got to figure out what they're going to do at the quarterback position, and that's really where the basis for a lot is built upon. But I expect both them and the Giants over the next couple of years to be really good teams in that division and really jockey to be maybe one of the upper level teams in the NFC if they can make the right kind of moves. I like certain parts and pieces on this kid. They got to get the offensive line. They need somebody else opposite Terry McLaurin. But, man, they're looking good under Ron Rivera this year. Insidious, y'all ready for a divisional exit? Insidious is not feeling the confidence. I get it, man. I get it totally. Cameron Hughes, kind of good win. Defense once again carried the team to victory. Yeah, I would say that's a good refrain. Cole Churka says, does the Marshawn reunion seem more likely with Dallas going down even though Penny is back? There's a chance this could happen because I believe we're going to be hearing some IR news regarding Travis Homer this week. So I don't know if he is going to be due to maybe able to come on return, but there's a plethora of guys from Darrell Taylor, Travis Homer, a couple other guys on that list who may or may not be put on the full-on season-ending IR so they don't count against the roster. I wonder if Homer does go on that IR, if that means with Penny out, you do make you pick up that bat line, right? You send the bat signal to the sky at night, down in Oakland, just from the other side of San Francisco, send that right across the bridge. Put it right out there with the dreads background instead of the bat symbol will be the dreads background. Come on, Marshawn. Come home. Come home. Come finish that unfinished business. Cydia says Marshawn is only going to a legitimate Super Bowl contender, which we are not. I think Marshawn would come if they made the call. D-Nugget, is the 2 runs they put in our defense a worry? Well, I think that anyone who's going to get too far on board right now with the thought process, the defensive woes have been completely fixed because over the last few weeks we've seen this amazing performance week after week. Well, you played the Washington football team, bad offense. The New York Jets, bad offense. The New York Giants, bad offense. The Philadelphia Eagles, bad offense. The Arizona Cardinals offense, pretty okay. The LA Rams offense, pretty okay. You haven't exactly gone through some world beaters there. And specifically, when you look forward on how this defense is going to react against legitimate offenses, be it a New Orleans Saints, be it a Green Bay Packers, be it potentially even a Tampa Bay Buccaneers, how do they are they good at that point? Are they able to take a team like that in the playoffs and hold them underneath 20 points if the offense doesn't have a stupid turnover and give them a short field? Can they do that? And I don't know that we can say they can do that against a good offense. I think good offenses are going to put up 30 points against this team. Bad offenses, they can keep under 20 points. I think we've seen that so far. But these offenses have not been a challenge. This is the weakest part of our schedule, the weakest part offensively of our schedule this season. No doubt about it. Gino says DJ Reed is a stud, and DJ Reed is a stud and absolutely worth mentioning. He put in the best game, I think, of the year of any Seahawk cornerback. I think he was, from start to finish, he played absolutely solid. He was getting the benefit of calls, as we saw last week with Shaquille Griffin on a couple of plays. He was out there sticky in coverage, making plays on the ball, and specifically on the interception. The thing you want to take note of with this, and it's a thing I pointed to in the past with the outside corner position specifically, is one of the reasons that you shy away from the man-on-man corners in our system is because you play zone. And within playing zone, you really need guys who are really smart and understand what offenses are trying to do with their route concepts so that he, from time to time, can jump a route, make a play on the ball, get that interception. We saw Richard Sherman was an absolute master of this. Byron Maxwell was pretty good at it. I'd say even Brandon Browner was pretty good at it. But we haven't had a lot of guys outside of that have been really very good at it. And DJ Reed might just very well be. He's playing a zone corner. He's playing a zone corner, I can't get the words out. And he's playing to the deep end of the field, so sort of cover 3. where he's got his safety at the top, and he's high side over to the left-hand deep side of the field. That's his responsibility. And a player comes through and floods, which is what defenses do against us. They're going to flood one zone with one player, right? Run that player out of the zone, and then bring another player into the exited zone and complete a nice, easy completion. And then all of you sit over there on the other side of your televisions and you say, what the hell happened? Why is that guy wide open? Because offenses will scheme to the Seahawks scheme to run the player out of the zone because they know where the guy's going to be in the zone, the initial defender, and they'll just flood it. That's called it flooding the zone. So they're trying to flood him out to get him to bite to the deep stuff so that they can hit the underneath guy. DJ doesn't take the bait, cuts back up underneath the route, and makes the pick on the guy that's really not his coverage responsibility in that situation. It's him using his instincts, smarts, and willing to make a jump on the route, not get scared into just, because remember, Carroll beats into these corners, don't get beat deep, don't get beat deep. If you're going to jump off of your cover 3 responsibility to go make a play on the ball, you better be making a play on the ball, and you better damn well not get beat deep. Joey Del Rosario. I like the idea of the Hawks using a tempo offense every now and again outside of the 2-minute drill. 100%, Joey. It was where I tried to get into the nuance, Joey, of the let Russell crook crowd that were not the fanatics who were saying, let's turn him into Peyton Manning and have him throwing the ball 45 times. It was those of us that were a little more tempered saying, look, he throws about 27 times a game right now. You run past about 53 to 47% approximately overall. What if we flip that around a little bit? What if you have him throwing the ball 53% of the time, running the ball 47% of the time? And I think that's where he could be at his best. And then built within that, Joey, would be passing on first down, running some up-tempo offense. Those are the two other things I'd put into addition. They do it a little bit. They do it a little bit on both of those things. But sometimes they slide back into that running on first down approach, which a couple of years ago, they were the most predictable team running the football on first down in the league. Team 12s, imagine the Rams lose to the Jets. My heart will literally start from excitement. Mine will too. I had no faith in this potential of even happening, that I did not even take a look at to see what this would mean necessarily, meaning that if we were to lose the Rams next week but win to the 49ers and the Rams beat us next week but then they went out as well, what that would mean I guess they would have the tiebreaker there. So I don't know what this would really benefit us that much other than give us maybe a little bit of room for error. Cameron Hughes says, I called it a month ago. Other than a couple of throws, DJ Reed looked pretty damn good. He is. He's looked really, really good. And you want to, if I hold on to him, if I hold on to Trey Flowers, and then I'm going to go out there and I'm going to draft a corner in this draft somewhere and maybe bring somebody else along, I'm going to feel okay about the potential of if Shaquille Griffin goes in free agency and gets paid $12 million. Same thing is true with Dunbar. B-Russ says, DJ Reed was a hell of a pickup. Guy is playing fantastico. He is playing absolutely out of his mind great. And feisty. Doesn't he look like a Seahawks corner? Remember the Seahawks corners of old? Barking, feisty, fighting in there. Almost a lot of hand fighting in there. Sometimes you see it's not necessarily holding, just hand fighting, just being physical with guys. He's embraced that. He's fully embraced the Seahawks cornerback mentality and model that's, again, frankly, some guys over recent years who played that cornerback position on the outside haven't been as adept at embracing. He has. You guys legitimately should be as excited as you are about his play. Jaharad Smart. We played a playoff type game today. We ran the football effectively and got the win. Wasn't pretty, but good game. I agree. It was a solid win, and this is a good team. Washington's got a good chance to win that division, whether they have a winning record or not. And that front four is, as we saw, pretty legit. I don't know if they got a sack today. If they did, it might have been just one sack. Great job by the offensive line this one. Nathaniel Parks, how you doing, Nathaniel? Cameron says, Reed takes Flowers' spot. IMO, he's playing way more physical. Yeah, he is. Way more physical, Cameron. Just he's getting his hands on these guys. That's what you got to do in this scheme as well, especially when you're pressing. Elo says, the playoffs seem scary since we keep on blowing big leads at the end of games. And you should be, Elo. Good playoff teams in the playoffs when they're driving up the football field. When you got Aaron Rodgers driving up in the fourth quarter and you've got him instead of Dwayne Haskins there, probably going to get a different result. You got Drew Brees marching up the field in that situation, might get a different result. Same thing, I don't have to tell you guys with Tom Brady. So it is legitimately a little bit concerning. D Nugget, thank you so much for the $10 donation. I salute you, sir. Thank you so much. He says, I'm honored to be a mod. Best Hawks channel on YouTube. Thank you, D Nugget. I appreciate that, man. High praise, man. High praise. There's a lot of great channels. Borderline amazing channels, Hawks channels. So thank you so much, though. I appreciate your donation. TJ, what you doing? How you doing? What's up? Splash and Skill says, thank God we got the least for this. Thank God we got the least for this team. Don't know what you meant on that one. If you can rewrite that one. B. Russ, I honestly think Hawks should trade DK if they aren't going to use him at his full potential. Definitely do not pay him $25 million a year if you're going to target him 4 to 5 times a game. There is no way impossible in hell right now that I would ever trade DK Metcalf at this point, B. Russ. No. Nope. They'll have to figure out how to get him more targets. That's the better solution to that problem. TJ, at the beginning of the season, I said 11-5, lost to rival Bills and Cowboys, switched Giants for Cowboys, beat Rams next week, lose to 49ers, and I was 90% right. You were indeed, TJ. I do think for my own, tooting my own horn here, though, I had them at 12-4. So if they win out, I think I'm going to land this one right on the button. Nathaniel, the pass game needs to be utilized. I like his willingness to run, though, on those third and shorts. I do too. You got Carson, you got the big dogs up front, everybody's healthy to go. You got Lewis, who's a great road grader in there, go right over the back of his butt and right over the top. I like to see it as well. I don't get cute all the time on those third and shorts. Certainly not the third and short bombs that we've seen from time to time. Emmett says the team pushing a narrative of being appreciative about being in the playoffs, especially for Dunbar and Adams. It's like the team's trying to soften the blow for another disappointing season. I'd hope not. I would say with those two guys, Emmett, they have legitimate reasons to be excited about going to the playoffs as they were playing on teams that hadn't even sniffed close to it. But I would hope that this team would be looking beyond this and not being just celebrating this or to the little bit of the peak we got a couple weeks ago where Shaquille Griffin said, oh, well, we maybe took the Giants a little bit too lightly. And everyone, I don't know how many of you reacted, but my eyes went like this big when I saw that. And a little bit of steam came out my ears. Because this team's not good enough to take anybody lightly. He certainly is not good enough to be taking anybody lightly. But we'll see, Emmett. As I said, I thought that if we didn't get the first round bye, it's going to be a tough road to the Super Bowl. I still would maintain that. And I think you get in the playoffs, you've got a chance. We're talking 3 games, whatever, to get in there, to get to the dance, get to the show. You know, because it's not likely to happen, does that mean it does not happen? No. It just means it's going to be that much tougher of a road. But the formula does remain in place. And though it's not all come together in this game, we saw it coming together last week, and we see them trying to put it together. If the offense and Russell with just the passing attack can turn things around, you've got the running game going. You're embracing the short passing game. The defense continues its ascent. Special teams plays magnificently. You can win a Super Bowl with that formula. But the offense has got to pull that weight, Emmett. They do. And whether or not they do, I don't know, but that's just the one part we're not seeing yet that's got to come back into the fold here. Big boy Bojan, yo, just wanted to say that I really appreciate all the work you put in. I normally can't join in on the lives as I am from Sweden, but usually listen to you in the background and get some real great insight. Well, thanks, big boy Bojan. I'm so sorry I missed you. I know we get you guys sometimes on the other side over there at different times with the change in time zones and whatnot, but appreciate you listening and record after the recording. Anytime you listen, I appreciate it. You know that. So thank you for that, and welcome on in. So good to see you on in. Cameron says, I actually think the conservative offense has benefited the defense because the defense doesn't have to go back on the field in 2 minutes. We saw when the offense started to sputter, and so did the D. It's a solid point, Cameron. It's part of this formula. It's part of why Carroll, I think, would tell you if you were to pull him down and say, why are you putting the reins on Russell now? Why have you gone diametrically in the opposite direction of from once you just were early on in the year? He would say because it's benefiting this and it's benefiting that. And one of the things he's going to say it's benefiting is our defense, and it's shortening football games, and it's keeping them off the field and allowing them to get fresher. I think, Cameron, too, it's the rotations a little bit. You're not asking your guys to play 90 snaps. You're not asking Benson Mayowa to play 90% of the snaps over at the Leo position throughout a football game. You've gotten Rasheem Green back. You made the trade for Carlos Dunlap. We've seen some flashes of a couple other guys in there. Snacks has added the rotation on the tackle front. So they are coming along with some of that stuff, but I certainly think that there's a part of that does go back to the offense controlling the clock and not just letting the defense have to be put on the field time and again when they get those 3 and outs. They had a couple 3 outs today. They had times the offense sputtered a bit, but they had enough points in there where they ran the ball and drained enough of the clock to keep the defense fresh right at the end of the game. Nathaniel says, if the Jets beat the Rams, we beat the Rams next week, we clinch the division. That would be huge. That would be huge. Make no mistake about it. You get a week left to be able to decide what you're going to go. At that point, you're resting everybody going into the Niner game. So you get a de facto bye then going into the first round of the playoffs, and you get a home playoff game to start things off. That would be pretty nice to have if it breaks that way, because you would serve that as a bye. You're not going to bring anybody out there. I don't even know. You might have Russell come out and play like a quarter or something at the most. But that would be nice to have. That'd be nice. Some room for error, as we've seen this year. Having some room for error is a nice thing to have. And boy, it would just be good to get the division this year. It's been a few years since we've gotten the division. We've let this thing get away from us a couple times. It'd be nice this year to actually capture it and hold on there. Nathaniel, if the Jets beat the Rams and we beat the Rams next week, we clinch. Okay. Yep, we got it. We got it. Oh, goodness, did I get behind already? Oh, my goodness, I'm behind. Gerard Smart says, big week this week and next week. Rams are losing against the Jets. Packers leading the NFC, play Titans, and we play Rams, plus Saints are losing as we speak. It is all beginning to come together. Oh, could you guys imagine if we slipped in the back door of the first round seed in some weird background way? That'd be amazing, wouldn't it, Gerard? Randall says, BJ Reed, the best corner we have. That's my takeaway. Baller. I heard his post game, and dude has a chip on his shoulder. He's pissed off, and it shows. You could say it's a model of cornerback that you need here, Randall, within the scheme. As you get into the real fine details, it's like when you look at a picture, it's like the Google view when it's looking down at the cities, and you see the whole cities, and then it comes down, and you see a neighborhood, and then it's down to a building, and then it's down to the sidewalk, and then it's down to as you get down to the real small layers of the schematics of this defense, and specifically what you want in the personnel and how the prototypes to be, you want the feisty guy like Richard. You want the feisty guy like Brandon Browner. It was no coincidence that those were corners that Carroll put out there on the outside. He sees a value in having guys who have that chip on their shoulder, as opposed to the tentative, bad body language, sometimes appearing to almost go through the motions, sometimes not appearing to play with a ton of fire. I'm not naming names, Randall, but I think, who I might be speaking of. Drew Landgraf, 23-17 Jets. Oh, daddy. Can you imagine, Drew? Imagine. Deep Nugget, Gino says, maybe they will open up the playbook in the playoffs. Other teams won't be expecting it. Could be. You were able for a couple weeks when you first transitioned to this offensive approach to really catch teams off guard, because they were expecting more of the happy pass attack that they'd seen early on in the year. So maybe you are able to now at the right time hit the button and flip the script at just the right moment. That would be devastating strategy, but not necessarily have I seen the depth of that strategy yet shown to me to believe that it's a possibility. So I don't know on that one. Mike. But it'd be cool if they did. Ian Mills says, how about Yannick Ngakoue in free agency for Seattle? He'd be solid, I think, Ian. He'd be solid. I would wonder why, when you look at the Vikings and being willing to offload him, as they did, I know that they were sort of punting on their season at that point, and it was a go-for move when they made it to trade for him from the Jaguars. Why then you got a team like the Ravens who's going to then pass on him? I'd start to maybe wonder a little bit more why this guy's not sticking at places. And the one thing I did remember about him, with him getting his sacks and his pressures and whatnot, is a lot of it was based around the opportunities and having so many chances to get there. But with that said, at the right price, Ian, I'd be willing to do it. I'm not paying him Frank Clark money. He's not that same kind of player, and I'm probably going to pay him significantly less. And I don't know even at that point. I think you've got other places that you need to attack. And when you look at the defensive ends in this free agent period, when you look at the truly available guys that are going to be there, Leonard Williams, Clowney, Justin Houston, Yannick, Ryan Kerrigan, Sue, Everson Griffin, Romeo Akawara, Sheldon Rankins, Kerry Hyder, Carl Lawson, Corey Peters. There's a stack of guys. That's not even the guys that are going to be released because of the salary cap implications that are looming. So I don't know on that one. It depends on the price. I'm guessing somebody's going to pay him a nice little bundle, like $16 million a year or something like that, and that'll probably be a little too rich for our blood. Cameron, I'd rather have a playoff game at home than go on the road to play an NFC East team. Agreed, Cameron. Agreed. I don't want to go back out and play on that field. We saw it almost took DK out. We'd be talking a lot about that field if it had taken out DK with his leg there. That football field's taken many a men who lost their lives to that field. We've seen our own Chris Clemens back a couple years ago in the playoff game against the Redskins that decimated our team, that caused us really not to be able to provide any kind of pass rush the week after against the Atlanta Falcons in 2012. Field sucks. They haven't fixed it for years. I don't know why they don't fix it, but luckily we got out of that with only poor DJ Dallas suffering the slings and arrows. Derek Seahawks fans, as Russell's play still worries me a bit. I really like our defense outside of the fourth quarter. Russell Wilson's play still worries me, and it's the one thing that holds me back from being a little more optimistic about the outlook of this team's future for this year. And I come back to saying it, and I'm not trying to be too harsh on Russell, but I do come back to say over these last 5 weeks as I watch this, as we work into now almost a half season worth of play, I go, well, I'm paying $35 million a year. And if you're going to give me league average quarterback play for half a year at $35 million a year, is that good value? Because I understand that some of this is the conservative approach taken by the offensive coordinator in Carroll, but you guys can see it to your eyes as well. He's not necessarily playing all that great, and it's not one game, as people like to do week in and week out to me. It's just this week, man. I just read you the stats for 5 games. We can go over them again. Those are league average to below league average stats. If I were to take all the starting quarterbacks over that time and look at what their play's been over that same 5-week stands, I bet he's probably about 17th, 18th maybe, if not a little bit worse. So it's worth being worried about. Giovanni, do you think Terry is better than DK? Oh, Giovanni, this is a tough one for me. You know why? Because when Terry McLaurin was coming out of the draft in that deep, deep wide receiver draft from a couple of years ago, he was actually my favorite wide receiver. Seattle, I think, hosted him on a visit. He was my prediction prior to the draft that the Seahawks were going to take him. And indeed, if DK didn't have his luxurious fall in through the draft, I think you would have probably seen Terry McLaurin as a Seattle Seahawk right now. With that said, I think DK is just a little bit better of a player, and that his upside and his production at the end of the day is going to be superior to Terry long term. Still, I likes me some Terry McLaurin, and I think he is. I think he's got a great future ahead of him too. I think there'll be two of the better wide receivers. Sorry, we got a little crotch rocket outside. I think he's got a very similar trajectory, just not quite to where DK is, where I see DK on a Hall of Fame trajectory, and I don't know if I'm quite there yet with Terry, but Terry's going to be great. Randall McDaniel with the $10 donation. Thank you, Randall. Thank you so much, my guy. Appreciate you, brother. He says, love the Hawks Nest. New Orleans going to get a couple more losses on the schedule. Bears going to beat Green Bay. Hawks winning out. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. I like it. I like it. And you know the Bears could with Green Bay. It's a divisional game. Divisional opponents play each other really tough, especially the Bears have slowly kind of crawled and fight and scratched their way back into the potential playoff picture this year. If the Cardinal falls off, if something happens weird in there, they could see like maybe they got a chance to kind of pull it in. That would be amazing. In a season of amazing twists and turns and ups and downs, that would be one of the I don't know if it would be as amazing as our offense falling off a cliff like they have, especially from the passing attack, but it would still be right up there as near at that point if we were able to pull it in. But I love the optimism, Randall. Let's speak it into existence. And thank you again, my man, for that $10 donation. Emmett says, giving up what we did for Jamal Adams, exiting again in the divisional round or worse is inexcusable. It is. I would say, Emmett, I think that there will be some change if we land in this place again. Maybe I'm being hopeful in that, Emmett. We certainly haven't seen a lot of evidence that would go in that direction. But particularly, I feel like because of how up against they'll be a little bit on the cap and up against it with the draft picks and knowing that they've got some work that they've got to figure out, especially if we're looking at Emmett, some kind of potential here with a guy like Darrell Taylor where he's looking at maybe a career-altering injury here where they're not getting him back ever, that he's in that Malik McDowell phase of things. We've seen in the past this team will overcorrect on stuff and do stuff outside of themselves a little bit if something goes wrong to that degree on a personnel front. We'll see, man. We'll see. B-Russ says DJ Dallas likely broke his ankle or something pretty bad. Whenever they've got to bring out the Aircast, B-Russ, whenever they say they brought out the Aircast, it's broken. It's broken. Team 12s, I really hope that the Seahawks are just going back into the run, until the playoffs, and then they're going to unleash Russell and dump on defenses after they prepare for the run. Probably not, though. I'd love to believe it's the case too, Team 12s, and I think it's awesome that you guys are smart enough to think of that strategy as a potential thing, and that it would be a smart strategy if it was executed that way. There's been a lot of things, though, like that, hasn't there, this season, where we as fans, we as laymen, me as a talking head here have said, boy, they would just do this thing, and then they fight against doing it, and then they do it, and it's successful. So there's things that they just sometimes don't go towards doing that would seem sometimes maybe the obvious thing. Maybe they're just overthinking, being smarter than the smart pants thing to do. And there's like, well, they know, we know, we're going to do this. So because we know, they know, we know, we're going to do that. Okay, maybe you're overthinking it a little bit. But hopefully, I'd love it if they did. It'd be amazing to see. I think above it, Team 12's what I'd like to see them do, God forbid, would be to attack the defense in the manner by which they're weak. I think they did a little of that today in the running game and what they did. I did a little of that in embracing the short passing game, so I got to give them credit there. But, if Russell's going to be a game manager, if he's going to throw 27 times a game, he can't have even the one interception. He's got to keep it clean. That one throw was just killer in that moment if you're going to be in that lane of a quarterback. Derek, the Seahawks fan, says, I really liked our O-line today. I did too. Fantastic play by them. I watched a few times the battles on either side. Cedric Abuja, this guy was a highly drafted first-round tackle at one point by the Jaguars, has been bust like his whole career. He did good today. He held up pretty well today. They ran over his side a few times. He created a big hole on that Carlos Hyde touchdown run. He crashed that line right down on that side. And I'll tell you, Posick and Damian Lewis just continue to be those guys who are solid and steady in there for you. I know that they're not getting it. Damian Lewis is getting pretty amazing Pro Football Focus grades, especially run blocking, but Posick's been all right. But they've both been solid. They've done what you never want to hear an offensive lineman's name. It's when you're hearing their name is when something's going wrong. And with those guys, you don't hear a peep, not a word. Not usually a flag. Maybe Lewis here and there, but not much. And Dwayne Brown, come on, guys. Let's give Dwayne Brown props. He's taking on a monster over there. I mean, Chase Young is what everyone thought Jadeveon Clowney was going to be when he came out. He is that and maybe more. I mean, this guy is a freak show over the defensive end. He's that next guy you're going to stack in behind the Myles Garrett type pass rushers that you just can't block as he gets a little bit older, a little more savvy. And Dwayne Brown really gave it to him, I felt like, in this game. The kid didn't have really much as far as any pressures on Russ. So fantastic job by the offensive line. Cameron Hughes says, for what we give up for Jamal, it's Super Bowl or bust. So I probably agree with that. I probably agree with that. I think he's also a long-term guy, though, for me, Cameron. I mean, he's such a young player, and you're getting him in the prime of his career. As I said at the start of the year, whether it's an exact fit for your scheme or an exact fit in what you want to do, or if you get a Hall of Fame football player in the middle of the prime of his career, if you're not able to utilize that as a head coach, you're doing something wrong. Randall McDaniel says Dunlap was shot out of a cannon on that last sack. It is. And in Randall, it's more of a little bit of the same thing we saw with the Cardinal game, right? I spoke to the reason why you needed to make the signing for a veteran pass rusher at the trade deadline, or get a couple of them if you could, is because a veteran pass rusher is not just a guy flailing away like a young pass rusher will often be. Young pass rusher doesn't know how to set up moves or do combinations of moves or set up a move for a potential moment in the football game that they desperately need a play, desperately need a sack. They'll just be every play given their all, given their great effort, just trying to do whatever they can, relying on their freak show athleticism or their great bend or the one thing that they can go to. We saw this with a guy like Bruce Irvin out the box, where he would basically do one of two things. He would try to jump the snap count as quickly as he could and race the tackle to the edge and try to bend around that edge of the quarterback, or he would put a single arm up into the throat of the offensive lineman and try to walk him back that way. That was pretty much his two moves, and he's really not ever developed off of those two moves. That's pretty much what he's got. But when you see with a guy like Dunlap, this is a professional pass rusher. This is a refined pass rusher of the highest order. And what he can do is get a sack in a moment when he needs it. And I talked to you guys, his move and his technique is he's the Calais Campbell guy. He's going to walk the guy back. He's going to use his power and his length to not allow that offensive lineman to get his hands on him, and that's what he did on that sack. Essentially just got that punch out there so quick, to your point, just great shot off his stance, probably set that move up. I would imagine if you watch a couple snaps before that snap, he's probably pushing the edge on the snaps. He's probably trying to bend up around the corner. So you got the offensive lineman then trying to overset a little bit. Then he comes back up inside and kind of comes at him with the bull rush. So this is what I mean by a professional pass rusher. This is why I don't like to rely on young guys like LJ Collier or Darrell Taylor. It takes them time to get up to that point. It's hard to rush the passer at the NFL level. Much easier to rely on these veteran guys. I just read off a list of you guys, names of 16 guys that are going to be available as we know right now this offseason. And there's going to be even more added to that list. You can always find veteran pass rushers who know what they're doing, who can get you production. Just went on launch tangent. My thoughts on the Packers, says D Nugget. I think that they're scary still. I think that they're the threat with the New Orleans Saints. They're the two main threats, not just because of their record, but because they're complete football teams. They play defense. They can get after the quarterback. I like the fact that you can, with at least the Packers, I feel like probably run on them a little better than maybe you're going to be able to run on the Saints. But you're going to also potentially have to go into Lambeau Field. So I think that they're scary. I think that they look like the Super Bowl team of the NFC right now if you're just taking the litmus test over the course of what we've seen over the season and consistency of play. But I don't want to play him, D-Nugget, essentially is what I'm saying. Cameron says, I hope we can get Taylor for a playoff run at least. Maybe, Cameron. It's not looking good, my guy. It's not looking good. Not looking good. Nathaniels, I hope Penny is traded next season at some point. DJ Dallas seems to have more upside. I don't know if I agree, Nathaniel. I think you're going to be surprised. Penny's going to give you a couple plays this year. I think you're going to be surprised by what you see. I think you're going to be surprised. He had 2 carries in this game, and the one he went out to the edge wasn't blocked well. The other one he ran up in the middle, and he had 7 yards on the carry. So I do think that there's a potential he gets traded, Nathaniel, but that's more about the fact that they need draft picks. I'm not as certain with DJ Dallas on that front. I think Penny's got way more upside than DJ Dallas does. Derek, Packers are definitely beatable. Their lack of wide receiver depth is worrying, and their defense isn't great. It's true, Derek. I mean, if you wanted to, Seattle can embrace the model of doubling up Devontae Adams throughout the game, which I'd like to see, and which, frankly, I don't think they did much of last year in the playoff game that they played. And the Packers don't scare you at the skill positions. Likewise, Derek, I think I'd add on to that. The Packers do tend to be a little bit of a finesse team. You could probably run the ball on them. You got these guys going. You got your offensive line going. You should be able to open some holes on that defensive line and gash them a little bit. So there are some elements to it that are good for us. I just always come back to, it's been 20 years. We've gone into Lambeau Field at least in the playoffs. I think in last 20 years we've gone 5 times or something like that. Maybe it's only 4 or 5 times. We've lost every single time, and many of those games just haven't even been close. I just would prefer to just play the football game somewhere else to get to the Super Bowl. B-Russ says, I don't think they will bring Lynch in. You cannot have 4 running backs and none of them play special teams. Seems really unlikely. I mean, I want it, but probably not happening. Agreed, B-Russ. Agreed. I'd like to see it, but probably not. Splash and Skills, Saints touchdown a long time ago for you now. Sorry, behind on the chat. We'll catch you up here. Jets are blowing it. Closes to 6, and Rams driving. D Nugget says Jason Myers also looking very good. He is. Special teams unit in particular is looking great. We've seen no gaffes or errors in the coverage. The punter's doing good. The kicker's doing good. Like I said, it's a top 3 unit, in my opinion, in the NFL this year so far, D Nugget, if not number 1. And Jason Myers has been, phenomenal. Also a lesson to learn for fans there. Because fans and kickers, it's a hard relationship to understand sometimes. People love Stephen Hauschka, and I always kind of didn't quite understand it because it was like anything outside of about 43 yards, Stephen Hauschka wasn't going to hit it. He didn't have the leg to do it. So it had you punting a lot of times in situations where you should be trying for a field goal. But the kickers go up and down. Even the really great kickers are rarely just great for years like Vinatieri. Or like that guy that they got for the Ravens right now is Justin Tucker, who's been doing it for years. Usually it's more of like you have a couple good years, a little down, a couple good years, a little down. I don't know if it's a mental thing with it as much as a physical. But when Myers came here from the New York Jets, he had a Pro Bowl season kicking in a really tough stadium in New York. The Jets stadium, it's windy down there. To become a Pro Bowler in that stadium as a kicker is hard. So he's a legitimately talented guy. And I'm glad that we think we still have him for a couple more years under contract. Joey the Boss says, Nola just took the lead on KC. All right, KC, you had one job. Emmett says, does Pete learn nothing? What's the hell was that fourth quarter challenge? It's stuff like that that'll cost us a big game. I was okay with the challenge in that moment, Emmett. I thought he was short. To me, it looked like in the moment when it first did the deal, I was like, challenge it. Because I don't think you're going to need your timeouts in that situation. I think it's going to come down to this is going to be the drive for them. They're going to get it or they're not, and there's probably not going to be a lot of clock left. But Carroll's definitely a little schizophrenic on the challenges. That's for sure. But yeah, I agree with Nat. I think it was all right. I didn't hate it as a challenge. I thought he was a little short. Worth it at that point to take a risk. Sometimes you'll take a risk with a challenge just to throw it up if you don't think you're going to use your timeouts at the end or need your timeouts at the end. Austin Morissette. Am I still banned? Yay, I'm not. You're not, Austin. You're in. Derek says Jets are tanking for the number 1 pick. Maybe could be, man, Derek. This is the team that ran a cover 0 casino blitz on a Hail Mary play. So if there's a team that does look like, and Lawrence is an enticing prospect to want. Cameron says, if we're going to treat Russ like he's a rookie, then we might as well trade for Trey Law. Laughing my ass off. Yeah, I've been making this point about it where it's just like, look, there's a lot of things that come into play on this, and I don't want to see Russ go anywhere else. I love him. He's the best quarterback in Seahawks history, and it's not close. First ballot Hall of Famer, maybe a unanimous selection. I hope he stays here whole rest of his career. But there's a part of me here that looks at this and says, okay, Coach Carroll signed this multi-year extension. He's not going anywhere. We know now going through a whole season of trying, he couldn't get past half a season of letting Russ cook before he said, we're shutting this down. I'm shutting this down. And now he's fallen back into his conventions of run heavy, putting his game manager basically in a position most of the time of almost playing game manager role. If you are going to do that, and you have a quarterback that's insisting on being the highest paid quarterback in the sport when his contract comes up for renewal, who doesn't take a discount, who wants every last dollar, you do in that wonder, is this appropriate use of resources at that point if you're going to be hard-headed and not utilize them? Randall McDaniel says, you think Riverboat Ron and Pete are similar coaches? I could see that, Randall. I could. Just the mentality of, you look what they did with Cam Newton, which was they would run the read option, and then it would be a one read to Cam Newton, then scrambling. And they basically used Cam up in that respect. And I think it speaks to his lack of being uninterested in finding, and developing a passer in there. Even they're bailing out on Haskins, I think, early on in this year to try to, quote, unquote, teach him a lesson. I don't know if I would have done the same thing there. I might have let the kid mature and understand this isn't the year I'm going to win the division. I shouldn't be going for it this year. I've got a young football team. Let's let this kid continue to grow. And I've liked Haskins. I know he's got some mental stuff that people get on him about, but from a physical profile standpoint, from a makeup standpoint, I think he has some potential to him. But yeah, Randall, I see a lot of similarities between those guys, leaning into their defense, being good defensive coaches, but sometimes also not understanding what a modern offense really needs to accomplish sometimes for the football team. B-Russ says, listening to Tony Romo announce this KC Saints game is painful. Randall, no sacks the last 2 games. Scheme was conservative, but we took their biggest strength away. I agree, Randall, and I don't have a problem with the way that we attack today in the short passing attack, going away from the deep ball. I might try to take 1 or 2 more deep shots in the game. I'm not going to completely abandon the deep ball as they sort of did a little bit at times. But I've been saying the way you're going to have to attack these teams that are pass rushing you because teams are pinning their ears back, you've got to attack with a short passing game, with the screen game. You've got to start, maybe doubling a little back down to the running game a bit just to keep them honest so they can't just keep, running balls out for the quarterback, play in and play out. So I think it's those things have helped themselves to that, Randall, and probably a lot of reason why, unfortunately, for those folks wanting to see a change in the playoffs, a brilliant last-second change a wrinkle we put in where we suddenly pass. Probably not, because they're going to look at these other factors that have worked in their favor because they've done this run-heavy approach, and they're not going to want to go away from it. Nathaniel, would you draft a Shaq Griffin-like corner in the 3rd again? Yeah, I probably would. For me, it's a little bit of a mentality thing, Nathaniel, though. I think with me on Shaq, I think Shaq's got the physical tools to be a good corner in this scheme, and I think that he is an NFL corner. I don't think he's out of his depth here at the NFL level. But I also think that feistiness I was talking about with DJ Reed, I don't know that I see it in Shaq. I don't know that he plays with that same kind of fire that you need to have in this defense. This is a rally to the ball defense. This is a smack you in the mouth defense. That's the way it's built. And whether NFL rules are going to allow for these hits anymore or not, that's the way it's built. And when you've got a corner sometimes who plays what I would probably put in quotation marks as a little finesse in his approach, and again, not as much of that ability to read route combinations and stuff. If you're missing some of those things for me when I'm looking at that corner, but yet you run the 4-3-8, yet you're long, you got my prototypical size, I don't know. It might have me a little closer to being back in on a guy like that in the 4th or 5th round than grabbing in the 3rd round. But it's hard to find zone cover corners, Nathaniel. I saw it in this last draft. The top 10 corners in this last draft, maybe 2 of them were zone. One of them for sure, but maybe 2 of them. That's why you had Atlanta Falcons drafting A.J. Terrell, number 17th overall, which was kind of a reach a little bit. It should have been back into the 1st round for him. Mirza barely got out of that one. I hate how our offense lets teams back in. I do too, Mirza. It's annoying, and you can see why they do it is they just get conservative and safe, and okay, we're just going to run the ball, and we're going to play defense, a lot of cover 2. We're going to drop those linebackers deep into coverage. Just give up a lot of that underneath stuff. Keep it up in front of us. Keep it up in front of us. It's annoying because you see offenses get these suddenly plays that are supposed to be to limit big plays, and the guy makes the catch and then runs it upfield another 15 yards, and you say, that didn't stop anything. You didn't prevent any big play there. So why not just play it aggressive in the same fashion you played it throughout the game? Win with the horse that got you there, you know? Randall, is it better to play Rams off of a loss to Jets or an emotional win? Raiders fell off the map after their miraculous win versus the Jets. Hard to say on this one, Randall, because these divisional games are always just, you throw out sort of the normal way you would look at it if it was another random opponent. These teams play each other twice a year. They know each other back and forth. Whether there's this motivation from them coming in or not, I don't think coming into a game like this, they're going to do what they've done this season a couple times, which is just not show up for certain games. They know they need this win. They know it's for the title. I would expect we get the best version of the Rams next week. I do. On top of the fact that McVay's got a little bit of Coach Carroll's number here. He really has understood to a degree at least how to attack. Now that second half in this Rams game in the first game, we did shut them down offensively, but just historically over the last few years, McVay's kind of given it to Coach Carroll. Cameron says, exactly, either let Russ do his thing or take that $35 million off our cap. That's what I'm ready for. You've put it succinctly, Cameron. You put it very succinctly. If you're going to have a quarterback who's not going to do the Mahomes approach to things, which is take a 10-year contract and then you can layer out the money and make it accessible so you can keep all these good players around you. Okay, he wants top dollar, so now you need to utilize him. You need to get the money's worth out of that $35 million per season. And, you know, he's only signing 4-year extensions. He's not signing 10-year extensions. So it's coming up for renewal every 4 years. Another renewal, top of the market. Is this next contract going to be the one that Russ wants 20% of the cap as a rolling amount year in and year out? Is this going to be the time he insists on that? From my standpoint, I'd like to see more of cooking if we're going to be paying. I pay, you cook. Randall says, shaping up to have some nice depth at corner. Flowers and Dunbar, not bad backups. No, and good to have in the playoffs when you're seeing Randall. I'm sure you've noticed a few times and saw in this game, teams are going to a lot of spread formations right now because they know that our cornerback depth situation is light. And Seattle's holding out to that extra linebacker on the football field at times rather than bring another corner onto the field, even when the offenses go empty, where there's no threat of a run game even coming into play at all. You get another Flowers and Dunbar back into the mix. Now you deepen out your corner. You're not throwing Stevens out there as your 4th corner. Maybe you feel a little bit better now going into more dime packages. Emmett says, I get the weird feeling we'll beat the Rams, then lose to the San Francisco 49ers and blow a higher seed. Just to screw with my head. They do seem like they do that sometimes, Emmett, don't they? I mean, I felt like it's to the point you almost anticipate it, where you're looking at it coming. And today in the game, I knew we're up 20-3, and I go, don't start feeling yourself on this one, buddy. Don't even start kicking back. And no. You know, this is something's going to happen here. And then Russ throws that little ball where it gets knocked up in the air, and you just go, yep, okay, yep, here we go. Nathaniel says Russ was good today when they let him cook. It was all right. Again, it wasn't his. I wouldn't say that it was his worst game of the year. I wouldn't say that. So that's for certain. But I mean, Nathaniel, he went 18 of 27 for 121 yards, a 4.5 yard average per throw, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. 66% of his passes. So he was below all of his league averages for the year in this game. And this might have been his league worst game as far as yardage thrown for in this game. Not really a way you can look at this performance and not say that it's underwhelming. And again, Nathaniel, the thing I will say with this is that this has been 5 weeks of this. This has been 5 weeks of this play from him. It's not been 1 week. It's not been 2 weeks. It's 5 weeks. We're going to get, if we get to a full half season, those folks that have been hesitant to finally put this on Russ, I hope you'll finally come on board with going, oh yeah, he's not playing very good. Oh yeah, there's a bit of a problem here. Because you've got enough data now to go off of to make that assessment. Cameron Hughes says Dunbar is a starter in the right scheme and healthy. That's the key with him, Cameron. I mean, when it comes to that knee, is that knee going to be healthy this year? And if it's not, I ride with DJ Reed right now on the outside with the way that he's playing. I think Dunbar showed you some flashes early in the year, but I would question how healthy is that knee going to get over just a couple weeks span of rest. Yelvin, what is up? He says, hello. How you doing, Mr. Lichtren? He says, hello, never easy. What a game for DJ Reed. Special teams played really well. Excellent first half, and so typical second half for us when we have to finish the game. Important win. Go Hawks. It was a very important win, Yelvin. You needed to get this one. It was going to be a tough one, front four. Pressure's given us problems through the year, but Seattle came out. They did what they needed to do. And the defense I would say the defense played pretty great in this game. Pretty great. I know they gave us some points. They let them back into a little bit, but at the end of the day, they held down and tight. They did their job. They got some turnovers. I can't put anything on the defense with this one, but big win. I agree. Welcome on in, Yeoman. Splash and skills, playoff berth. That's what I meant with the least. Oh, sorry. Splash and skills. Emmett says he's right, though. DK and Russ are extremely valuable and vastly misused. Agreed. Cameron, I had the Hawks at 12-4 this year, but I had them starting slow and then winning six straight to finish the year. Well, you feel a lot better about them if they're in the middle, going to get on their way to a 6-game winning streak to finish off. But, yeah, they did feel like, to me, it was a 12-4, and if you could get a couple pass rushers, I saw them getting to the 13 win realm. They waited a little bit long to get that pass rusher in Dunlap, and they didn't double down like I had wanted them to make that projection to 13 wins. But you just saw them in that 12-win range, especially when you looked at the schedule, which was going to be one of the league's easier schedules. Let's face it, folks. We've had one of the league's easier schedules. Playing the AFC East and the NFC East, those are some easy boys through there. You know, Minnesota Vikings, that's an easy route through there. Mirza, why can't we keep the up tempo going and keep defenses on their heels? We got to score these 3 and outs in the second half are going to get us eliminated from the playoffs. Agreed. It will potentially rear its ugly head at the wrong time. That's why you want to nip this in the bud as far as the problem goes. From a Seahawks coaching standpoint, you remain aggressive. You don't change what you've done throughout the course of the game in order to get into the position you've gotten into. Yet, this is what they will do. This is what they've done in the Falcon-Cowboy-Patriot game. You slipped into this, okay, let's just hold on for dear life thing. Coach Holmgren back in the day used to drive me crazy with this stuff because he would do the same. I mean, his offenses would tear the doors off defenses for 3 quarters. And then Coach Holmgren with a first down run, second down run, third down pass. And just go, boy. All right, I'm insanely behind on my chat. I'm so sorry. We're going to catch up here. I get on my tangents, folks. I don't know what to do about it. I like my tangents. TJ says, I never trust the Falcons to help you. I don't, TJ. There was a horrible spot at the end of that game, though, TJ. Like, the refs totally gave Brady a whole half yard at the end of that one. B. Russ, I'm just saying they were underutilizing DK as a player. Like, if he is the superstar we think he is, shouldn't we be building a game plan around him? Just feels like he's not being used like he should. I agree, Russ. Agreed, 100%. I can't add anything else to what you're saying on it because it's absolutely spot on. Jose Rodriguez, how you doing, Jose? He says trade Lockett for a second-round pick. I'm on board with it, Jose. You know, I was talking about it last week a little bit. I come back into it. He's going to be due for a contract extension soon. You don't want to let him walk. That being the case, you only have 3 draft picks as we currently stand heading into this next draft. Maybe it's time to offload for some resources in a team that might value him. Cam Dawson, good Hawks. Go Hawks. How you doing, Cam? Welcome on in. Mafui, how you doing, Mafui? Sack Pete Carroll. There's a few of us in here, Mafui, that are a little bit less than enamored with Coach Carroll at this point in time. Unfortunately, he just signed a contract extension not but a couple weeks ago. So unless there's new ownership that comes into play here, we're probably not going to see a new coach in anytime soon. Spud Homer, what are your thoughts on Robinson? Looks like he's figuring it out. I like what I see out of Alton Robinson this year, and there's been moments I've liked him, and then he's disappeared a bit in games. I think he's finding his way a little bit as a pass rusher. I think he's going to be a developmental guy. He'll be a little maybe of a better version of a developmental guy than what we've seen out of Rasheem Green maybe. But with that said, I think he's got some moves pass rush-wise. He can win quick. It was a big sack today when he came through. We needed it. That defense needed it. It was backsliding a little bit. But I like him. And it's nice that they hit on him because it looks like with Darrell Taylor, there's some real worry and risk here long-term about him. So at least you got one pass rusher out of this draft. If they were hoping by grabbing 2 that one of them would pop, maybe they at least got that here in Robinson. Emma Brown says, Cam Chancellor, smash that like button, y'all. Yes, please do if you are in the chat. Hit that like button. It does help me and the channel grow exponentially as you make us rise on the search engines. Samuel Swanson, like Aaron Rodgers said last night, this win leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I understand, Samuel. I do. You want to see a team coming together at this point. You want to see all engines, all pistons firing off. And we got some misfiring pistons here. And specifically when it's the biggest piston in the car, I know the pistons are the same size, but in my metaphorical car here, I've got a larger piston. And that piston right now is, and it's doing that, and we don't really understand why. As I've spoken about in the past when it comes to Russell Wilson and his struggles right now, he's got more help offensively than he's ever had in his entire career. This offensive line, you could make the argument, is the best offensive line he's ever had in his entire career, and it might not be even close. You know, Disley and Olsen for most of the year, and Hollister's pretty good tight ends. Wide receiver DK Metcalf is the best wide receiver he's had throughout his career here. Lockett, we know what he can do. DJ Moore, it's inexplicable for him to come out of a game like this throwing for 120 yards. I know the Washington football team are good. I hear the comments where, Washington's got a good football team, man. They got a good defense. Just to keep Russell to 120 yards? To keep him to a place where Joe Burrow threw for more yards against this defense? That good? I don't buy it. Something's off. And people can make the request that it's, or make the conjecture that it's injuries that we don't have any information on or evidence of. But whatever it is, he's struggling. Big Mo 9510. 9510. I added a 0 to your name, Big Mo. He says, big Seahawks fan from California. Always good to see fellow Seahawks fans. Let's go 12s. Let's go, Big Mo. Welcome on in the chat. DJ, I was playing around with what could we do in the draft and save money? Well, money-wise, trade Russ for 2 first-round picks, 1 draft Trevor, and the other trade down for more picks. I'm sure what you ran into, TJ, as I did. I did an exercise throughout this year. I've looked at a couple of things from a standpoint of moving forward into the next year of what Seattle's going to be able to do. And you've got to make certain logical deducements. One is that they're probably going to give Jamal Adams a contract extension. So right now, as it currently stands, you're about 17th. As we stand right now, moving into next year's cap, you have the 17th amount most of cap space. And you have to sign Jamal Adams, meaning that once that he's signed, you're going to be down probably in the 20s. So you don't have a lot of salary cap space. You don't have a lot of draft capital. How do you improve a team that is scuttled through the years? And by scuttle, I mean, maybe not scuttle, but topped out. Let's call it that. Not scuttled, topped out. Topped out at divisional round. One and done. How do you overcome that? Or is that a problem that we need to overcome? Are there fans out there, many out there, think that it's fine. Getting in the playoffs is good enough for me. I'm happy with that. We got our Super Bowl win. I'm satisfied with where we stand. If that's the way you feel, I'm open to hearing the thoughts on that. I myself don't stand there on that and would like to think that the front office and Coach Carroll would not want to stand on that and that they'd be willing to move this ball forward. Not a lot of ways to do it, though, are there, TJ? Other than, like what you talked about, making a major, major move like that. Jovan and O offensive line played on a really high level against these Washington front four. Cedric played an unexpected solid game. Oh, shout out to Cedric Abuja. I didn't know he had this in him, Jovan. I didn't know he had it in him. There's no evidence to go off that he's going to handle a competent pass rusher like Montez Sweat out there on the edge. But he kept Russ clean. He handled his business. A really, really great game played by Cedric. And we got to give props to Cedric and props to Wheeler last week. Wheeler was our highest graded offensive lineman last week in that Jets game by Pro Football Focus. And this week, Cedric, I don't think he played the greatest game on the offensive line of our other guys, but I think he was pretty good. Pretty good. And that is one of those signings this offseason I knocked, said the Cedric signing, because you gave this guy, you're giving your backup tackle essentially decent money, but came in handy today. Came in handy, but we will be better when Shell comes back in. I will say that. Hawk 808, what up? Yes, great game. Russ could have ran crazy had he wanted to. Seen so much holes in front of him in his game. Oh, I think you're saying Hawk 808. Russ could have run a little bit more, but he didn't run as much as he possibly could have. He says, good game and aloha. Aloha to you, Hawk 808. And I agree. There was a couple of spots there where Russ could have, it looked like, run on it. There was one in particular where he's got a third down run. He's coming out to the edge, and he whips this last second pass. He loves to, not go to his running backs when they're open initially on these dump-off routes, and then he'll scramble around out to the edge of the pocket, frenetically be looking around, and then at the last second finally decide to go back to the running backs, but now the defender's closing in on the running back, so Russell's got to put his fastball and throw lightning on it to get it into the running back, and then the running back drops it. And on that play, they showed a back-end shot where it looked like Russell could have just scrambled in there for that extra 5 or 6 yards, and he's just trying to throw it there and not take probably a hit. But I wouldn't mind seeing him use even a little more of his legs at times, because we haven't seen the traditional spy approach placed on him anymore. Teams are dropping back into those zone like the Washington team did this week or the Giants team did, and they're sort of just ignoring Russ and letting him kind of go wild if he wants to, as he did today on that 35-yard run. Randall says, I think we would have scored on that drive where they got that pick. Russ was cooking a bit, and it was a fluky play. We just couldn't get back on track. Yep. Just couldn't get back on track, but some of it's the conservative play calling. You go conservative, the players know it. When you go tentative, the players can sense it. When you have your foot down on the pedal, likewise, the players can sense it. The players know it. So they got to keep their foot on the pedal. Mafway, Seahawks play calling is mentally tough to watch for the mind. Proven fact. It's an unmitigated fact, Maf. I can't argue it to any respect. It's very tough to watch sometimes what they do offensively, because there's so many offenses you'll watch throughout the league that are creative and inventive, and they make things easy on their offense in general, easy on the offensive lineman, easy on the quarterback, and with us instead, it's like sometimes we make it look like we're trying to run uphill carrying a 30-pound boulder. E-Dub, 23-17 Jets. How do you think Penny looked on his few snaps? He looked fast to me. I agree, E-Dub. There's going to be a lot of this chat that are going to hate the Penny talk. I'm not one of them, though. I still am going to stand in this guy's corner and say, there's room for this guy on this team. I would still argue, E-Dub, that I would like to see him try a little more what they were doing there, where they did try the pitch play out to him. Washington was all over it, and then on the next one, they just ran him up the middle. But if he can get some more snaps, and certainly with now DJ Dallas out, you'd expect him to probably be featured in there a little bit more than even what he was. But I liked what I saw. Solid stuff. Solid stuff. Derek Seahawks fan, Packers and Saints have to lose to NFC teams. Guys, the Chiefs and Titans games are irrelevant. Way to bring the knowledge there, Derek. Awesome. Cameron, it's ironic because the corner playing the best right now is 6 inches shorter than Pete Carroll's prototypical corner. Facts. Sometimes you just got to ride with what's working. And I know there's a reason why they like their 6-foot corners and up, but sometimes it's good to also not. For the same reason it was bad for teams to negate cornerbacks that are above 6 feet for years because it was said they couldn't flip their hips. It's probably equally, lame to negate guys that are under 6 feet because you determine that they're not long enough for you and your scheme. If you got a good enough, if a corner can play, can play. If he can play zone, he can play zone. Emmett, does Nike make an air cement blocks? Because Bobby might be rocking those cleats. Yeah, Bobby's I don't know with Bobby if and again, maybe I'm seeing it with him at times with it, but there's times that Bobby just doesn't, he certainly doesn't look as fast as he once did. We can say that. Some of it to me just looks like I've seen him play with sometimes more fire than he has at times this year. There seems a little bit at times where it's just, you're wondering. I don't know. But at the end of the day, too, I can't knock him too hard because he has been one of the best pro-rated, focus-rated football linebackers in the sport this year. You know, I mean, they're looking at every snap of this guy and what he's doing, playing and play out. And you can't argue with that as far as the results to say, oh, he's playing horrifically. But I agree, it's to the eye test at least. Sometimes you're watching him going, man, he's just a little slower in coverage at times to get to the spot. Just kind of sometimes not as instinctive as I once kind of. Barry Satoro with a $20 Christmas gift. Barry, thank you so much, man. I salute you. You and Randall always coming in with the big donations. Merry Christmas to you too, Barry. Hope you and yours are safe and happy and you get some awesome Christmas present. I got mine just from you just now, so thank you. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much, guys. You're so kind on this this giving season. I do appreciate you. And Barry, you're always, like I said, you and Randall and D Nugget, you guys are always slapping in those big donations, man. Thank you. LJ says Russ is blowing it. Hard not to say that it is. 125 yards passing. I don't know what else to call that. LJ says compare Russ's play to Rodgers in the last 5 weeks. Yeah, LJ, you're right. You're right. I mean, he's not. I've said it's below league average play. It's somewhere between. He's probably playing like 17th and 21st in the league from a quarterback position over that same stretch of games compared to everybody else in the league. And as you're getting into crunch time, as you're getting into games that are counting and mean something, and you absolutely need every game, we need him playing at his highest level, not his lowest level. And unfortunately, this is Russell at his lowest level. This is Russell at the toughest stretch of football games that he's gone through in his career, in my opinion. Edub says, do you think Russ struggles against zone coverage? Russ struggles against a couple different coverages types. This has been just a bit of a change throughout the year, Edub. What we started out with the beginning of this year through a large part of the year where teams would stack up their fronts and bring a lot of blitzers, especially over the front, just right up over the middle, over the A-gap, right, the center and the guards. And then they would drop certain guys out. They'd let certain guys rush, and Russ could never tell which guy was coming and which guy was dropping out. And the line wasn't protecting it up well, and the running backs weren't necessarily blocking it well when they'd have to pick up a blitzer. But then what's happened now is a change as Seattle goes to the short passing attack. They also start to play teams that play a little bit more zone cover. So like the Giants, like the Washington football team, those teams go into their zones now. So now Russell isn't getting blitzed as much. Seattle's trying to go to the short passing attack and own it, but there's more players dropping into zone. The windows are tightening. It's making it harder to complete passes. I don't know if that makes it to where Russell struggles against zone defense as much as it's Russell is just struggling to field the game right now to me. You know, he struggled against a couple things this year so far at times, and I think he's really just in a just not feeling it. You know, something's just not quite right. You know, I don't know how else to describe it. His game is a little bit off right now. I wish I had a better explanation for it. I was calling it a couple weeks ago inexplicable. I have a guy in the middle of his prime with the most help on the offensive side of the ball that he's ever helped, with a stable of running backs, one of the best wide receivers in the sport, a good complementary number two. Go down the line, folks. Go down the line. And yet he's fallen off and had the worst 5-stretch game of his career as the defense comes along. As the defense starts to play well, I've yet to see a really good excuse for it. I really have. And you're right, LJ. Aaron Rodgers has played better. Josh Allen has played better. There's been a variety of quarterbacks who played better over this time. Many, actually. Edub LT. Jillian Mikowski says, using a friend's account, go ahead and trade Russ. You're sounding like you belong in Philly, all of you. Jillian, let's go through and make sure we're just nipping this right in the bud, because this becomes a comprehension issue at times. And I've fought for this in the past, and it gets going down this lane of thought. And let's stop. Let's hit the e-brake right now. There's some people in here saying that maybe we should trade this, and maybe this is an option. I don't think anybody's standing up and saying we absolutely should trade it. What we're saying, Jillian, is that if you're not going to utilize Russell Wilson, if Russell Wilson's going to continue to play on a downward stretch and you're going to continue to want to put him into a game manager role as they have for now the last, Jillian, 5 weeks, I know it's not Jillian I'm talking to, but somebody's alt account, then the question comes into play, why are you paying this guy $35 million if you're not going to utilize him? And this has been the case over the last few years. Again, people get caught up in, well, just one game, just five. This is what we've seen with Russell over the last couple of years. Take out the let him Russ cook early on in the season. Look at 2019. Look at 2018. They're paying this guy top market, top of the dollar, yet they're this balanced football team that just wants to run the ball and play smash mouth, and our quarterback's going to throw 27 times a game. Well, you don't have to pay $35 million a year to get that. You don't. And Jillian, again, looking into nuance of this, what we're trying to look for and understand is how can we improve a football team if we look and become one and done as we've appeared to be over the last 5 years. Again, it's been a trend we've seen now for 5 some years. How much more data do people need sometimes before you're going to make a change or try to do something different? And I don't want to see Russell traded, but I also don't want to pay $35 million to a game manager quarterback. And I don't think Russell Wilson's a game manager quarterback either before you post now a comment in, so you're calling you Russell. No, I'm not calling him a game manager. But what I'm saying is that if you treat him like that, and then you're going to pay him like you're paying Rodgers or other quarterbacks who carry a load for that price, then there's better ways to do it at that point if you're going to insist on being that way. And being, Julian, that Coach Carroll just signed a 5-year extension, we're not getting out of this mode anytime soon. So something's got to give. Something's got to give here. Emmett says, I love Russell Wilson. He's the nerdy kind of magical Brett Favre I've wanted forever, especially after the Spazzle Beck ending. But he needs a reality check and needs to get his head on right. Couldn't say it better than that. I love me Russell Wilson, too. Again, for the record, he's my favorite quarterback all time. Don't want to see him traded. Again, let me just say, Jillian, one more time. Don't want to see him traded. Did we get that out? Was that clear? Did I refine that enough into the chat? But we've also got to figure out how to improve this team. And Jillian, if you're one of those people in this chat on this who's going to tell me, there's no way you do that. You know, do that. Every person who's told me that there is never a chance in hell you could ever even consider the thought of trading Russell Wilson. Every single one of you in the chat who's done it through the month or two that we've had it as a potential on this chat. Not one of you has listed how you fix this football team if you don't make that move. Knowing you're up against the cap. Knowing you're up against the draft as far as only having 3 draft picks as we stand right now today. How do you fix this if you don't do that? What are the moves you make within that? How are the knobs turned and the levers switched? Or are you just happy? This is the secondary question to it. Are you just happy being a one-and-done team? That's the question that those folks who sit here and you stand up on your high horse and you go, how dare you besmirch Russell Wilson? And how dare you even think to consider? Like, what are we, children here? Yeah, the possibility exists that your quarterback could be moved. Tom Brady just moved this offseason. Phillip Rivers just moved this offseason. Peyton Manning didn't play for the Colts his whole career. Joe Montana, say it ain't so, Joe, moved on from the San Francisco 49ers. It sucks to see. I hate to see it. I never like it when it happens. But it does happen. And because we try to be a little more smarter and intelligent here, we consider all the possibilities. Not me, but the people in the chat do as well. Cameron Hughes says, if we could get Carson on a cheap contract, I'd be all for it. It all depends on what you mean by cheap, Cameron. We got to remember with him, it's always about what are the numbers we're talking here? What are the numbers we're talking about? LJ says, right now, Russ's play will not lead us to a Super Bowl. I agree. 125 yards throwing is not going to win you a Super Bowl. LJ Adams playing well, but too high of a cost for my taste. Carson Wentz never going to get off the bench now. Hurts playing well. I'm okay with the Jamal Adams trade right now. I am. I land at it again I'm perfectly fine with this trade at this point. I don't know that you're going to get a better player with those 2 first-round picks. I don't know that I've seen recent history of Seahawks and how they've drafted to believe that those first-round picks were going to be anything better cumulatively than what we're getting in Jamal Adams. Edub says, DJ Dallas, just a sprained ankle. Yeah, it's going to be the high ankle sprain, I'm guessing, Edub. And back in the day, back in the 70s, they used to call those broken ankles, broken legs. But either way, I'm guessing he's probably done for the year. Randall says, Alton Robinson has some flashes as a rookie. He can get to the quarterback. He's athletic. He's got 3 or 4 sacks in about 8 games. I think he's played a few more games than that, Randall. I think he's been in most of the games this year. But I agree. He's shown some flashes for you to consider him a piece, a person that can maybe fixture into that rotation. I don't want to count on him as a starter or a frontline guy. I want to let him continue to develop over the next year and year 3 and see what we get at that point. Mindy V says Seahawks are good, but will have to be better next week. You better believe it. The Rams are going to be even a more stiffer challenge than what you got from the Washington football team this week. McVay for the Rams is a very good offensive mind, knows how to attack the scheme. He was essentially hired to beat Seattle's scheme, and he knows how to do it. So it's going to be a stiff test, Mindy. Emmett says, how much do you think Russ weighs? Dude's looking kind of Eddie Lacy big out there. I don't know. I never try to put much conjecture on a man's weight unless it's Snacks Harrison and he looks like he weighs 492 pounds coming off his couch. Cameron, Alton could have been a second round if it weren't for that off the field problem. I could see with the physical makeup of him, if he continues to develop, how he could be in that talent range. Cameron says Russ is listed at 225. I see 230 at least. That's a big boy. He's thick. He might add another C on thick. Nathaniel Parks, don't forget about Myers. If he misses both field goals, we lose 15-14. No, I'd never forget about Myers, Nathaniel. I think he's played phenomenal this year. Best kicker in the sport this season, I think. And a guy that has been clutch. He's been clutch for us. We've needed him to be good. He's been real clutch. Tobias, how you doing, Tobias? He says, I feel like this game did nothing good once again for Wilson. He threw another interception just as he started to make a few throws again. After that, he went back into the afraid of throwing mode. Yep, I saw the same thing. Tobias got scared after that, kind of started just being super safe with all of his throws. He whistled one into Lockett, which there was no chance of even a completion there because he was worried about the defender jumping in the route. Playing afraid, playing scared is a good way of probably putting it. Cameron says Carlos Dunlap is 2 for 2 on game-winning sacks. He is, Cameron, and it's not the fact that he's gotten those game-winning sacks in the short sample size of time that we've had this guy lends into my point and what I've said about him, which is that he has an ability to set tackles up. He's that professional rusher that can set a tackle up for a move at a certain time in the game. It's not every pass rusher that can do this. It takes the guys that are very, very good at getting to the quarterback, and he's one of those guys that can do it. I don't know that we have a lot of those guys on the team that can do it, frankly. He might be the only one who really has that ability to do that. Emmett says, when Pete first got here, he cut a bunch of old vets to get in young, hungry players. If a new version of Pete came in, who do you think would be released or traded? Oh, good question. Good question. Bobby would come to mind to me. I think you would look at Bobby and go, I'm paying too much money for a middle linebacker, not giving me the performance. $18 million a year is I'm paying for past performance rather than for what I was going to be getting in the future performance. So, he would probably come to mind. Honestly, I don't know. I don't have a lot of guys off the top of my head on that, Emmett, that I would focus on and say, oh, this guy gets cut. Because we don't have a lot of veteran guys. We're a relatively young team. The veterans on there that you have that you could look, Quandre Diggs, he's played good enough to probably maintain in there. And what's the better option behind? It's such a hard question to ask because it's such a different situation that you're in. A guy coming into this team's inheriting a playoff team. Coach Carroll was walking in inheriting a team that was on the downward swing, one of the bottom dwellers in the league. So it's just two different situations. It's hard to make a comparison with that. Tobias says even the run where Russell got 25 yards, he was about to load it up but hesitated and took the 25 yards. Good play, but it worries me that at least 5 times a game he didn't dare to throw the ball. Yeah, just a little tentative. Oh, Samuel Swanson. I needed Russ and Carson to do better for fantasy. I was disappointed by their performance, especially the behind the line of scrimmage throws that happened way too often this week. Yep, neither really lit the world on fire here. Carson looked good on a few of his runs for the most part there. I still come back into saying, again, you watch Carlos Hyde run and you go, what's really the big difference between those players as far as their production goes? And if there isn't a big difference between their production, then you can pretty solidly understand every year you can get a Carlos Hyde, Chris Carson type for 1 year, $4 million, and be just drafting these guys on the 4th to 7th round range to find another Chris Carson type. Better route to go, better way to save a little bit of money. The Toast says, go Jets, gonna hold on. Jets win? Jets win. Jets win. Jets win. Oh my God, I can't believe they won. Oh my God. No Lawrence for the Jets. Oh, the Jets. I feel for you guys. I'm sorry. No Trevor Lawrence for the Jets. Team 12's 2-minute warning. Jets have the ball driving down the field. It's 23-30. Jets are winning. Okay. Hey. Randall McDaniel, how would you rank our rookie class through 14 games? I say at least a B, maybe a B+. That's without Taylor playing. I don't know that I'm in that same realm on that one, Randall. I would probably be B- for me. And Lewis is the guy really pushing up the draft class at this point in time. Jordan Brooks has been all right. He's not he's a starter as a Sam, and teams are going into, 3 wide receiver, 4 wide receiver sets. So then he comes off the football field. So his snaps are being limited. For a first round pick, that's not great production. Darrell Taylor was a second and third round pick you gave up for. You vaulted high into the second round pick. So that's a monstrous miss not to even get a snap out of him. Colby Parkinson's missed most of the year. DJ Dallas has had a couple of games here and there where he's been all right, but he certainly hasn't lit the world on fire. No, I'm probably in more of the B-, and maybe even lower than that if I thought about it a little longer. Maxwell, it does matter that the Rams lost because we know our number one in the NFC. We are now number one in the NFC West. It's always good to be number one, man. Cameron, the Seahawks aren't using Penny right. It's absolutely pathetic. They're wasting his talent. I agree, Cameron, and I think they've got to look. If he's back to being healthy now and he's ready to roll this offseason, I talked about Lockett being maybe a guy who Jose brought up as an option for trading. Certainly, this is a guy in Penny you can maybe look out to get a 4th or 5th rounder back for him from somebody who will look to then use him right. They see us misusing him and think we can use him. They'll give us some draft capital back, maybe a way to recoup some draft value at that point. But sure would be nice to see him utilize him correctly because I do think the kid's got some talent. Samuel, so if we blow the Jets out and the ears lose to them, I don't know what ears lose to them, Samuel. You'll have to rewrite that one, buddy. You guys got to make sure you type things carefully, boys. I can't read stuff when it's all over the place. Maxwell, who else wants a revenge game against the Packers? I wish I was just more confident, Maxwell, about how we play against the Packers right now. Metcalf's burner says, I can't believe the Jets just won. Sometimes the Rams team this year just doesn't show up, man. They just have games they just don't show up for. Maybe this week they were resting some guys to prepare for us. Maybe they thought they could win with a couple. I didn't look into it, but I'd wager a guess that maybe the Rams had a few guys that were dinged up, and they gave them an extra week off for our game against us, and maybe thinking they had that one in the bag. Dave Widger, go Hawks. How good was DJ Reed today? Great to see Penny back as well. We are finally going to have a set of healthy backs in the playoffs. It's a great point, Dave. For years, we've been going in the playoffs with our running backs position decimated. Just down to like 1 or 2 of the last guys, signing guys off the street, just barely kind of holding on, hanging in there. But right now, it looks like we're going to have at least 3 guys ready to roll come playoff time. 2 guys with similar skill sets, 1 guy who can do more of the outside stuff. You could be really multidimensional come playoff time in the run game with a variety of things if you wanted to and you wanted to use a little imagination, Schottenheimer. And I've been saying, Dave, throughout this show today that I feel like DJ Reed gave us our best cornerback performance of the season in this game. This was a Seahawks cornerback performance if we've ever seen one, and we haven't seen many of them in recent years. But it was absolutely fantastic, and I like what we've seen from this kid. I'm pretty close to the point where if right now we're looking at Quentin Dunbar fighting through an injury, if he's got to get on the field, then I'm ready to roll with DJ Reed as we move forward. I'm ready to roll with what we got with him because I think he's played really good football throughout this year. As Decaf says, DJ is a stud. Cameron Hughes, last time we won in Green Bay was 1996. 24 years. Yep, that was, yep. I thought we won, Cameron. I thought we won one other one, Cameron. Look that up again, because, Cameron, I believe we won one in 2000 or so. I think Holmgren's return to Green Bay we won on a Monday night game. So double check that one. See if my old memory is still serving me well. Daniel W., is DJ Reed our best cornerback? He tackles, has tight coverage, and can make a play on the ball. There was 1 tackle in the 4th quarter. He saw a run and ran down there and tackled the guy. Shaq wouldn't. It's a good way of putting it. Yeah, you could make the argument right now he's our best cornerback. Now, it's being won by default a little bit because you've got, Dunbar playing on one knee. Trey Flowers has been up and down throughout the last couple of years and more down than up. And certainly Shaquille Griffin, as far as my estimation goes, has not been the greatest cornerback for you out there. I like more in what I see in DJ, especially from an attitude standpoint, a makeup standpoint, which just the aura he brings to the field versus a guy like Shaq who brings that small energy, So I'd agree with that, Daniel. The chat's celebrating the Jets win right now, and they cannot believe it. I think we have a completely befuddled and just how did this happen? How's happen? William Tejada, haha, we are first in the NFC West. It's big. As someone said, Rams losing this game now allows us, if we win next week, to have a de facto bye going into the 49er game. Rest everybody across the board at that point if you have to. You know, let everybody sit and just chill out for a game. Big to have on top of knowing you get a home field game by winning next week. So it is big. It is big, Jets winning that. And it's nice for us. Nice for us. Maybe things are starting to roll in our favor, folks. Maybe we got a little bit of that ball of momentum going downhill towards in our direction here. Cameron says the Rams are so bad. DKF says Jets win and Chiefs have lead and are getting it back. Ooh, we got the Chiefs with the lead. We got the Chiefs with the lead. Oh, my goodness, folks. Are we going to get all good news here on these games today? I can go with that. I can go with that. The chat is completely shell-shocked that the Jets won. I love it. I love it. B-Russ, $5. Thank you, B-Russ, for the $5 donation, my guy. I appreciate you. He says, Jets won. Seems like a good reason to donate. Hey, that is a good reason to donate. It brings a smile to my face, man. Wow. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you so much. We got 32-29. The Kansas City Chiefs are up. 2:06 on the fourth quarter. Oh, heavens have mercy on us. Heavens have mercy on us. What a good night. All right, we're rolling. Dark RH just came here to check in. Dark, how you doing, buddy? How you feeling, my man? How you feeling? I'm sorry, broski. Well, you called it a couple weeks ago. You were already kind of waffling, so I'm sorry your Rams couldn't bring it. Remember the time 92. Jets won against the Lambs. Laughing my ass off. I'm going to have to watch the highlights on this one. I cannot believe that they lost this game. Again, I just have to go back to they must have rested. You can speak to this, Dark Ice. You guys rest a bunch of guys? What did you do? Just like sit half your defense and said, we got this? Emmett Brown, NFC is gonna send some poor souls to the Chiefs for slaughter. Maybe. Remember, Emmett, it's a matchup league. Some matchups are worse than others for certain teams. You know, it just takes the right kind of wrong matchup for the Chiefs to be caught off kilter. Brian Roberts says, go hit that like button if you love the Hawks Nest. Oh, thank you. Yes, please do smash on that like button, you guys, if you are in here. I do appreciate it. Jeremy Mendez, Seahawks are in first. Yeah, it feels good, doesn't it, Jeremy? It feels like you had a girlfriend, a longtime girlfriend, right? And you were like, you love her and everything, but then she just inexplicably left you at one point for a summer and had this fling with the Chad up on the, down wherever, and then now she's coming back to you. And now she's just like, there is no better than you. I belong to you, you belong to me. That's what it feels like, right? That's what it feels like here, huh? Jonathan Souza says, let's go Jets. Let's go Jets today. Thank you, Jet. We had a few Jets fans pop in here. Thank you if you're listening in, Jets fans. Thank you for the good work you guys did today. You're doing the God's work. God's good work. Cameron Hughes says, dare I say Shaq is a little soft? I say he is a whole lot of soft. There's some Charmin in that back. There's some Charmin in that backfield. Nathaniel Parks, that KJ flag was BS. Agreed. I don't know when an offensive player is with momentum and force dropping their head, not just slowly dropping their head, but there's literally a bang play and the offensive player drops his head as fast as he can as the defender's already committed to trying to go low rather than targeting high. How can it be targeting if he's hitting him at his kneecap level? I really hate their flags, the targeting stuff this year. We saw one with Bobby Wagner in a Cardinal game where Bobby just came up and two-hand pushed a guy in the back, and they flagged him for that. We had the ejection with Quandre Diggs earlier in the year in the Patriot game. Ejection. It's just the NFL really could stand to go back and look at that rule a little bit and get a little closer to understanding how to more consistently call it, because it's just not consistently called at all right now. Yeah, I don't think Shaquille Griffin's a soft human being. He's a hard human being compared to me. He's a badass compared to me. But compared to other cornerbacks that we've had out there, Brandon Browner, Richard Sherman, I don't know that he's got the same level of ferocity that he brings out there. And I think, as I was arguing earlier about what you see in DJ Reed and having some of that ferocity, that it's kind of a component that you need as a cornerback in this given scheme. And I think it's just a little bit maybe missing with those guys. Just with him, just a little bit. Nathaniel Edding says, Jets just beat the Rams 23-20. Wow. Rams are going to be pissed next week. You're going to get a feisty Rams team. They will know this. They're that uncaged animal trapped in the corner, and you got your little pathetic net, right, with your stick, and it's got the net on the end of your stick, and you're holding it out there, and the thing's just, and you're just like, oh dear God, how am I going to get this in the net? How is this going to happen? Because you got a little room for error theoretically. So hopefully Seattle can match that level of intensity this week. The Rams are going to absolutely bring it in every way, shape, and form. The backs up against the wall, no room for error for them. Seattle's got to be able to match that this week. You've got to do it. We'll see how it goes. But man, come on, team. Come on, team. Anthony Garcia, Rams lost to the Jets. Yep, Chat's been celebrating, Anthony. Chat has been celebrating. Joshua William Arejo, let's go Jets. Let's go Jets. We were all Jets fans tonight a little bit. Decaf says we will win next week and we will clinch the NFC title. Oh, yes, it will be ours. I love it. I love the optimism, man. I love it. I'm gonna go home around this one too. I haven't really looked at who is injured or not with the Rams, how they're with some of the things, but I don't care how they're coming feisty off this loss. We got them this next week. We're going to take care of business. Josh Gordon's put into the lineup. They're going to feature Rashad Penny a little bit more. Penny's played really good against this Rams defense before, so I like it. I like it. Vex FC, go Hawks. Jets won. Big time, man. Big time. And we got, I was looking at a second ago, it looked like the Chiefs and the Saints are locked up right now. You got the Saints driving a little bit, but the Chiefs got about 3 points at the moment. Mike T, I did not believe the Jets want to win. The general manager must be afraid Trevor Lawrence could go to the Jaguars. I'm surprised they didn't tank. I mean, if there's a time you will ever tank in the NFL, and I am not a proponent of tanking, but if there's a moment you're going to tank, it's to get a generational quarterback, one of those quarterbacks that come along once every 10 years. The John Elways, the Andrew Lucks, the Trevor Lawrences. I mean, those are the guys you're going to do it for because it changes the whole face of your franchise instantaneously. What's more important, getting the single win of the year or getting a generational quarterback? And poor Jets getting the win. I'm glad they did it. I'm glad they beat them. Glad they knocked them off. The Rams must have just completely not shown up for this game. They must have just been going through the motions. They must have come into New York and partied it up the night before. I don't know. Randall says, not as down on O and Russ. Glad we adapted the opponent. A few weeks ago, we begged for them to move to short passing. Ran the ball well today and stuck with it. Today's pick, not an errant throw. Tips happen. Yes, I do understand tips do happen, Randall. And again, I'm not going to completely hate on the offense approach because these were the things we asked for, were the short passing game. It's just that now it comes at the expense of completely no chunk throws. Why does it have to be all or one? Why does it have to be, you have to just be going for chunk plays continuously and now just doing nothing but doing the short passing game continuously? Why can't you get a little bit of a mix in to make yourself a little bit less predictable, to move against tendencies a little bit? But with that said, they're still embracing the short passing game, which was a key spot of what I said, what they had to do, and they're doing it. I can't knock it now from that realm of it. And they are starting to run the ball better than they probably have throughout the year overall, because it has been a little consistent at times running the football. So those are good things to see. There are some upward trends here, Randall. Kevin Searling, Jets. Go Jets, Kevin. Go Jet, Jets. All right. And again, I'm completely behind on my chat. I'm so sorry, folks. Don't hate on me for it. I like talking to y'all, man. I like talking to y'all. I can't stay up on this. I can't. So much. Regular guys, 17. Russ didn't have as much because run game was working and the defense played solid, but the defense won the game. Defense absolutely won this game. Wheeler, I know the run game worked really well and it hasn't always been great this year. It's true. True. TLG Kevin, yo, we got that W on to the playoffs. I'm excited. You should be excited, guys. This is the time of year to get excited, man. That Lombardi is ever so close. Ever so close. Alessio Colon Jr., congrats on the NFC West title. Oh, don't bail on it that quick. You got next week. Rams fans, don't be bailing so fast. You guys got still a shot. You're gonna be feisty next week. Pablo Domingo, let's go Seahawks. Let's go Josh Gordon. Let's go Josh Gordon. Let's go. Let's go. All right, I'm going to try to catch up. If I miss your comment, just reposted it. I'm trying to catch up on my chat here. Mirza, Demo needs to go. Go get Josh Gordon in there ASAP. I agree. I've said for a while, Josh Gordon is going to be a huge upgrade over what you're getting out of the play of David Moore right now. Just David Moore, something maybe he's off with the. I've heard rumors that there's something weird with his hip. Whatever the case is, I don't know. I'm happy to get Josh Gordon in there. Ishan Sharma, the Jets won. We are in first. We are, Ishan. Feels good, doesn't it? Feels real good. Real good. Dark RH, the Rams suck. Congrats on your first division title in a while. The Rams fans, you guys are bailing. I know it hurts. It hurts that bad. It hurts that bad. Oh, man. Come on now. It hurts that bad. You guys don't we play you guys on the road next week is for basically for the division. You guys still got every chance here. There's just been weeks you Rams fans, there's been weeks your team doesn't show up. There's not a lot of explanation for it, but there's a lot of a lot of weeks you guys do show up and do play out. So I don't know. You guys are still in it for me. I'm not. I've got some confidence going into next week, but I'm not riding high like, oh, this is in the bag. Chef Curry, Bash, he isn't negative, but he would like to see more from Russ. But to be fair, Russ didn't have a chance to do much. We ran the ball. We ran well at 6 yards per carry. We didn't need Russ. And I appreciate that, Chef, for diving into that nuance, because that's where I try to get with this is more nuance. And with Russ, again, it's some of this is, I try not to just point to one game of performance and say we've got a problem with a player. Oh, we got one game. We got a problem, folks. It's the 5 games I look at with Russell Wilson. This is where I come to and I say, look, I'm not looking at just this game. I'm looking over the recent history of how he's played. When you look at the last 5 games of Russell Wilson, you look at the last 5 games, yes, he's still throwing at 70% completion percentage, but that's also because they've embraced the short passing game, so the completion percentage is going to be higher. Every other stat is down, down, down. He's throwing for 1,144 yards, or about 220 yards per game over the last 5 games. He's averaging 7 yards per attempt off of 8 yards per attempt for the regular season overall. He was over 9 at one point in this year. He's got a 2-to-1 interception ratio over that same span, which is, again, off of what he was earlier, off of probably what he is as far as his career normally. It's more than just one game here. It's more than just one game. This is a collection of games. As I said, for you folks that are the backers are Russell on this, what point are you going to be concerned with the play? If you see it through 7 games, if you through 7 games and a playoff game, if you have 8 games, do you need another whole season of it? Because it's continuing as a trend. B-Russ, I think let's wait and see how the playoffs turn out. If Russ balls out the last few weeks in the playoffs, I'm riding with him forever. If not, maybe consider shaking it up and getting Trevor. Fantastic comment, B-Russ. I couldn't say that I agree 100%. Nothing we have to decide right now. Let's watch how it plays out. Nothing is decided right now. It's just things are being considered and thought about. But if Russell comes through and he does what you say and he shows himself out and he can recover and show that they embrace like letting him just do a little cooking, maybe just a little sauteing. If you're not going to let him cook, a little slow roast, just doing a little of that, then hey, I'll go with him for the next 16, 17 years, no problem. But I don't want to see them just holding the game manager, and then I don't want to see him poorly running a game manager role. I want to see either of those two things. D-Nugget, if a quarterback says they want to win but take a big cap damaging contract, is that a contradiction? Yes. Yes. Yes, it is. The quarterback position, when they get paid top of the market and insist on being paid top of the market, are being paid double that of the next highest player on the roster, if not more. That's an absurd difference. And I know a lot of quarterbacks are being paid at that level, and that's just the going standard operating rate. And I agree with paying that rate if you utilize the quarterback that you're going to utilize in that realm. If it's going to be an Aaron Rodgers type who throws 35 times a game, who you can put the game on him. You can give him one receiver out there and be like, make it work. Yes, okay, I'm fine. But when I'm giving that quarterback 35 and giving him what I give from the standpoint, I need more for that. If you're going to ask for that top of the range of market, I need more. Dark Arch says Rams are going to lose out. I mean, maybe. I guess it's possible. Regular guy says, 17 says, we'll need to blame the coaching staff for not utilizing him better. And this is the part where I've gone to regular guy a couple times with this whole Russell thing and talking about how we look at him as we move forward. Ideally speaking, I'd like to see Russell with a new coach, with an offensive mastermind coach like Lincoln Riley, or along those veins, Eric Bieniemy from the Kansas City Chiefs, their offensive coordinator. I'd like to see that. That's what you guys are saying, I can't believe you want to see Russ trade. I don't want to see Russ trade. I'd actually rather see that. If I'm running and I'm the general manager and I'm able to hire or fire the coach, that's what I would do. But I'm not the coach and I'm not the owner, and I don't dictate who hires and who fires what as far as that goes. And it's been made very clear by the ownership that they love themselves some Coach Carroll and they love themselves some John Schneider. So those guys aren't moving anywhere. Coach Carroll's systematic approach isn't moving anywhere. His scheme isn't moving anywhere. We can wish and want and may as we will, but that ain't happening under any circumstance. Not, never will, won't, no. So we got it. You have to operate from it. You have to change lanes, right? It's like when you see on the train tracks where they switch the train tracks. So that means if that's the case, and we got an iceberg that land off the side of a mountain that's going to take our train off the tracks, we got to find an alternative track at this point. I don't want to. I want to go down the main track. I want to go down this one. This is the quicker path. But Coach Carroll's very rigid in that respect. And I do want him to retire as a Hawk too, regular guy. I do. I think he belongs here. I think he's perfect for this city. I think he would be the most revered Seattle athlete in history. And that's saying something. You got a guy like Ken Griffey Jr. who's been here, but Steve Largent. But he would be that. And I hope he does. I hope that's the way this plays out. I hope it's a magical run to a Super Bowl berth, and he goes in and he just beats the doors off Mahomes, and everybody's like, wow, it's finally nobody can question him. That's what I want to see. That's exactly what I'd like to see. Is it likely to happen? Am I likely to see that? Well, part of what I try to do on this channel is be honest about what I'm coming from and not try to just wave the pom-poms. Jeff Curry, I feel like playing conservative against Washington was good, IMO, because is it me? Because I get scared when Russell slings it too much. He gets hit or he throws a pick. I don't know if it's just me. I'm okay with their offensive approach today. I am. I'm okay with it. And again, with some of my assessment in Russell's play is not just this game, but the last 5 games. But I was okay with the short passing attack and doubling down to the run. That's the way they have a front four that's legitimately scary. You needed to find a way to counter that. You're on your third right tackle in this game against a good pass rusher in Montez Sweat. You needed to do some things in adjustments in the background coaching to take advantage of that. So I get that. Chef Curry says DJ Dallas is now out for the season. It's an ankle sprain, by the way, so he should be all right. Yay. That's good to hear, though, that it wasn't like one of those breaks or a spiral fracture. That one always sounds scary, doesn't it? He's got a spiral fracture of his ankle. Oh. Jason McEward, what's up, Brandon? It was nice to see we pulled it off today. I got a few more gray hairs from this one, but on to the next one. Russell needs to start making that $35 million a year, though. Needs to start making that 30. Yep. Earning that. You got to earn that dough, Jason. That's what I've been saying, dude, is it's earn the money. You want to be paid top of the line. You want to be paid as high as any quarterback in the league. We have a lot of statistical and analytical data that shows us when you pay a quarterback top of the league, highest mark, top of the top, upper crust, you can't win. You can't get back to the Super Bowl because you're hamstringed by a large contract which impedes you from building the rest of your roster appropriately. So, yeah. Nathaniel says Bobby has lost a step. He's getting up there in age, but is still the best middle linebacker in football. It's saying something about his level of play, Nathaniel, that you have a player so great that they can lose that step, maybe just an inch of the fire there, but still maintain a high level of play like he kind of has around this drop that we've seen. It's a weird thing to see a player still able to kind of fight through that, yet still give you a good level of play. And I agree. I think he's getting a little older. I've maintained for a while coming into this year that the selection of Jordan Brooks was as much a wink and a nod to the fact that Bobby had probably nothing more than maybe a year or two at most before he probably did retire. And I think that there's more indications in this kind of stuff that we've seen that that's going to probably be the case and how this does play out when it's all said and done. LJ says the Brooks pick was not an coincidence. Yep, it was not a coincidence. That's what I'm saying, LJ. I'm glad we agree. I think that because Jordan Brooks' best position is middle linebacker. He's doing okay right now at the will on early downs and base, where he's not having to play a lot in coverage and being exposed in zone a lot. But His best position is going to be middle linebacker when it's all said and done. Jeremy Chun, the Rams ended the Jets' perfect season. They did indeed. He did indeed. That's going to be a tough Ram loss for them to swallow on that one. I got to dive into that game and find out what happened with that. I'm really shocked, with the Jets were able to win that one. Regular guy says, I don't care if Seattle went 0-16. I'll always be a Seahawks fan. I just want us to finally get results and get championship games and Super Bowls, but I got faith. Go Hawks. And that's what it comes down to for me is that the key question people will ask from time to time when they ask about the go-for-it approach or the understanding in Russell Wilson's window or what you want to see from an aggressive standpoint, high aggressiveness when it comes to the offseason right now, I would much rather like to see them embrace the model of going for it, of kicking the can down the road, of going all in and pushing the stacks of chips in with the thought process of down the road a year or two, you might have a few bad years as you need to restructure and re-put things together. I don't think that that's the worst thing in the world to have happen for a team. It's just that you want to be on a path. You want to be a road to something. What are we on the road to? Are we a team on the rise? Are we a team on the downward spec? Are we a team that's just sort of muddling through? Are we a team that rose up and hit a plateau and then just sort of plateaued for like 5 years straight? And we just kind of stayed in that same elevation. And that's what I'd argue is where we're at right now. You want to be on a path to somewhere. You're just staying in this plateau state. That's how you just remain there in this sort of interdimensional portal that you're not in one reality or another. You're just sort of caught spinning in all of them. And that's where I think we are a little bit right now, where the team stands a bit. That's the one and done aspect of you find yourself. And it's hard to change off that because that's not an 8-8 team. It's not a 6-10 team that's in betwixt or in between. That's a team that says, hey, we're just a couple wins away from being right back into the Super Bowl. So it's so much easier for them to continue to go back to that cheese and take a bite and say, hey, well, just a little nibble of cheese will get us here rather than the full one. I got to take a bite of this thing to get us back into to get the talent level up to where we need it to be. X-Man fam, Russ went from MVP to liability, and Shotty needs to go ahead and bounce. So shocking to hear this week that the Houston Texans are going to consider Schottenheimer for the head coaching role with them. I don't know if that just nobody wants to go to Houston because of the bad shape of the cap and their personnel as we move forward. But I don't know what he's shown to people, and I don't know if it's just a nepotism hire in the NFL. I don't know what he has shown that would have you ever hire him as a head coach. That's one guy who gets love around the league at times, and I go, I don't get it. I don't get it. Chef Curry says, Wagner has lost a step, it's clear, but he's still the best in the game, which tells me he's got a year or two left, and maybe we reduce his role a bit when Jordan Brooks develops. Yep, I see that happening. Jason McHeward says, DJ Reed's a keeper. He can play football very well at corner. Agreed, Jason. Agreed. I think he played our best game of the year at cornerback position of any of the cornerbacks this year for us by DJ Reed today. Emmett says, I hear what you're saying. It looks like Bobby's kind of just going through the motions, making drag down tackles and getting pushed backwards. It doesn't see him popping anyone and driving through players. Yeah, he just the fire's not there. You watch him and it's young Bobby would fly around the football field and just he was hitting people and moving, and this Bobby just kind of is just, you look at his face, you look at there's something about it, and I don't know, I'm not going to try to read into his mind and say, oh, he's lost fire for the game. Maybe not. And again, it speaks to how good a player he is that you see these kind of flashes of indicators that maybe, okay, maybe Bobby's maybe backstepping boy here, but he still is playing well as far as his rating with Pro Football Focus. He still does a statistical standpoint in tackles and sacks and all that other stuff. He's going to look pretty good when he comes out and do it at the end of the year. So there still are other things here where he looks okay on, but it does seem like we have gotten through the prime of Bobby Wagner's career. Indeed, 2018 was the prime season of him. That was him hitting his peak, and now we're seeing the trajectory start to dip down. Cordell Carter, Jets won. Now time for the Rams versus Seahawks showdown. Here we go. Come on. Mike T, I really don't know what happened to Russ 5 weeks ago, and I hate that we never do trick plays. Most of the teams are doing at least some at times. I'm not sure I've ever seen one from us. It's the one weird thing of this, Mike, is if you do go the last 10 years over Coach Carroll's career and the trick plays, I bet if you were to take statistically a number, we probably run like about an 80% success rate on them, and it's usually a big chunk play down the field. But like you said, we just don't run them very often. We don't try it. We don't do very much of that. Even on stuff like the fly sweep, which I thought they've needed to integrate a little bit more to keep teams honest on the inside zone and not just stack in on the inside and get those tackles, lining up really close to each other so you can't create those holes. Same thing is true here with that, where you could implement that a little bit. But as to your first point as well, I've said for a while, I don't have an explanation for this with Russ. I don't. People have made, people have said, oh, well, maybe he's got it in his head after those interceptions, or he's got the yips, or he's playing through an injury. But nobody really has any true evidence they can point to as to why he is playing this poorly over this stretch of 5 games. It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. There's got to be a reason. I'm sure there is, but there's nothing that's clearly emerged as, well, we can point it to being that. He should be playing better than what he is right now. He should be playing way better than what he is right now. I'm not expecting MVP, but I expect this guy to be playing at Pro Bowl level right now, and he's not giving me that. Cameron Hughes says, who is the Seahawks MVP through 14 games? Probably Dwayne Brown. Dwayne Brown or DK is probably who I would lean towards. But I think Dwayne Brown's played some marvelous football, and today just sort of topped it off with what he did with Chase Young out there on the blind side. Maybe a time or two he's given up a pressure here or there, but throughout this year he's been solid. You can still count on him on those sweep plays where they'll have him pull and come out wide down the sideline and just take a defensive back and put him on the sideline. So I think I probably would lean to him. Regular guy 17, KJ's having a great season this year. He looks like he could have a lot of juice left. Yet surprising, KJ's been the guy through the years, regular guy, the last 3 years, who's looked like a guy that's been done and more done and even doner. And then this year he has this rejuvenated career year where he might be having his best season of his entire career. Meanwhile, a guy like Bobby, who's been so consistent through the years and played at such a high level and not even seen really any big dips, maybe last year a little tiny dip, but then this year we're seeing a pretty good dip, and it's weird to see them both go in this direction, especially with KJ being the older player. But KJ does seem to have, again, he stacked up another good game here today. There was one play where they had I think a run out on the outside, or maybe it was a screen play out to the outside, and that guy's got all this green grass, and KJ's locked up in a block, and if KJ gets blocked in that moment, it's going for probably 40, 50 yards down the field. He gets off the block, makes the tackle. He's done that throughout this year. KJ's just been absolutely great. Sensational this year at the linebacker position. His transition to the Sam, too, has been just a seamless transition. Punk5291. Maybe that's the problem. Russ is used to carrying this team. Now that he actually has help, his mental game is off. Could be. Let's go back, though, and track on this, folks. I mean, you go back the last couple of years, it wasn't letting Russ carry the team. Russ would be the only thing sometimes working right on the team, but they still never were really at that let him cook phase of like they were through the first 8-9 games of the season. Carroll was never doing that consistently over any stretch of Russell Wilson's career. A game or two here and there, he might have a lot of attempts, but he's always going to stay in that same realm of 27 to 35 attempts at the most. So I don't know if it's as much that. I can see where you're looking at it. I can see where you're going with that as a possibility, Punk. But that's where I come from, is that it's not necessarily been the case as much, where he's had defenses in 2018 that played all right. It's not like it's just been, years of nothing out there with him. Nathaniel says, I wish Russ would be like Manning during contract negotiations, take a 4-year, $100 million and tell the GM to get the best players he can get for the quarterback, to help the quarterback. I agree, Nathaniel. Do it with the caveat that it's got to be spent on offensive players. This money that I'm going to give back to you, you don't pay on the defensive side. I want playmakers. I want people that make me look good. Insist on that. I got no problem with that. And it helps him look that much better, which makes him get paid that much more, which gets him that much more endorsements, which raises his availability and his Q rating that I know is very important to him. So if it's worthwhile to you long-term as a thing rather than taking a little bit less money now, but it's more worthwhile for you along the road, why isn't that the smarter decision? Especially after you've already collected so much money in your career, especially after you have all of this endorsement money already rolling in. It is a little bit of a thing that gets stuck in my craw a little bit as it concerns Russell. Nathan Eddings. So is it the offensive play calling or Russell's play itself? I would say it's a little bit of both, but I think it's more of Wilson's problem. I don't like the play calling, Nathan. I think we run a 1986 Marty ball, offensive approach at times with a few bubble screens thrown in. It's not my favorite offense. With that said, I point these problems, Nathan, onto Russell Wilson's shoulder. If I'm divvying out who's at fault here, I'm going 80-20 Russell's direction, if not a little bit more than that. He was able, with the poor offensive play calling and the offensive weirdness early on in the season, he was able to flourish within that. I don't think that the offensive play calling has changed that diametrically off what it was early on in the year. And they're doing things to make adjustments on the offensive side of the ball that, he's doing well with, but he's not really able to integrate the rest of his game with it, specifically the deep ball. They've transitioned over the last couple of weeks to the short passing game, and it's been now that he's just ignoring anything deep. He's not really going for chunk plays down the field. He's not trying to throw those throws. And when he throws them, he wildly overthrows them or just throwing them away because he's scared of an interception occurring. I think he's just right now playing up in his head. Maybe the confidence is a little shaken. Maybe he's not playing at his full just Mr. Unlimited state. But I think it's him. Jeff Curry, Russ will fix next game. Think about this. DK has dropped 3 touchdown passes. Moore has dropped 2. Add those up. Russ should have 42 touchdowns to 13 picks on the year. And Jeff Curry, I would probably offer that if you go through every football team in the NFL this year and you look at their quarterback, they all probably have a collection of drop touchdowns in the end zone. So you can probably do that with every team. You can play the what-if game all the way around on that. And again, like one of those ones I know you're counting is from the Cardinal game, where Russell Wilson's standing 7 yards away from DK, and he throws what he termed a Randy Johnson fastball into DK's face mask. That's on Russell in that moment. That's not on DK. This is what I'm talking about. Sometimes people give Russ this pass on stuff that's like, look at the play really. Like really look at the what goes on this stuff as to who's really responsible here on that non-completion. If Russ just puts that ball in there appropriately and throws a catchable pass rather than the shotgun, that's going to be caught by DK there, Chef Curry. But I don't think you can play that what-if game there because everybody in the NFL from a quarterback standpoint can play it. Emmett says, could Russ be struggling because too many options? He's got Tyler, DK, Olsen, Disley, Carson. Is he better with less options, more simplistic attack? I don't think so, Emmett, because he's always been a guy that has been never a guy usually that leans on one receiver or one player. This is one of the problems, I think, with why DK is not getting targeted as much, is Russell really theoretically falls back into what he sees pre-snap on his reads as to which direction he's going to go on his reads. So that leads him to dispersing the ball to more targets rather than locking in on certain guys most of the time. So I don't think that would be the issue because of that. Ian Mills, is the Broncos going to cut Von Miller to clear up cap, and could he come to the Seahawks? As I understand it right now, Ian Mills, Von Miller is due to be a free agent at the end of the year. But if he's not, then they would cut him. Emmett says, Russ getting paralysis by overanalysis? Maybe. Nathan, I'm thinking when you talk about making big moves next year, you mean trade Russell for 2 first-round picks. Am I wrong? That's a potential move that could be made with it, Nathan. It's a potential move that could be made with it. It's more about going big in a direction of clearing out as much as you could. So another direction you could go at this, Nathan, is you move Tyler Lockett. You move Quandre Diggs and decide that you're going to try to put out Marquise Blair as a starting free safety next year. You sort of get your assets down this offseason as low as you can at that point. I might even look for something even beyond that as another move I could make, and I'm going off the top of my head. Russell's the first off of that, but part of it, Nathan, is that there's not a lot of major moves to make outside of doing a Russ move. Like this Lockett, this Quandre Diggs move, you could do those things, but where else do you have movement in the roster? You try to move on from Bobby, you got too much dead money. The dead money you're going to have to hold on the books versus releasing him, and the money you save off of his base salary isn't going to be enough to make that work for you. There's no savings in it. There's nothing in it for the Hawks. He signed his contract too recently. With Russ, you could offset some of it. The thing with the Russ trade is there's some dead money there too, but you're theoretically getting the franchise rookie quarterback on the rookie deal, so it's cheap and inexpensive in that respect. But yes, that would be a move I would lean towards if we see more of what we've seen so far play out, being that the offensive passing game has struggled mightily through half of a season. You're paying the quarterback where you're paying it, and the head coach really at the end of the day wants just a game manager to be running the quarterback role. If those things are the truth, if those things are the fact as we arrive at the end of the season, then yeah, I'm leaning more in that direction, Nathan. TJ says, I think Von Miller retires. He already has a ring. Very well could, TJ. It's a rough injury that he sustained. Clara says, I love Russell Wilson. He does have a no trade clause in the last contract he signed. Received has to learn not to fumble. Received have to learn not to fumble, catch ball. I think you're saying receivers learn how not to drop the ball. Yeah, I think Carlos Hyde, the one he threw there, that was certainly a bad drop. I don't know if there was bad drops in this game by DK, really. There was a few throws that were off by Russell on that. He does have a no-trade clause in his contract. The part of that I would point to, Clara, that I do point to with folks is that what if Russell comes into the front office and asks for a trade? Have any of you ever considered that that's maybe a possibility that's at play here? What if he decides, I don't want to just throw the ball 27 times a game? And I know, Coach Carroll, you're going to fall back into that. There were reports at the start of the season that he went to the front office and he said, you guys need to start letting me cook or you need to start letting me leave. Were these reports factual? Were they truth? We don't know. But if they were the truth and Seattle falls back into the we're going to run 50-50 to pass run rate, and Russell is not happy about that and then does ask for a trade to a bigger market, and he has played footsies with the thought of playing in a big market like New York, well, that no trade clause gets waived, doesn't it, Clara? And again, as I always like to say with this stuff, I don't necessarily want to see this happen. But if you fall out the rest of this year on the same track, the same trajectory that you're on pace for, I need to see something new at this point, or we're going to spend the next 2 to 3 years being one and done. And if you folks that want to, the thing I'm going to say is if you guys don't want to make that major move, if you don't want to do something big, you've got to kind of tell me in the chat, I'm okay with just being a little bit better than mediocre. I'm satisfied with that. That makes my football Sundays entertaining, and it makes me happy as a fan, and I'm okay with that. I truly want to see if that's what you guys think in the chat. Please post it for those folks who absolutely are opposed to any major move being made, that they just want to see some tiny adjustments made. Regular guy says, I think Russ is listening to the critics too much. I think he needs to stop listening and focus all his effort on reading defenses better and improving. We need more killer in this offense. I agree. Killer instinct is completely missing from this offense right now. It is. There's just not that. There's no identity right now, unfortunately, really to the team. There's certain things you do well at times, or things you don't do well. Then this comes up and you're this, then you're that. But a little more of the killer offense. Yeah, killer instinct, going for it. Attacking, coming downhill. TJ says, I don't want to trade Russ, but I would be open to it. Same thing. I don't want to trade him. But I'm also going to look at every option that is on the table this offseason for how we can improve this football team. And if there's better options that exist, I'll jump on those every single time over trading Russ. But I've got to see the better option, which nobody as of yet has proposed. Emmett Brown says, I can answer that. Involves eating Pete's contract and throwing a ton of cash to Lincoln Riley, air raid, and a 3-3-5 defense. That D's actually looking good at Oklahoma, too. I'd love it, man. I'd love to see, you know me, Emmett. I'd love to see me some Lincoln Riley here, man. No doubt about it. Regular guy, I trust John Schneider and his ability to eke around the cap space. I know this is probably our last real chance at getting a ring for a few seasons because we have to start paying our stars. You could still have a shot at a ring next year if you even did little just modifications, because you're going to sign Jamal Adams to a contract extension. You've got some pass rushers you're bringing back next year that are good. Your offensive line is still filled out. You still have DK on the rookie year next year. You potentially still could bring in, you've got Tyler Lockett under contract next year. You've got some parts and pieces for next year still being able to go for it next season, even if you just do some small little moves. But hard to see how you're a favorite when we've had the same dynamics at play and it's all played out the same way over the last 4 or 5 years in the way that we finished out the seasons. Nathaniel says, why can't we just have the offense and defense clicking at the same time? Dang it. Pete. I don't know, Nathaniel. I don't know, man. Cameron says we have to pay Adams and Metcalf $16 million plus. You'll be paying Adams $16 million a year. You'll be paying Metcalf in another year from now $25 million per year. That would be my guess. Marty M.F. Williams, I like our defense more now than week one. I do too, Marty. I do too. Vastly different. I was going to say, it's been completely odd to watch you have this defense league, worst defense in the league that's now vaulting itself into this sub-elite status almost in the last 5 weeks in how it's played. And then you have your offense who's gone from this elite sub-5 status into now falling off the shelf on the other end of things. I don't know what to make of it. Dark RH, bro, Donald's career is wasted. Had one good playoff run his entire career, and almost every other year he has trash surrounding him while the Rams continue to win 3 games in a season. I feel bad for Donald. We should just trade him to a contender so he doesn't have to play on this poverty franchise. Oh, man, Dark RH, I'm sorry, my guy. I'm sorry you're so down in the dumps. You guys, you still got a chance here, man. The season's not over with yet. It's tough. It's tough. They did those go-for moves, Dark RH, and even though they were able to do some really smart things around that with getting Brandon Cooks off the books, with getting the Gurley contract off the books, you still pay for it just a little bit. You know, you're paying $2 million to Clay Matthews this year for him to sit on the couch. You know, it's hard to fill out the rest of the roster around your prime targets when you're paying a quarterback in that $35 million, then you're paying your best defender, and then you're paying also your other second best defender in Jalen Ramsey. I mean, we're suffering from the same thing here, and we just got 2 of those guys we're paying, and we're having a hard time putting our roster together. You guys got 3 of those guys you're paying, and you're having a hard time putting the roster, you know, kind of together around them. It's the salary cap era makes it tough. And one could argue, Dark RH, that there's the lesson learned with your franchise as with ours, that when you go in, you pay these quarterbacks the money of the second most of what that player is behind him making, it makes it hard to fill out the rest of the roster. It really does. Regular guy, I hope DK retires as Seahawk too because he looks like he has the potential to be a Hall of Fame wideout and maybe better than the largest Seahawk wide receiver. How dare you besmirch? No, I'm just kidding. I agree. He's on a trajectory right now, regular guy, to with what he's done. It's only 2 years. It's a small sample size, but the guy's also still very young. And he can have that kind of career to where he could do even better than what Largent did. He's got that ability. He could be putting that production out there, especially if he gets a chance to play with Russell Wilson throughout the majority of his career. TJ Wilburn, sorry, TJ. I got to know not to pronounce your last name because I'm always going to pronounce it wrong. If Russ could take $20 million a year, would that be fine? Like, you don't need that much money. Your wife makes millions in money because you're the owner of the Sounders, and informants like, bro, take a pay cut. Yeah. To me, that's what it comes down to. You don't have to ask the guy to take $5 million a year. You can still go out there, Russell, and make $20 million a year. Just take $15 million less than what you're making. You know what $15 million would do to this roster? You know what the type of player you'd be able to bring in, a couple of players you'd be able to bring in, especially into this next offseason when there's going to be so many players available for pennies on the dollar. That being the case, having that extra money would be so vital. And again, I've said it makes so much sense to Russ, not just on what he could build for the team around him, but the PR that it would help him in. Oh, Russ takes less for the team. Just another sign of him being this amazing leader. Oh. Why not, man? I mean, you'd think you'd be savvy enough to read it. Nathaniel Parks, I don't know if after that INT, if it was Wilson or Shoddy. I think it was a first down pass that I didn't like in that place, Nathaniel. I usually do like first down passing, but when you're starting to try to drain the clock, just get a run going, get the clock going there. But I don't put that one on Shoddy. That's Russell probably need to just throw the ball away in that moment. Yeah, Chef Curry agrees, I think, there. X-Man fam, I see so many people comment with the way they won, but this game was not reassuring in the slightest, just frustrating. Mildly reassuring, X-Fam, but still highly frustrating. How about that? Can I split the difference with you on it? But I'm not. There's a lot of stuff coming away from it that I am frustrated with. Yeah. Nathan Eddings, Reed and Dunlap were great pickups this season. Has been a tale of 2 halves with defense and offense flipping. We need a complete game against the Rams. We do. We need all hands on deck this week. Nobody can take a nap this week. Nobody can kick away a half and say, oh, well, we'll show up for a half of this game. We need both of these offense and defenses to deal with this team that's going to be fighting for its life. You better come out hungry and you better come out fighting. Cameron Hughes says, fair to call Dunlap team MVP at this point. I was thinking about it when I was being asked on that. I was really considering him with it. I do just lean back in the direction, Cameron, though, that you have a franchise left tackle who's keeping your quarterback clean, and that's a nice thing to have. And then when you look at DK Metcalf, top 2, top 3 wide receiver in this league this year, in my opinion, in his level of play. So hard to overlook them, but he would be right there. Maxwell Stern says, how long is Dunlap's contract, and would you re-sign him? I would be open to re-signing him. I would need to understand a little bit of the contract details of how it broke down when we traded for him, Maxwell. Because we traded for him, we had him restructure his contract, which included the second year of the deal, and I wouldn't be surprised if we probably did some bonus money there. What this means is you probably lock in the contract as it is into next year as it is. You're not going to adjust it. outside of releasing him and then just clearing that cap space, which with the level of play and how he's going, you're not going to do that. So I would probably lean in the direction you're going to run with him with where he's at. And if I'm not mistaken, I think he's at $14 million is his cap space next year. Some 10 to $14 million, somewhere in that realm. Oh, Nathaniel's got it. It is $14 million. Yeah, I was off on it. I was on it. The old brain ain't so old yet. Keegan Riley, if possible, would you trade Russ for a first overall pick in this draft? Keegan, you're trying to get the chat hates me every time I say it. I'll do this, Keegan. I mean, I get the pitchforks and whatnot. If I have a chance to get Trevor Lawrence in this draft, and I can sit down and have a talk, Keegan, with Coach Carroll, and I can have him and put a lie detector test on him, and I can say, Coach Carroll, do you plan on continuing to be a run-heavy offense that is going to ask your quarterback to be a game manager so that you play to your defense and special teams? Is that how you're going to continue to coach this football team? Yes. Okay, if that's Coach Carroll's answer, if that's his reply, if that's the truth, then at that point, yeah, I've got to do it. I've got to do it. It doesn't make a lot of sense in this day and age with the data that we have to pay a quarterback top of the market, top 3 in the league. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Those quarterbacks don't even tend to make the playoffs, say nothing of the fact of even getting to the Super Bowl. So that being the case, if I am going to pay that quarterback that kind of money, if I'm going to take that kind of risk, then he's got to be worth the money. He's got to earn what I'm paying him. And being great for a half a season is not earning what I'm paying him at that point. He's got to elevate the people around him at that kind of money. Just like we see with a guy like Rodgers. I mean, Russ has gotten way more than Rodgers has gotten as far as targets and things to throw to and options out there. While the Packers were out there taking their first-round pick on Jordan Love and then their second-round pick on their third running back in the rotation, Seattle's actually adding guys, offensive stuff, offensive firepower. So yeah, I'd want more than that, Keegan. I think Russ is worth more than just that. But I would be, yeah. Especially if it continues like it's going to, I think it's going to continue, Keegan, and what we're going to see is this level of play. I have a feeling it's going to remain much more similar to what we've seen over recent weeks than it is to revert back to what we saw through the first 8 weeks of the season. Regular guy 17, I think Dunlap is finally getting a chance of winning. And seeing he's older, he takes a pay restructure and stays to help this pass rush. Possible regular guy. The only thing with that is he might look at it as he restructured and took the theoretical pay cut this year at the trade deadline to get to Seattle. So he might see it as that he already did that, so why does he have to do it again? But if they can get it done with him and talk him into it, I would be open to it. Even if it's to get him the same money for next year, get him the $14 million, but find a way to turn it into a 2-year, $14 million deal where you guarantee as a salary for the year essentially, but you're able to move the bonus money into 2 seasons at that point, at least put the rest of the bonus money into the next year's cap, the 2022 salary cap. That would be cool if they could get creative like that. Nathaniel Park's going to head out. By the way, you're about 30 to 45 minutes behind. I'm sorry. All right, let's get this. I'm going to get caught up here. Let's catch up. Here. I'm so sorry, folks. So I'm going to skip down here a little on the questions. If I missed a question here or something like that, let's just retouch on it. Because I hate being this far behind. 45 minutes is absurd. Corey Kidd, what do you think about the Miami Dolphins? Will they go to the Super Bowl? No, they won't go to the Super Bowl, Corey Kidd, but they've got a great coach. I'm not sure they got the quarterback. I don't know if that's the right one there for them, but I really like Brian Flores. Cameron says, I miss Marquise Blair, man. I just made another video on him, and his physicality is on another level. I agree, Cameron. Big loss this year when you lost him. It was really. And Ugo's played great slot. But, man, when you had the injuries to Jamal at strong safety, when Quandre Diggs got ejected in that Patriots game, what you would have been able to see with him out there and get a look would have been interesting. Mark Habercorn, my first time making a comment in your chat earlier, and like most, if not regular, you skip over, so I'm done. Signed, Navy veteran. Sorry if I skipped over your chat. I try to get to every comment in here, but I'm not always successful, and we've got a lot of people in the chat, so it does get sometimes a little difficult to touch on everybody's comment. But I did not mean to miss you, my guy. So let me see if I can find where I missed Mark's comment, because I do not want to miss it. I don't see where I missed your comment, Mark. But again, I'm sorry. I apologize, man. All right, so I'm gonna not try to bounce. I'm gonna try to touch on guys that are just talking here for the first time. If I miss a follow-up comment on one of you guys, sorry. Just want to make sure I am way behind the chat. So, Corey Kidd, how you doing? Matthew James, do you agree the play calling from the Seahawks the second half was too conservative? And I believe when they do at times, Russell is out of rhythm in the entire offense as well. Yes. Yes, I do. I think they got a little bit trying to hold on to the lead a little bit. Randall says, odd to me, the takeaway from this game is Russ is struggling so much. The complaint is we don't adapt the offense. That's what the consensus was after the New York Giant game. Again, Randall, it's a stretch of 5 games here. It's not just this game, Randall. It's a stretch of 5 games. And in this game, the guy threw for 125 yards on 27 attempts. If I look around the league and I put a variety of other quarterbacks in behind under center in this game, do they put up that same kind of game with this play calling and the short passing game? I don't know that they don't do better than that. I think that it's legitimate to point at Russell and say right now he's struggling and he's not playing very well. Charles Lohman. Okay, guys, I'm here. Good game, guys. What's up, Charles Lohman? Ben Puente Morales. If Saints lose, we are the number 2 seed. That is correct. I believe they did lose. So I think we are into that spot. I think so. Charles says, thought we were going to snag the win today almost, but doesn't count. Okay, pray the Giants lose, laughing out loud. So coming from a diehard Washington fan, good game. Hey, good game to you, Charles. You guys are a team on the rise. You and New York, I think over the next couple of years are going to be real players in that division. I think you got a good coach who can get it done for you there. I don't know if he's like one of the best in the league, but I think he's pretty solid. Team 12s, can you become a nod? Yes, you can become a mod, Team 12s, so I will try to get you out of here at some point. Mike T says, I miss Richard Sherman. I miss Richard Sherman too. Jose, Rams are going to kill us next week. They are going to want blood. I agree. You got the uncaged beast backed up against the wall. How are you going to respond, Seattle? What's your energy level going to be like? Seahawks, Brendan Nelson. What is up, Seahawks? No, Brendan. Brendan. How you doing, my guy? Seeing a lot of negativity around the offense today. I just kind of feel like the game plan was super tight and didn't allow for anything overpowering, and at least it was clean. Well, it wasn't completely clean, Brendan. You did have the interception by Russell. One could argue that if you're only going to allow him 27 attempts, he's got to keep it completely clean. Can't be any interceptions, can't be any fumbles because you don't have the room for error offensively to overcome those things. Now, the defense played really, really good. But the other thing with it, Brendan, and it's a part that I kind of lean into on this, is that this is a 5 stretch of 5 games in a row now that we've seen with Russell where he's played below league average quarterback. And that's being done with having the most firepower, the best offense that he's had really set up in his whole career. Yeah, he doesn't have Marshawn Lynch, but this offensive line, I think, is probably playing better than what it was playing at during the Marshawn Lynch era. And certainly the wide receiver core, as it stands right now, I think is better than it's been in a while. So it's hard not to feel like when you look at him throw for 125 yards, Brendan, when you look at the last 5 games and he's averaged only 225 yards passing, this league's set up right now to be able to throw the football. Guys that aren't good quarterbacks in this league put up 250 yards without even blinking. So I think it's concerning, and it's a stretch of 5 games, and it starts to become a little bit of a trend at that point, in my opinion. Hopefully they can turn it around, but it is a little bit of a trend. If we didn't know better, I think we lost this game and Russ had 5 picks. We didn't have the ball in the 4th quarter. I just don't understand. Again, I've gone through the stats on it pretty succinctly, Randall, and again, I think this is the part that gets really, I find sometimes I try to really parse my words and get very direct in what I'm saying, and I'm going to try to be direct in what I'm saying on this. Russell's play in this game is not just about this game. Go look at Russell Wilson's performance over the last 5 weeks of football. Russell Wilson's performance. You can excuse a game on this or you can excuse a game on that, but look through 5 games of the data. Look at it. Look at his passing. Look at his yards per attempt. Look at how many interceptions he's throwing versus touchdowns he's throwing. Look at his yards, everything down the line. He's not playing good. He's just, it's not to my eyes playing good. I like the short passing attempt in this game. I like him getting the easy completions in there. I've been calling for that. But it's not an all or another thing where it's, okay, I only get short completions, but no deep shots, no accuracy on anything going past 15, 20 yards down the football field. Well, why does it have to be one or the other? Why does that be all chunk plays and no short? It's unimaginative. And there were times today I was watching Russell where he would go to 1 read and then bail. I wasn't watching him go through 2 and 3 and 4 reads. I'd see him go 1 here and then he's trying to run. or one here and he's anticipating pressure that's not there. So there's some holes here to his game recently. And it's interesting to watch, frankly, folks kind of bending over backwards here to excuse poor quarterback play. I love Russell Wilson. He's fantastic. But call it what it is. He's not playing well. And certainly the Schottenheimer's not doing him a lot of favors. But the players around him are playing hard. Offensive line's playing hard. Cedric Kabuji's out there blocking his butt off as your third right tackle. Wheeler's blocking his butt off last week as your fourth right tackle. You know, they're doing their job. He's got to do his. $35 million a year he makes. He has to elevate the talent around him, not have the talent elevate him around it, not work the inverse. Are the Broncos going to cut Von Miller? Oh, yeah, Von Miller's a free agent, I believe. DJ Lego Star, shutout. Corey Kidd, are the Seahawks going to the Super Bowl? I don't think so, but maybe. Jose says that Giants game is killing us. It looms large, Jose, doesn't it? That was a game you had to win at home. You should have won. It's a lot like this Washington football team. It's a good, decent team, tough opponent. You should win that game. Fiji Mark, running game was great. What's up, Fiji Mark? He says, first place feels great. I hate how once we get a lead, we just drop everyone back and let them get 8 yards on every play. Yeah, because the 8 yards usually turns into 15 yards after the catch, Fiji. But it is frustrating to see. Professor Silver Shrew just came back and realized the Jets beat the Rams. What a gift from God. And it feels good. I'm glad. Rams are going to be feisty, though, because of this. Make no mistake about it. We're going to get their best effort next week. Charles, I'm not a sore loser. I think Haskins played a great second half. I just believe if Alex was in there on the last drive, I think the outcome might have been different per being a seasoned veteran. Well, I did say, Charles, I think you were in last week in the chat, and I said, man, I'm much more scared of this game if Alex Smith's in there versus Haskins for kind of this reason. Haskins was going to, at one point or another, throw you a couple interceptions and be a little wilder at the stick than the steady Eddie that is Alex Smith. So it was worked in our favor, the fact that we got to play Haskins in this game as opposed to Alex, I think. Sound innovations, design, and production. Y'all are tripping. Y'all are tripping. You've gotten too used to winning. We just clinched another playoff berth, and this isn't what's being talked about. Shaking my head. Yeah, it's always one of the key questions that comes down in my mind. Sound innovation to the normal Seahawks fan, and I've proposed it a couple times. I don't think it's any coincidence that I yet to get a response from anybody in the chat when I propose these questions. You know, are you happy just being a one and done team year in and year out for the next 4 years? Do you feel satisfied as a fan with that? Do you want to see the front office push for more than that, or are you okay with sitting there? I'm asking this as a true question to folks like yourself, Sound Innovations. I'm not speaking into space, but nobody has yet to answer the question. And I think it's a valid one, because if you're going to be in that mode, then we're operating on two different levels as a fan. I operate as a fan wanting to see my team win championships, not consistently win. Those are two things. There's two different things. So I'm more in favor of the thing, but hey, you know, some people like to surf, some people like to ski. CA Operative, I know the Saints lost, but did they run the ball a lot more, or were they pass heavy today? I didn't get a chance right yet. CA, I've been running the shows while it was on, so I didn't get a chance to see anything on the game, really. Cameron says, I used to not be scared every time Russ dropped back because you just knew he wouldn't make a dumb throw or force it, but now it's like I'm shivering every time he throws. A little bit more, that's for sure. Robert Pennington, 0 sacks, baby. That's right, that offensive line held strong. That's a tough test. Jonathan Smith, top 10 first-round pick. Montez Sweat, first-round pick. Number 1 overall pick in the draft, Chase Young on the outside. This is a ferocious pass rush. And your offensive line shut them down. Now, this was where Shoddy and Russ did well in embracing the short passing game, getting the ball out of his hand, 3-step drops, ball's out of his hand. It makes it really hard for those pass rushers to get the quarterback if you don't get them enough time to get their rush going. Great to see. GW Runge, imagine this defense with the first 4 games of the offense. Be unstoppable, wouldn't it? GW, be unstoppable. Corey Kidd, you like Madden 21? I'm not a big fan of 21. Madden just keeps getting progressively worse, Corey. I'm going to do an alternative offseason and a future offseason video, though, on Madden here soon for the channel. So I'll be doing a little of that. Professor Shrew, the biggest surprise of this game is that our offensive line held them to 0 sacks. I don't know if it's as much a surprise for me on this, Professor Silver Shrew, because our offensive line has been a top 10 pass-protecting offensive line throughout this whole season. Not just this game, throughout this whole season. And it's been one of the surprising stats of the year for me, because I never saw it coming. You know, I mean, you could make the argument coming in, Postic's going to be more of a run-blocking center. Damian Lewis is going to be more of a run-blocking guard. Art Shell is going to be more of a run-blocking right tackle. Mike Iupati is definitely a run-blocking left guard. And Dwayne Brown's a very complete left tackle. But 4 out of your 5 offensive linemen coming into the year are road graders, essentially. But yet you're a top 10 pass protecting team. That's a place where I will give props back to Schottenheimer and Russell Wilson and how they've managed that to keep that in line as much as the play is up front with that. Cameron says all of the wildcard teams right now are warm weather climate teams. Other than Green Bay, none of these teams scare me on the road from a weather standpoint. Me neither. I don't have any worries weather-wise except for just Green Bay. Maxwell says it's almost like Bobby's getting bored. Maybe a little bit. Daniel, Bobby is definitely not the best in the game anymore. He should be our first cap casualty, followed by Tyler Lockett, move Brooks to middle linebacker, resign Josh Gordon, or Antonio Brown for cheap. Unfortunately, Daniel, this is the tough part. I was looking at the contract of Bobby, and I just don't think you're able to save any money by cutting him. The bonus money would accelerate the second you do so. That would lead you to taking on a cap hit to cut him, where essentially you're just taking the loss for nothing at that point. You can cut him after next year. For next year's contract, then it starts to get a little bit into a point where you can save a little bit of money. But you're stuck for him for at least one more year. Agree with you on the Tyler Lockett stuff, though. And I like Josh Gordon and Antonio Brown. I'd love to get both of them for cheap. That'd be perfect. And you might very well, because there's not going to be a lot of money for a lot of teams out there to spend this offseason. Cameron Hughes, Bobby's the highest ranked Pro Football Focus middle linebacker by a lot. It is, Cameron. It's the weird part of this is that I think this is what some of us are seeing to our eye test versus what they're saying. And I think you can trust some of their stats on this. I don't think they're completely out of line to say he's playing that well compared to other middle linebackers. I think I could probably argue that there's probably not a lot of great middle linebacker player throughout the league right now. We don't have those vintage type names that you usually have a collection of at any one given time in the NFL. But with that said, it's also a testament to Bobby's greatness that he maybe can step back a bit and be a little bit less than what we normally expect to see from him, and yet he's still a stud. John Kylo, for a team that's 10-4, y'all complain a whole lot. Okay, I'll skip through some of these. Professor Silver Shrew, give a shout out to Jason Myers. He's still perfect. Absolutely give a shout out to him. I was talking about him a little bit earlier, Professor Silver Shrew. Guy's going to have a Pro Bowl year, best kicker in the league for us this year. And we got him on a couple years more on the contract. There's a lot of fans in this offseason that were looking to cut him, and I was saying, hey, hold on. Usually he's a year removed from being a Pro Bowl kicker in New York. Give him a little more time to come back around. But Jason's been great, and he's a part of a special teams unit that's one of the best in the league. Top 3. One of the best in the league for certain, if not the best in the league. And that is going to come in handy playoff time. Special teams do tend to factor in some way or another when it comes to the special teams. John Keller says, we played a really good defensive team today, top 5, so what do you expect? Can't put 30 on everybody. So, John, and it's again, I don't know why the comprehension on this one struggles so much for people. People struggle to comprehend this so much. It is not one game of play with Russell Wilson. Can we stop that in the chat, please? Can we stop that? It's not just this game that we've seen a lesser performance, league average quarterback play, below league average quarterback play. It's 5 games now. So I'm going to skip over comments now referencing one game of bad play by the quarterback because you're not obviously listening or you don't have a counter to what I'm saying. If you disagree, then counter on it. Don't just repeat something ad nauseum that's incorrect and not factual. It's not factual. He's played bad for 5 games. It is what it is. Can he turn it around? Yeah. Could he become an MVP-like player again suddenly? Yeah. Just as quickly as he's fallen off the porch, he could. But what I see currently right now, what is the reality that we are watching is a quarterback playing the position borderline league average to a little bit less than league average over the last 5 football games. And as you're coming to the stretch run of the season, as you need your quarterback to be playing at his best, it is disconcerting and it's worth talking about. It's not something you should just take the rug, lift up, and sweep it underneath. Talk about it. It doesn't hurt anything to mention it. Seahawks, would you bring back KJ Wright? I'd consider it at the right price, but I'm not paying him $7 million, which is, I think, what he costs this year. That's a little too much. We can't afford to be putting $25 million into our linebacking core. Can't do it. Anthony Garcia says, can he take a pay cut or restructure his contract? If so, would he? I don't think Bobby Wagner would, Anthony, because he's not going to make the same money over the course of his career that Russell will. He negotiated his own contract. I highly doubt that he'll take any restructuring on that. If you're meaning on Russ, yes, he absolutely could. Russ absolutely could. B. Russ, if Shoddy goes to the Texans head coaching, who do you want to see as our offensive coordinator? Can I think about that a little bit, B. Russ? I don't have a good answer for you at the moment. I'd want to think a little bit deeper because a guy like Bieniemy is going to get a head coaching role. A guy like Lincoln Riley is not going to come up and coordinate from being a head coach at Oklahoma. The guy that I've gone into my mind a little bit and thought about was Doug Peterson, because he's going to be let go by the Eagles, and I've wondered about him as a possibility. That's just off the top of my head, but I'll think about it. I'll look into it a little bit deeper. Washi says we need to make a change. We can't be a one and done. Fire all the coaches. This is where I would like to go first and foremost if I could. If I was controlling things, Washi, I would go that direction. Ownership's not going this direction. So you can say it, but ownership doesn't want to do it. And that's what we have to fall back in line on. Curly Hair Messiah, we're not winning the Super Bowl with this coaching staff. Not a lot of confidence in the coaching staff. I get it. The GOAT 209, how about them Jets? Christmas came early this year. Christmas came twice this year, GOAT. Washi says, please don't fire Mike Solari. No, we let Mike Solari leave once. He was once our offensive coordinator and our offensive line coach, and we let him go. I hope we never do it again. This guy's been, I think he's probably, next to Howard Mudd, maybe, our best offensive line coach in Seahawks history. Really like what this guy does with guys. He's just very good at teaching what Tom Cable struggled with, which was the technique of the position. Cameron says Clint Hurd is a good defensive line coach. I'd go with that. He's solid. Carlos Dunlap got that last sack by shoving off the blocker. What a great signing. He did. That's his move, Professor Silverstrew. He's got that. He'll lock it out and just walk a guy back, use his length and his size and strength to kind of just push those offensive linemen back and then disengage to get to the quarterback. Curly Hair Messiah, why trade the best player on the Seahawks for 2 unproven picks? Curly Hair Messiah, we're talking about the situation being last 5 years. We've been staying. I'm not going to go down this road again. Curly Hair, I just offer you just rewind the deal. Listen to what we've talked about on this. You can get more of the information on it with that. I've said it like 10 times as to what we're doing, but I get it. Dave Conklin, can't complain about the other. They were up against a combination of the 76 Steelers and the 85 Bears, according to the mainstream East Coast bias. Seriously, Dave, seriously. I mean, like, let's pop our brakes on them. You know, it's a good front four, but let's, come on. I know you're using sarcasm too, but yeah, you're right. The East Coast bias was definitely like, they're ferocious. You can't just stop them. Just what are they going to do? Anthony Garcia, when Russ throws more, he makes a lot more mistakes. Yeah, that may be the case, Anthony, but then it begs to offer and ask, why then are you paying him $35 million? Matthew James, Russell is holding on to the ball too long, which creates bad decision-making. He is not in rhythm at times because of play calling being predictable. Mentally tries to force the issue. Fair. Yeah, they've moved more into the short passing game over the last couple of weeks, and so it's been less of him holding the ball very long. They're just getting the ball out of his hands. But there are times throughout this year that he's held on the ball for a long time. Emmett says, now that the Jets might not have the number 1 pick, would you deal Russ to New York for the 2nd pick, quarterback Trey Lance, and more picks? I need to look at him as a player. I didn't like the BYU kid that much, Emmett, so I would not do it for him. I wouldn't do it for Fields either. I don't see enough in Fields to see the number 2 overall pick in him. I need to see Lance. I don't think I would be as willing to do it if you're not getting the number 1 overall pick, personally. Washi says the Chiefs are the perfect team. I don't see any big holes, and the Chiefs have holes, but they're really small holes. I don't want air raid. All right. Well, yeah, the Chiefs are the frontline team right now. There's no doubt about that. They're the ones that you got to put as the lead dog here, and they're going to be tough in the playoffs to beat. They still got to get through a pretty tough AFC, though, and some teams that are built like the Titans to potentially upset them. They just run the ball all day, keep the ball out of Patrick Mahomes' hand, and just eke out the clock and score just enough. They could beat him. Maxwell says, I think we need to make a big move. Making the playoffs wasn't that big of a deal when we do it every year and go one and done. I want a ring. Glad to hear it, Maxwell. Glad to hear you're on board USS Hawks Nest, because that's where we stand. We're leaving the Bay. We're leaving the Bay. CIA operative. Did the Saints go pass heavy today, or was it a mixed run and power? How about them Jets, says Ian Bonio. How about them Jets? Regular guy, I think it's as much of the offense falling off, but the opposing defensive coordinators watching tape and seeing what affects our offense and Russ. Like the Cards game, he got weird looks and he wasn't sure what to do. Yeah, it's part of why I put this on Russ. Is I mentioned a few weeks ago that when I was, this is something I mentioned about. Let's see if I still got it here. This was a list that I had put together. When we got out of the Giants game, this was a list of notes that I had put together on a gathering stretch of 3 games. There's been 2 more games added to this stretch of games. I haven't even added my additional notes as to how Russell was playing right now in addition. This was just the notes of my game notes as I'm watching the game, just writing down what I'm seeing, okay? And this is as it pertains to Russell Wilson over this 5-game stretch. He's playing spastically. He seems unprepared, unable to adjust, late through his reads, inaccurate, falls into pressure, seems uncertain and tentative, has no fire. Where's the fire? Struggles against stacked fronts. No plan of attack. Seems to just be kind of winging it on the fly as opposed to knowing where he's going with the football. Where are the throws with anticipation? I don't see Russell throwing where a guy might look covered and he's throwing them kind of open. Where are those throws? I don't see them. Looks defeated. These were game notes that I didn't write this week. I've had these game notes as I've been writing them along over the last few weeks. It's not one game. This is not a one-off. And I hope it changes. I hope to God Russell Wilson goes in a completely different direction, turns it on like maybe he's just playing it like he's doing the rope-a-dope, the ollie rope-a-dope in Africa. And he's just getting ready to lay that overhand right, come right up over the top come playoff time. I'd love to see it. And I'll be standing up here eating crow and saying I was wrong, and Russell turned it back around, and why'd I ever doubt him, and how could I ever think that? I promise you I will. I promise you I will, but it's not been that way so far, curly hair Messiah. 5 games, and you can blame it all you want on offensive and defensive coordinators. It's not an offensive coordinator that has Russell misread pre-snap a blitz and where it's coming from. A quarterback 10 years into his career should be able to know where a blitz is coming from. Drew Brees, Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, they tore apart blitzes 10 years into their career. Tore them apart. They didn't sit there and look confused like a rookie, but Russell looks confused like a rookie more often than not. That's not offensive coordinator at that point. That's on the quarterback. It's his job to be wise by 10 years. It's his job to have seen every blitz in the game and know just how to attack it. But he doesn't. There's deficiencies. There's inequities. The more you guys sit there and defend poor play and poor quarterback play at that, the harder I am going to push back up against this. I don't care how many times you slam the dislike button. The truth is the truth and the facts are the facts. And excusing poor behavior is not allowing it to ever get fixed. This is the thing with our front office. And they're picking at the end of the first round, for instance, and them learning this year, maybe we shouldn't value these back-end first-round picks in the 20s because we kind of suck at them. We kind of crap the bed every time we pick them. So let's trade them off for a known quantity, a known player. That's what you do. If something ain't working, then you change it. You don't keep doing the same thing year after year after year after year and expecting a new result when you're getting the same result year after year after year after year, which we are. We're getting the same result. Maybe a mildly decent result, but it's the same result nonetheless. D-Nuggets, is Trevor Lawrence really going to be that good in the NFL or just a burnout? You can never predict. Who knows with quarterbacks, D-Nugget? I mean, you don't know until they actually get on the football field and see what they are. A lot of people thought Justin Herbert wouldn't be anything near what he's become. He's got all the tools you could ask for. He's got the winning pedigree. He's played for the big program. He's played in big games. He played well in big games. I lean back and trust on that, and I think that he is one of those generational quarterbacks as far as I see it. Things can still flame out. Look, Andrew Luck was one of those generational quarterbacks. Injury caught up to him. Maybe he's made of glass when he gets on the next level. I know he's had an injury or two in college, and that could be a thing that comes into it. But yeah, I think he is that talented. Okay, so Space, and I know you're a little late to this conversation on this. We've been talking this pretty heartily through. I think what we're really talking about here is the fact that I can't just hit the rewind button. It's like, folks that come in late to the chat, you guys come in late, you do go like, what are you guys talking about? Like, what is this? Why would you do that? Like, hit the rewind button. We've talked 10 different times over about what we're actually saying, and you guys are kind of misinterpreting it. Spud Homer, do you think we keep Neal? I really like him and special teams with him. Thorpe and Griffin would be great as well when all of them are healthy. I'd like to with Neal. I think he's a true free agent, Spud Homer. And I think someone's going to probably give him maybe a little bit of money because he's played really well. He looks like a good special teams guy. So it's probably going to be pretty hard to keep him. But if you can, if it's possible, I'd love to. He's shown me a lot. He has. I don't know if he's a star in the making type player, but he's been solid. Cameron, in the running game, and Maxwell, I have a feeling Russ is going to ask for more money than Mahomes. We can't give him that much. I'd rather trade for Trevor. Sorry, but that's how I feel. Don't apologize for it, Maxwell. Don't apologize for it. You know, I get where you're coming from. Cameron, the running game and having a good quarterback to manage the game is why we're winning. Russ isn't throwing for 400 yards and 3 TDs to win us the game anymore. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And again, it's great. It's great for Russ to have the great opening part of the year that he did when he was doing what he was doing. But if we look through this again through the lens of the last couple of years, not just take the first 8 weeks of the season, ignore the back 5 games, 6 games of the season. Look through the last few years. What have we done? Go back to the Cowboy game. Back in, we're playing on the road. And 3.5 quarters, you're just running the ball, banging your head up against the run. Run. And you folks out there that love you, Russell Wilson, and can never, ever pick on Russell Wilson and never see him as ever doing harm or doing bad or ever paying poorly. I can see this now in you folks. They finally let him start to cook midway through, the 4th quarter? Halfway into the 3rd quarter or something. Then he starts going off and just throwing yards all over the place. They finally trusted him in that moment, but throughout the last few years, there's not been a lot of that same trust to throw at that high volume level, at that same high volume level we saw at the start of the year. So we know Carroll's going to fall back into his machinations of wanting to run the ball heavy, to let his quarterback be a game manager, not a game changer, not a game decider, a game manager. And if you have a game manager space that you're paying $35 million to and you're struggling to round out the rest of your roster, perhaps maybe you try to do something else other than that because maybe that's not working. And again, space, I'll just continue to say it, and I've said it over and over in this deal. You folks that are on we're 10-4, it's fine. We're going to make the playoffs, it's good. So you guys are satisfied then just every year making the playoffs the next 3, 4, 5 years and not getting to the Super Bowl. That you guys are completely good with that. Because understand, when you're saying this stuff, you're making that bet. So be ready to sleep in that space. I'm going to remember these comments when you come into my chat in a couple of years from now, and we're holding on to Russ, and we're 10-4 again at this time. I'm going to say space. I'm going to say space. Buddy, this still making you happy? This still making you satisfied? Now 7 years of us one and done in the playoffs? That got you over the moon? Space, I did watch the first 5 games. You know what happened in the first 5 games as well? You played against a lot of bad defenses. You played against a lot of poor competition. You played against a lot of lesser foe. The second you got into the meat of your schedule, Space, and you actually had to play some legitimate teams, your offense wasn't as good. So, yeah, once the competition gets tougher, your offense doesn't get as good. So maybe the offense wasn't as good as they showed in those flashes of that 6 games, and you lean more on the 3 years of data we have of what we've seen in this offense. That we fall back in that, we go, this is more of what they are rather than this small sample size. Cherry picking stats is a little bit of what we have going on here. You cherry pick the places you want to build your argument rather than look at a total of the picture. That's all I'm asking for. Just look at the whole picture rather than locking in on this. I have this love for Russell. He's like my second child or a brother. How could you dare? I know emotionally this hits you guys in your heart in a certain place. What I'm asking you to do is to look at the whole picture for a second. Just the whole landscape, look it up and down. Not just get locked in on this one thing. It's just one game. What about the first 6 games? Look at the whole picture. And if you look at the whole picture, I think you'll get a clear understanding of what we're trying to propose here, of what we're looking at. We're looking ahead, down the road. Not now in the now, but as this goes ahead. And many of us can see this season playing out similarly to how it has played in recent years. One, done. Win 1 game at home in the playoffs, go on the road, get the barn doors beat off of you. Man, Randall, another $20 donation. Buddy, you already put $120 in, man. Oh, I appreciate you so much, buddy. Thank you. Makes me feel better here. He says, I love the show even more when it pisses me off. Makes me consider something other than my initial reaction. Well, I hate to piss you off, Randall, but at least with me, I always try to keep it honest and keep it real with it. I'm not trying to obfuscate, can't say that word. But I don't try to hide what I'm trying to think or feel on this. And I try to have you guys, and you guys are as smart at this as anything. We just try to think this stuff through. We try to be as much here a think tank. That's like how I like to think of this channel. It's like a think tank. Options, possibilities, how things can play out, hot stove leak, that type of thing. We're looking at it all. It's fun for us. It's how we like to look and view at this stuff. And it seems to hit people emotionally in a certain way that they just want to reject and like vomit back out. But at the end of the day, it's just considerations of a possibility. A possibility, frankly, that I think a lot of Seahawks fans haven't given as much consideration for as being as real a possibility as it really probably is. And there's going to be a lot of people potentially blindsided when this comes along who could be looking at certain indicators and markers here that shows this being where this path is heading towards. I'm not saying it will, but there's markers that could be where it does lead towards. And again, just to reiterate, Randall, too, because I know you know this now, but I don't want to see him traded. I'd like to see a great coordinator in here. I'd like to see a new coach in here. I'd like to see a new offensive scheme in here, embracing Russell's skills and building an offense around him. That's what I'd like to see. But I'm a realist. I live in the reality of now and what I see around me, and that's not going to happen when you're giving a head coach a contract extension not 6 weeks ago. Russ, I'm in every chat this year, and I've had maybe 5% of my comments missed. No complaints here. You're the best. You're a beast talking all our questions for 4 or 5 hours weekly. It's going to get harder, too, because I know as we start to expand a little bit here, I'm going to miss some stuff. And I feel bad about it, but I'm going to try. I try my butt off to get to all your guys' comments and talk. It's just, you guys, we're getting big. We can't disagree to disagree, just base, and that's the one thing about this chat here is I don't expect everyone here to welcome all my views and say they have to agree with what I believe. All I ask for is that don't go to some crazy town point of being just completely astonished that this is even a possibility. It's not out of the realm. It's not beyond the pale. It's a possibility. And again, there's been indicator space of this in recent years, and we can dive into some of those indicators that have popped up as to this going in this direction. I hope it doesn't. But there will be some momentum for this if this thing continues on the current pace. And some of the momentum, by the way, could be driven from Russell himself. Some of it has been driven by his representatives in himself. Who leaked the Cleveland Brown trade story that came out this past year? Russell's camp. Who leaked the possibility of maybe Russell would like to play in New York and played footsies with New York when his last contract extension was up? Russell Wilson's camp. So there's been indicators of this in the past. And it's just a consideration, man. But I agree. I have no problem with you disagreeing with me, man. And I appreciate you being in the chat and providing your input. Regular guy says, my biggest fear is when we get to the playoffs, we are going to play a real quarterback, and this defense needs to play a good, or we will be a one and done. I think so. I have a little more trust, I think, in this defense right now. They're gaining more and more trust. I think Carlos Dunlap does really change things, regular guy. I mean, I think he really does. And I think they're getting just enough out of some of the extra role players in there, being Mayoa now having his snaps reduced from 90% on down to probably like 25%. So he's fresher when he's in there rushing. Same thing with Rasheem Green, who's giving you a little bit. LJ is giving you a little bit. You know, LJ with the sack today. Big ups to LJ with his 3rd sack of the year. So you're getting just enough out of the other guys. And then Snacks Harrison's giving you a nice rotation with the defensive tackles. So I think you've got enough there to keep offenses in line, but I'm not certain. I'm not certain that they can keep New Orleans under 30 points or a Packers underneath 30 points. I don't know. I think you might be in a shootout with those games or have to rely on being in a shootout to win them. Najee Eastwick. Next week, Hawks versus Rams is for division. Russ needs to show up. He does. He does. We need him next week. We need him to play his best game of the year next week. Absolutely. Seahawks reign. We struggled on offense. We did. Got a little conservative in the second half, controlling things, running the ball, and then they got really, really conservative. Tried to just hold on to the game, and it almost got away from them. Shane Hafner, the stagnant passing game isn't all on Russ today. Rookie Swain not having field awareness and keeping both feet in for the early touchdown was rough. Russ overthrew DK half the time today, and Hyde missed a 3rd down conversion, I think there you go. Missed a bullet from Russ to make a crucial 3rd down conversion. Yeah, but it's also, Shane, this is again comes back to Russell. What did we see a couple weeks ago on the Chris Carson interception that Russell threw? Again, this was a throw that people were really quick to tell me was completely on Chris Carson. He's got to make that catch. How can he drop that ball and then it flicks into the hands of the defender? My argument on that, and a little bit of my argument on this one would be, that situation, Russell went to him way too late. Carson was early opener. Russell tried to scramble around in the pocket, realizing he was about to get hit, just suddenly rifled the ball out at the last second. The defender who was covering Carson, who was away in coverage, now is driving on Carson, moving in on him, which Carson's aware of as he's coming in, and now you're making it a much tougher catch. I would argue the same thing here with Hyde. By the time he's getting that ball out to Hyde, he's got to throw it with such velocity to make sure that it's not going to get tipped up or done. Now Hyde should make that catch. I don't give him the same leeway that I give Carson from a week ago. But it's just on if Russell's doing this on the timing of the offense and hitting that dump off as normal quarterbacks do when they hit their back foot as they've gone through their reads, or if he just takes that play and just scrambles because he's got the open 5 yards for the first down there. It's wide open and sitting there as we've seen him do at times. Remember the one play in the game where he had the first down, his back maybe the Cowboys game, where it's wide open the first down and he tries to throw this wild throw into the back of the end zone. There was a great overhead shot showing all this space that he had in front of him to run it, and he just overlooked it to throw it. This is the Buffalo Bill game. But again, it's not all on Russ, Shane. It's that he shares a huge part of the burden on this. And again, it's coming from the fact that it's not just this game. It's the stacking of these last 5 games we've seen him in his play. Last 5 games has not been good Russ. It's not just this game. In this game, the things that were problematic in this game, the issues that we saw, the things I referenced on my list, are the same things that have been playing out the last 4 or 5 weeks. The trend has continued. Cameron says, I like to think Lockett could have gotten his feet in on that play. And yeah, you're right, Shane. I will say on the Swain catch, I think a guy like Josh Gordon makes that catch, who's going to probably take over for Swain there, or even as Tyler Lockett probably makes that catch. But it is, a guy in Swain, you've got a 7th rounder out there you're throwing to. I guess maybe the argument could be made, Shane, of why are you throwing to Swain on that ball? Why isn't it Lockett? Why isn't it DK there? If you're going to take a deep shot, why are we taking a deep shot to Swain, who might be your 4th best wide receiver at the deep ball, even behind a guy like David Moore? Space, Flash Gordon should be back. Should be a good game against the Rams. I think he's going to benefit. I think the offense is going to benefit from Gordon being back. I do. The GOAT 209 says Titans versus the Packers is a game to watch. Hell no, I'm not happy with it. I want some rings. Good. I'm glad there's more people like me. This is about rings, folks. It's not about being a consistent winner. Don't let Coach Carroll's brainwashing of you as a fan and talking about how nice it is that they're consistently winning. Don't let him do that to you. This game and what you're remembered for is rings. You know, it was a consistent winner in the late 80s, a dominant football team. Nobody in their conference could touch them. They got into the 90s, still maintained that same momentum. Absolutely just dominant. A team stacked with Hall of Famers. Oh, man, they were good. Is that team remembered today? No, because I just brought that to mind. If that team was so good, just that little scant description I gave you alone, you should be able to have a name right off the top of your head and know what I'm talking about. It's the Buffalo Bills. What, 4th straight? They went to an actual Super Bowl and didn't win them. No one's going to remember the Buffalo Bills in history. No one's ever going to give Thurman Thomas or Jim Kelly or Andre Reed the props, or even Bruce Smith, who may be one of the best, if not the best, pass rushers in NFL history, because they never got that ring, because they'll be known as those losers. Maybe not losers, but not winners. That's when it comes down to me at the end of the day. Get those rings. Get that championship. Do whatever it takes to get to that. If it takes sucking for a year to rebuild a team, to get yourself rolling for that season to go, then do it. If it takes kicking down the can for the now, to play for the here and now, then you do it. Because it's about rings. It's not about consistently winning. That does nothing for me. That does nothing for me. But if it does for you, more props to you. That's how you go about your fandom. And I'll never tell a fan how to be a fan of the team. I'll never do that. I'll disagree with you, but I'll never tell you how to be a fan. Unless I'm in Lumen Field and you're not opening your mouth and screaming when our defense is on the football field, in which case, then I will probably tell you you're not being a good fan. Seems like the chat's pretty much in agreement here as far as wanting to go for the rings. And I'm glad to see it. I'm glad to see it. But Perceptor Silver Shoe says, no, I want at least 2 more Super Bowls. They may be playing well, but a ring should definitely be the cherry on top. Yeah. And it's very well you look at that knowing that to get that, you're going to have to make some moves for the here and now versus risking some of that future goal, John Schneider's talked about his 2 and his 3 year plan that he has in place for roster building. Maybe you've got to put a little bit of that 2 and 3 years in peril in order to get yourself a little more right now. We have been one of the Super Bowl teams that has stayed relevant all these years, even if it is a one and done in playoff wins. Well, again, too, D-Nugget, I mean, staying relevant may be enough for you and may be enough for certain fans, but being relevant doesn't matter to me. I don't care about relevancy. Even when we were really good, nobody was really giving us that much credit until they absolutely had to when we were kind of nearing the end of the Legion of Boom era. We're always going to be undervalued or considered irrelevant, or Southern Alaska. That's the nature of where we live and where we are geographically speaking to the rest of the country, specifically the East Coast. But I want Super Bowls, man. I want Super Bowl wins. Seahawks Rain, laughing out loud. David Moore looks slow, or he's just running in slow motion. I agree. I think he's got something with his hip, Seahawks Rain. I think he's fighting through something. Cameron Hughes, 2K is coming out with a football game, so hopefully EA gets their stuff together. Hopefully. I think that the deal with the 2K, though, is that they don't get to do the simulation stuff, so they can't use real players, real names, and like 11-on-11 type stuff. Shane Hafner says, one door opens when another door closes. Penny is back, but we lost DJ Dallas. Yeah, it sucks for DJ. It does suck for him, but it's nice to get Penny back. Cameron, speaking of Mike Iapati, how much are we paying this dude? I see him committing holding penalties left and right, and that's just when he's playing. I feel like he leaves the game after every drive. He's definitely out there fighting through some stuff, Cameron. This is a guy with a lot of tread taken off his tires. I would say that if you look at his Pro Football Focus grades through this year, he's actually played really well for us when he's been in there. He's a road grader who's actually surprisingly decently adept, and maybe he's holding most of the time and getting away with it to make it happen, but he's decently adept at his pass protection, and he works really well with Dwayne Brown, especially on the stunt game. Those guys are able to, you cannot stunt those two and get around him. They pick everything up seamlessly. So it's a solid dude, and you're not paying him nothing, Cameron. When you have valuable assets like that you can get league average play, and you're paying him under $1 million a year, you can stack a roster of those guys up like that, and then you can go pay other guys out and afford to pay them at that point. So it's cheap guys like that on the roster playing league average play. You need those guys, man. You need them. Evergreen, DK going to end up like Julio, playing through a dozen nagging injuries. Could happen, Evergreen. It could happen. I mean, this is also what got with this also, of course, hit Megatron. I mean, Megatron was always fighting through those nagging injuries too. You're a big body. Guys are going low on you a lot of times. It does kind of somewhat tend to happen a little bit. So hopefully he doesn't get too beat up. That leg thing today looked horrible. So glad he was able to bounce back from it, but I hope not. Thanks for mentioning that, Emmett. Do please hit the like button if you are in here on the chat and new in. It does help me out tremendously. Might have a sponsor, you guys. I think I'm in negotiations right now with the potentially a new sponsor here for the channel. So I'm kind of stoked about that. More information on that to come. I'm getting some more coffee. I'm going to be right back in 2 seconds. Okay, where we at? Professor Silver Shrew, Wilson one time restructured his contract to get Dwayne Brown. Will he be more lenient this time around? Maybe not. As I understand, it wasn't really a restructuring because he was converting money into bonus money, Professor Shrew. So if he's getting every last dollar that he was going to get prior, but he's just converting it into bonus cash, that's not really restructuring like we're trying to mean it, which is that you take less money than the absolute last red nickel that you can possibly get. Rather than pushing for every last dollar, dial it back a little bit. Just take a little bit less, Take 65% of what you could get rather than all 100% of it. John Miller, I love Russ too, teammate of his dad. I totally agree with you on Russ's play of late. And John, he still has it in him to play fantastically. I don't think that this is the permanent Russell Wilson that we are going to see. He's just in a funk right now. He's just in a funk. How long it lasts, I don't know. But it is there. It exists. And I'm glad to hear even despite the fact you knew his dad, and I'm sure you got some biases in you from that, you can see that just trying to be honest and truthful about it. And it's again, a guy that can turn this around. We've seen him even this year play at a level unlike few quarterbacks in NFL history. And this is a first balloter. This is a Hall of Famer. This is a guy that, is going to get in that way. But it's just that, man, right now we need him playing better than he is. He's in his prime. He's got the best firepower he's had offensively speaking in his entire career. Everything is set up right now for him to kind of succeed and to not necessarily not be failing, but to be muddling through is just a little tough to watch at times, frankly. A Wheeler counter to the point of Russ not being MVP each game. You don't play each team the same way. The Skins and Rams both have very good pass rushes. How do you slow that down? Run the ball. Agreed, Wheeler. And that's why you got to go off of not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4. Last 5 games, he's been at this level of play. Russ, to my eyes, and if I look at statistically and the eye test and the Pro Football Focus grades, he is not playing at even league average level as far as his quarterback play, Wheeler. That's 5 games. It's not 1 game against the Giants team or 1 against the Washington team. And just in your counter, you mentioned the Skins and the Rams, but I know you inexplicably on your list left off the Giants on there. You left off the Cardinals on there, which are included in this 5 stretch of games that I've talked about. What about them? They don't have good pass rush. He still struggled against them. I've watched throughout the year when Russell struggles, there's so many people that find everything they can find as far as an excuse to excuse away his play. Oh, wait till he gets Chris Carson back, they told me. He's just struggling right now mid-game because he doesn't have mid-season because he doesn't have Chris Carson. Once he gets back Chris Carson, he is going to fly like an eagle or fly like a Seahawk. And what happened? Not much better once Carson came back, as though there was a bigger, larger problem at play. That it wasn't just a matter of a player not being, that there's something else here. I don't know exactly what it is because like I've told you guys, I don't understand it completely. I don't know how a quarterback in his prime with the most firepower he's had an entire career at the end of a season, in a season where he had shown MVP level traits, suddenly falls into this well. But we got to drop a bucket down there and get him out of there, and we got to do it stat. Cameron Choose, I would pay Eric Bieniemy anything he wants and more to come to Seattle. And when I say anything, I mean anything. Well, how about this, Cameron? We just say, Eric, you come here and then you get to take over from Carroll when he retires. And so it'll be like the old Jim Mora thing, where you got your next head coach in waiting. But yeah, I think Eric's going to finally get a head coaching opportunity this offseason, a well-deserved one. And I would see that some teams probably going to jump up on that and do that. Wheeler, that's a big reason why Russ had less impressive stats in those games. Giants was a fluke game altogether, and Russ had good stats and cards and Bills aside from the turnovers. Again, you're doing what people are doing in the excusing behavior, Wheeler, and I appreciate where you're coming from, and I don't expect you to have to agree with what I'm saying, but I just want to counter a couple things here. You go, Giants game was a fluke. Well, but wait, you call it a fluke, and it also happens to it goes against your data, because this isn't a team with a front four that can blitz heavy. This should be a defense that he can attack. This is defense he should have felt comfortable and able to go after, but he wasn't. And again, the same thing's true with the Cards game, where don't know if his stats were really great in the Cards game. They were okay, but he had large portions of that game he didn't play very good. And then again in the Bills game, he put up good stats aside from the turnovers. I'm not talking about Russell Wilson putting up good stats. I'm talking about his level of play. Stats bear into that, but it's the totality of level of play. I think he also had two interceptions and 2 fumbles in that game. And you can't just say turnovers aside at that point. That means he turned the ball over 4 times in that game, meaning he was a big reason why you lost that football game and why it's included in this stretch run of games I'm talking about. So there's really not a theme there of it being like what you're talking about it being, Wheeler, where you say, well, it's just that he's struggling against these good pass rushers, and that's why. You had 0 sacks you gave up today. I would probably say you maybe had 1 or 2 or 3 quarterback hits you even gave up, period. He should have felt comfortable in that pocket. He should have been going through his reads, and he should have been hitting some open guys. He wasn't doing it. Evergreen thinks QB coach, passing game coordinator Dave Cannells would probably get promoted. I think that's probably pretty smart, man. I think that's probably pretty smart. As far as Carroll would probably, and what we've seen Carroll lately, some of the nepotism at play. He likes to come from within. He doesn't like to go out. I've argued he should do more going out to get a little less comfortable with things outside of his box, reach outside of his comfort zone. But that's a good that's a good likelihood, Evergreen. And rest in peace, Howard Mudd. Agreed. Howard Mudd. What a colorful character and a great offensive line coach. Emmett Brown, I tried to pull Greg Roman out of Baltimore. Give him Russ and see what he could do. He's done great with limited Jackson. Me too, man. I mean, I love Greg Roman. And then you go back with Greg, they were the team that got what they got out of Colin Kaepernick. He got the best play of Colin Kaepernick of anybody else. Roman's a guy who, as much as any coordinator in the NFL, understands how to utilize mobile quarterbacks and build game plans around them. He's really, really smart and adept at that. And I would love to see that too, Emmett, but I just don't see Baltimore letting him go. I don't. Jeff Rhines loves that the Jets pulled out the win today. Yeah, the chat was celebrating, Jeff, when the word came down that they got the win on that one. Spicy Nuggets says, Pete Carroll's my daddy. Oh, man. Well, I hope it wasn't, hope he's been a good daddy. I am very behind, Curly. I'm always very behind, though. But we'll try to catch up here. Jerry O'Malley says, Russ is certainly in a bit of a slump, but I would just caution those in the trade Russ camp that the grass is not always green. The grass always appears to be greener on the other side. Jerry also says, do we want someone like Goff or Jimmy G playing quarterback for this team? What about a cheap rookie deal guy we can find outside the top 10 in the draft like Gardner Minshew, Kyle Allen, or even Drew Lock? So, Jerry, let's unpackage this just a tiny bit here, first off. And one thing I've asked, and it's again Jerry, it's something I've tried to ask the chat, and I haven't gotten a response back from that on those folks who are absolutely opposed under any way, shape, or form that there's no circumstances that can exist that they would ever trade Russ. And I accept from people in kind of your kind of level of camp. I'm like, okay, fine. So you guys are then okay with being the middling team we've been for the last 5 years. You're okay as we project forward to the next 3 to 4 years of being the team that's 10-6, 11-5, 12-4, one and done in the playoffs. Because that's what you're going to probably most likely continue to see. Outside of some crazy year, it's going to continue to hold true as it has held true, Jerry, over the last 5 years. You've got 5 years of this data of seeing it go the very same way year after year after year and ending out at the same result. And that's the part that I would ask you on that, is you say grass is not greener on the other side, but how green is this grass? Because right now this grass looks mildly green. I see brown patches around it. It's dying in one part over here. So from my standpoint, I look at that and I go, well, the grass isn't all that green right now as I stand on it. And it's not to say, to a point where maybe there's a better option or a better way of doing this. And the thing with it, Jerry, is it's not necessarily just about getting a quarterback who's going to be what Russell Wilson is, or getting a better quarterback than Russell, or getting the equivalent of Russell. You're not going to get that. I'll give you that. You're not going to get a quarterback as good as Russell Wilson if you make this trade. It's not happening. But the fly in the ointment on that, dude, is that you're asking your quarterback to be a game manager by the way your head coach manages a football game. And you can stomp up and down. You can see, well, Coach Carroll's stupid for that. He's an idiot for that. He shouldn't do that. You can say that. That's great. Guy just got a 5-year contract extension. Not going anywhere. His offensive design, his play calling, the way he goes about his business, not going anywhere. So you can say that. You can say, this is what I'd want. I'd want Carroll out. I want a new coordinator. I want it. But that ain't happening. So if that's not happening, how do you change that trajectory I just talked to you about, Jerry, of where you're headed? That middling status of where you're headed. If you don't do this trade, where is it? You're now sitting 14th as far as your cap positioning in the next offseason. Not a lot of cap on a $175 million cap. You have 3 draft picks. Go. One of you guys in the chat that's opposite this trade of Russell Wilson, give me some suggestions of how you're going to fix this team this offseason then. How do you fix to keep them out of this middling phase? Crazy Loner, who starts a quarterback going into the playoffs? Dunbar, Tree, or Reed? I go right at this point, DJ Reed and Shaquille Griffin as my outside corners. I just don't think Dunbar's knee is going to hold up. Clara says, Russ has a trade clause in his last contract signing. And yes, Clara, some of this trade would be mutually parties coming to the acceptance that they want to move on. Russell has had little slight indicators saying that he might be open to this possibility. So if we consider that, and him coming to the front office saying, I'm open to it, and the front office saying, we're open to it, it is a possibility, not a probability. Let me say that again. It's a possibility, not a probability. Okay? So it's possible, not probable. And I'm so trying my butt off, you folks, to get up into this upper level of things, and I'm just I'm not too bad right now, I guess. Not too bad. A regular guy, I'm not saying it's the offensive coordinator. I'm saying it feels like the opposing teams are adjusting to our pass, and Russ looks flustered. We aren't running as much as years past. Fix it now, Russ. I agree. Mindy, I see more girls here now. We love football too. Mindy, I love having women here in the chat. You guys round this chat out. We don't need just a bunch of dudes in here. You gotta get some balance in here, you know? Yeah, we got Clara. We got some girls comes in here, some ladies. John Miller, Russ shows the scary signs of a distracted husband. And Sierra would probably make the decision on any pay cut. Oh, facts, John. Just laying hot facts. Yeah. Hey, Sierra. Yeah. So this offseason, we're going to try to improve the team. That's good. You should have the team improve, Russell. Yeah. We're going to have the team. We're going to have the team improved. So what does that mean for you? Well, I'm going to take $15 million less so we get better players. And I'll be better protected. I'll have more firepower, and I'll be more awesome. You're doing what? Huh? What'd you say? I'm going to take $15 million less just this year to, but I'll make it up on, sponsors. No, you will not. No, you will not. It should get into that just deep. No, I agree. I don't think Sierra's letting him take the $15 million cut. God loves you. Rams suck. I don't know if they suck, but they have weeks they just don't show up. That's what I point to. There's certain teams in years you see that they look like world beaters, and they'll just have those weeks where they go, boy, what team just showed up on this? It looks nothing like the team the last 3 weeks. I think the Rams are kind of like that team. John Miller, is a guy like Trevor Lawrence really cut out to be the game manager Pete wants? Doesn't matter. He'll be on a rookie quarterback contract. He's not going to be in that. He's not going to be in that designer phase of his career where he's working on trying to become an icon. He's going to be in that you got to prove it phase. So he's not going to be really in any position to dictate much of anything to that. But yeah, he could run game manager role. I'm sure he could. He's running an offense that's pretty well balanced right now. I mean, they do a little bit more passing, obviously, in Clemens, but he's had the guy in ETN who's been a good runner for them. They've leaned on that running game at times, John. So I think he can handle it. Emmett says Sierra might be the Yoko Ono of Seattle. We won't win a ring since Ashton was Russ's wife. Could be. Professor Silver Shrew, the energy flowing out of you is insane when you analyze Wilson's play. If Wilson doesn't pick up the slack in the next game, I'm seriously doubting his future. The last 5 games already tells a lot. It's probably some of my own frustration, Silver Shrew, that I got to get into check a little bit on this and temper some of this. But it is. I know what I see and I know what I know. And when I don't like people I don't want to look up at the sky and I see the sky's blue and people are telling me it's pink. That's being, there's a little bit of dishonesty there, and I don't think people are being dishonest because they're being truculent or they're trying to just be oppositional to me. I think that they love Russell and they're coming from a beautiful place of loyalty and fanhood, and I don't knock any of that. I get all that, and I myself, in a lot of the ways I look at this team, will come from that in that same direction. But at the same point in time, be honest and be truthful. This team has a literal day on Monday morning tomorrow, which they will call Tell the Truth Monday. Do you think Russell Wilson looks at that film and in telling the truth says, yeah, I played a good game. That was good enough. I don't think he does. So if he doesn't say that, then you shouldn't say that. But I agree, man. If this continues through the next 2 games, if this continues into the playoffs, and we get a half a season of looking at this, and knowing that if you remove that opening 8-game stanza, take the opening games out, look at the last few years, 2018, 2019, the back half of this 2020, you see a very similar thing at play. Coach Carroll unwilling to adapt in his design to the modern NFL, not going to be real innovative, not going to run a modern-day NFL offense, not going to run the ball more than he's going to pass the ball, and not going to pass the ball more than he's going to run the ball. Okay, well, if those things are going to remain the truth and they're not going anywhere, then I got to adjust myself and how I look to how you could potentially fix this team, how you could adjust this team, how you could do something different at this point. And again, just to say it one more time, I don't want him gone. I want him here. I want Russell here forever. It's just that Coach Carroll ain't going nowhere. I just don't think the offense is going anywhere. Joshua Thomas, a lot of the INTs are on great plays, not bad throws. Okay, Joshua, was the throw in the Arizona Cardinal game where he floats it out at the goal line where you're supposed to be very protective of the ball to the interception to Budda Baker, was that a bad throw? Was the throw goal line in the Bills that he threw into the interception on the goal line there, was that a bad throw? Was the second throw he made in the Cardinal game to DK Metcalf, where he overthrew him by 10 yards and threw it into the other players just throwing it up. Was that a good throw? I don't know what one of these throws you're talking about where the defense just made an amazing play on the ball for him. The play today where he's rolling out and he makes that throw. That's really, he should be throwing it away, not trying to throw it over the top of a defender who's going to have his hands up in that moment. It's a really good chance the ball gets knocked down. It happened. It's not the biggest deal, but again, it's more of what the same is on the decision-making front. And John, I just tend to lean back on this, John, is that it's more of this 5-game stretch that we've seen. It's more of the same. And John, I think if I walked into this game and I told you before this game without you seeing the game sight unseen, John, if Russell Wilson throws for 125 yards in this game, is there any place or any way that you could see yourself standing there going, he played a good game? I think the only way you could do it is if they had blown the doors off him 44-0 after the second quarter and they were just running the ball all the time. I think you would sit back and go, yeah, probably not playing too well if he only throws for 125 yards. That's not a great all-time defense either. I don't think that Washington football team's a great all-time defense. Jerry O'Malley, he played well against the Niners, well against Arizona in the second game, and reasonably well against the Eagles and Jets. I've seen 5 bad games from Russ this year. Card, Bills. I don't think he played well in the Eagles game. He played fine in the Jets game. And in the second Arizona game, he played all right. Again, he played all right. I don't know that it's... If you look at the quarterbacks around the league and how they're playing, Jerry, and you look at just even a league average quarterback, they can put up these kind of stats. A league average quarterback can put up this kind of level of play. You can trot a Kirk Cousins out there and he'll give you what you're getting right now. He will. I don't think Kirk Cousins is any dimension better than Russell Wilson. There's no dimension that exists that you can't sniff his jockstrap. But Russell's playing at that level of play through these games. He's not playing good. He makes a throw here or there that might make you wow and go, wow, look at that throw. But how's the consistent throws throughout the course of the game? Is he overthrowing guys, underthrowing guys? Is he throwing with anticipation? The items I mentioned on my list, they still remain true. And none of you guys have countered any of those items I mentioned. I can mention 15 things right now in the detraction of Russell Wilson's play. And John, we were talking about this the other night. I can mention 15 things. And not one of you guys has been able to take any of these things apart. Now, one of you guys can point to. Spastic, unprepared, unable to adjust, late through his reads, inaccurate, falls into pressure, unsure and tentative. Where is the fire? There's no fire. He struggles against stacked fronts. He has no plan. Cannot throw with anticipation. Looks defeated. I've mentioned this list a couple times the last couple weeks. I've yet to see anybody in the chat take any of those things and say that's not a truth. Oh, that's not true. He looks actually confident. He looks actually certain with where he's going with the ball every time. I don't see that. He's been better the last couple of weeks with the certainty stuff because they've implemented the short routes and the short combinations of routes. So it's forcing him to get rid of the ball. But that's almost by the designed nature of the offense, not because he's choosing to do so. Kurt Thornton, nice to see Russell Wilson hater. John Robinson, you're talking about how we are going to beat the Rams when they lost to the Jets. I think that alone might be the team lost to a historically bad. I think that alone might be the team beat you, just lost to a historically bad team. You're talking about how are we going to beat the Rams when they lost to the Jets? I think that alone might have them beat you just to lost to I don't know what you mean on that, John. You'll have to retype that, buddy. I can't make that out. I'm sorry. Giovanni Bito, I agree that they need to move on from Carroll and all the coordinators so that they can help Russ really be the quarterback we know he is. That's the way I would do this. For you folks who think I'm on this board of wanting to see Russell traded, if I'm in control, if I'm the general manager, what I would be doing out there is I would be sending all the coaches and the coordinators out on a rail. And I would put a new staff in. I'd implement an offensive-minded mastermind to get the most out of Russell Wilson. That's how I'd do it. That's the best way to do it. And then Russell would be here for the next 15 years of his career, right? Then he's never going anywhere, and all of you guys can have your safe little Russell Wilson in your heart and held close, and it never goes away forever. But the problem is Coach Carroll signed the extension. He's not going anywhere. So the reality remains. He's not going anywhere. The offensive system's not going anywhere. The 50-50 run-pass ratio is not going anywhere. So if that's the case, how do we improve this team? And again, I say, I've asked this to these people in the chat that are anti the possibility of ever even thinking of trying Russell. I keep proposing to you guys, be it your Space and John. John, how do you fix this team then? You have 3 draft picks. You have the 14th amount most of cap space as we move into next offseason. You're very likely on a trajectory of being one and done this year, as you've been the last 5 years. How do you avoid over the next 2 to 3 years to be a one-and-done team? I'm still looking in the chat to give me an answer of those folks who aren't happy with what they're seeing. And I think there's an answer out there. I'm just waiting for it to come. Mark Hawk, Reed played the best game at corner the Seahawks player had played since Sherman left Seattle. It's maybe Mark. I'd have to think about it. Certainly outside corner Mark, right? Because I think Justin Coleman played some good games when he was here for a little bit of time. But yeah, he was outstanding from start to finish. Start to finish. Absolutely the best played game at cornerback this year by any of our corners for certain. And you might be right. There might be an argument to be made. He played the best since Sherman left. John Robinson, we had no right tackle today. And we gave up no sacks, John. So, again, there's a lot of quarterbacks that don't get to play with all the complement of their offensive line. He had a lot of other firepower out there. And the right tackle position has not been the problem. Last week, John, you had your right tackle was the highest graded offensive lineman on your team last week by Pro Football Focus. Wheeler was the highest graded offensive lineman last week. He was not problematic. He was not letting pass rush come over Russ all over the time. He's doing just fine. And I don't think Cedric Abuji was a huge issue for you today. I didn't see Montez Sweat beating him like a drum time and time again. Cameron Hughes, would Paul Allen have given Pete a 5-year extension? I don't think so. I think Paul Allen had a lot more of a willingness to hold Carroll and Schneider accountable. And frankly, I think that accountability has been missing in the front office lately. And it's a big problem for some of the mess that we have in some of the places that is a mess on this team. And I would welcome at this point that if Jody doesn't want to be that same kind of owner, that she would be open to the possibility of letting someone else do it who would be that way and who would force them to have another voice in there that says, hey, come on, guys. This is real sloppy here. Let's tighten this up. Mark Hawk, Reed does have swag, man. He's got that chippy Seahawks cornerback edgy approach to him, doesn't he? He's got that sort of just that. I agree. John Robinson, the way Reed came down from his deep third to pick off that crosser was next level. Shaquem and Trey can only pick off bad throws and tips. I've seen Trey jump a route. I've seen Shaquem, but you're right. They mostly just get it off tips and stuff. They're not good at it. But yeah, they had the first guy they ran through his zone, John, and they tried to flood his zone to run him out of it so they could get the underneath route to be open up. He went off of it. And it's a big key here, John, is that he's playing cover 3 on that. That's what his responsibility is, to play to the deep half. To break off the coverage and jump the route, he's got to forego the cover 3 and the potential ire of Coach Carroll if he happens to get beat there, if Haskins goes deep. But he knows what he sees, he trusts his film study, and jumps the route. Fantastic play, one of the best picks of this year, if not the best pick of this year, and absolutely speaks to his adeptness at playing zone in the scheme and being able to read route combinations, understand how offenses are attacking you, things that have been missing from the cornerback position for us for a little while now. Emmett says, I know Russ is a big New York fan, but I think he'd also be open to a big medium market city trade, possibly big city, LA, Chicago, Dallas, Vegas, Chicago, Atlanta. Yeah, I think you probably want to go to LA or New York. Maybe you'd be doing a Dallas thing. I don't know if you'd do a Dallas. Cameron says, it's like people hear you say a Russ trade could be a possibility and just stop listening and don't listen to the whole conversation and say you're a Russ hater. It's the part that's a little frustrating with this, Cameron, from my standpoint of it, because I keep trying to have to add on that I don't want to see him traded. It's not what I want, but I'm just trying to. Part of what I do on this channel, part of me seeing the Jadeveon Clowney trade coming down a month before it happened, part of me telling you guys Ethan Posick was going to be the day one starter, on the day BJ Finney signed in free agency. Part of what I do with this channel is to project stuff and say, hey guys, I think this is going to happen. Watch me be proven true on this. My wisdom on this earth and the time on this earth and watching football has led me to believe this thing is going to maybe happen here. You guys might want to watch for this. And I get proven right a lot on that. That's why I created this channel in the first place, is I've been doing this for years and I thought, man, I wish people would be able to see this and have it on record so I'd have some record of it to show people, oh, look, right here, right here, right here, right here. I had us at the start of the season as 12-4. We're due to land on, looks like, 12-4. I think I was right last year on the record as well. I think I was right on the button. And you can go look because these videos are all in the vault. So I don't tend to be too wrong on this stuff. So if I'm telling you guys that there's a possibility of this, it ain't because it's what I want to happen or I'm trying to will to make happen into reality. It's because there's been some indicators of this. There's a momentum going in this direction, and there will be some momentum that continue to increase in this direction if the events continue to play out in the way that they've played out so far this year. It's just looking at the full picture. That's all I'm asking you to do. I love Russell. Just look at the full picture on things. I appreciate you understanding that, Cameron. I'm just trying to get in the nuance. I don't want to see Russell traded. Mark Flowers doesn't take advantage of his length, unfortunately. When he finally got his confidence back, he got hurt. Contract year for Flowers next year. Hopefully he plays with the urgency and fire. Great comment, Mark. Fantastic comment on your part there. He does need to take advantage of his length better. He's a bigger guy and he needs to maul people better, especially in press coverage. And I agree, he was just kind of getting back with that confidence and then bam, gets hurt. But I do think you got him on a cheap rookie deal for one more year at least, which will be valuable, especially if you lose Dunbar and Shaquille Griffin at the end of the year to free agency. Splash and Skills. I'm not trading Russ for less than 5 first-round picks. Maybe you could get it. I don't know. John Robinson. Russell had an efficient, played within the scheme. Great game as far as I'm concerned. We need to get out of our mind these crazy statistical games. We care about winning and staying within the game plan. I do. I don't expect him, as you know I've said with this, John, it's not about me wanting him to cook at 40, 45 attempts a game. I think I've been pretty consistent in saying all I wanted to see them do was flip the run rate from 53, 47, run to pass to run. Pass the ball 53, run the ball 47. That takes you from 27 attempts to about 33, 34 attempts a game. And in this game, you had about 27 attempts. You ran it 50-50. So they're not really back into that range where I think you could have the most explosiveness from your offense and be the most efficient where your offense could be. But it's not for me about being statistical. It's about getting the most out of the guy you're paying $35 million a year to, John. Because if you're paying $35 million a year to a game manager, you're not smartly constructing your roster and you're not smartly constructing your team. You're wasting resources at that point. If you're going to pay a guy this amount of money, make him the linchpin of your offense. Utilize him. That does not mean, once again, 40, 45 times a game, but it does mean that you utilize him more than you run the ball. And if you're going to run the ball and you're going to try to protect your quarterback and try to throw the least, the bare minimum amount, as little as you can possibly throw it. If you could throw it 15 times a game, you'd do that. Fine, great, fine. Then don't pay a quarterback $35 million to do that. That's my only contention on it, man. It's my only contention. Paying $35 million severely restricts how you can roster build through the rest of your roster. It really hinders you. And if it's going to hinder you in that way, then the upside on the other thing of it needs to be at like Pro Bowl level. Not MVP level, at Pro Bowl level. It has to be at that level at that point because you're not going to have the other options around you to fill out the rest of the roster to make it work at that point. This is my opinion on this, John. We might disagree on it, but that's where I stand. Jared Godfrey, in order to get rings, you need to be a consistent first. No, you don't. No, you don't. The New York Giants won 2 rings just in the last 10 years, Jared. They weren't consistently winning during that time. They had these outlier years where they got suddenly hot and good at the moment. I think one year they were 9-7 and they won a Super Bowl. In 2005, the Steelers won a Super Bowl as on the road as a wild card team. The Philadelphia Eagles a couple of years ago, they were really bad and then just suddenly got good and won the Super Bowl against the Patriots. So no, you don't have to be consistently good to get back there. In fact, it's the opposite in football. Football has the highest fluctuations year to year. You can be a bottom feeder one year, bottom of your division, one of the worst football teams in the league, and then suddenly the next year you can be like the San Francisco 49ers and get to the Super Bowl and be 10 points ahead in the fourth quarter, almost on your way to winning it. So no, you do not have to be a consistent winner in order to get to the Super Bowl. There is not proof of that necessarily. Daniel W., should Jets fans be pissed they missed out on Trevor Lawrence? Why would they win honesty when you have a franchise quarterback for the next 15 to 20 years? I'd be pissed. I'd be mad. Daniel, I'd be mad. To win this game means nothing. To go for it means nothing. You've gone through the schedule already. It's already this close to you getting that first pick and this guy and this point. You've been a franchise as the New York Jets who've struggled to find a quarterback for years there. For years. You know, Chad Pennington's and Mark Sanchez's. Geno Smith, and now you got the chance and you're going to kick it. And I don't know about the other quarterbacks as far as I feel like their drop off talent level wise off of Lawrence is pretty far this year. They may be first round talent still nonetheless, but bulletproof first round picks, I don't know about that. XX Games 34, how you doing, X Games? Y2KHA, do you have an eye on the Giants game? I don't. You guys have my full attention. Standard champion, Seahawks looking like the latter McCarthy-era Packers. Hall of Fame quarterback being wasted on a tired philosophy that is unlikely to win championships. Completely solid statement, standard champion. I can't argue with any of it. Completely spot on. Y2KHA, I want Nick Chubbs. I can't go out like this. I like me some Nick Chubbs too. Cameron, oh, I meant to point this out. When I was collecting film for my Marquise Blair video yesterday, I noticed when we were on defense, the fans above the scoreboard weren't on their feet getting involved. That's what I've talked about, Cameron, isn't it? I've been in the stadium a couple times, and some of the fans, when we've had them in there in recent years, have been really quiet. It'd be nice if we could get a reinvigoration once the stadium opens up of fans understanding when they go back in there that they do have a role. There's a reason that there's the 12th man and it exists in this fashion, because we have an effect on the football field in the game when we're in the stadium. I hope we can recapture that, because I think it explains a little bit why, Cameron, over recent years leading up to this year, we weren't as dominant at home as we had been prior. Sam Dog the Infamous must win next week, especially after the early Christmas gift we got from the Jets today. Huge, huh, Sam? You win next week, you've got a de facto bye against the 49ers then. Game doesn't mean anything to you. And it's really nice to get a bye and then know the first game of the playoffs, you're going to have a home playoff game. That's huge. That's huge. Hawks fans have gone from crazed and loud fans to spectators. Yeah, it gets quiet in there at times now. Professor Silver Shrew says, what's your favorite Seahawks player of all time? And what's your favorite player on this current roster? My favorite player of all time is Steve Largent. I kind of grew up on that one, Professor Silver Shrew. And it's going to shock people to hear this with all this Russell Wilson talk, but Russell Wilson is currently my favorite player on the roster right now. DK is coming up with a bullet, I'll say that. DK is coming up with a bullet. But right now, Russell Wilson is my favorite player. I think he's in a funk, and I think he can play better than he's played right now. But he is my favorite. Shane Afner, looking back at the trade deal Schneider did in 2013 for Percy Harvin, will really put a sour taste in your mouth, along with the 2015 trade to the Washington Redskins. Seattle traded 4 picks for Lockett. We could have had DeAndre Hopkins with the 25th overall. Shane, they do tend to get a little cute in drafts. You know, I mean, we've seen them do this with the Malika McDowell pick. When you had Budda Baker in your back door, you had a relationship with Peterson, you knew what kind of player he was. That should have opened every door to you making that selection with a guy like Budda Baker at that time. The drafts have been a problem in recent years. The drafts have not been as good. There's been a lot of issues in the draft as far as they've gone at it. I don't hate as much the Percy Harvin trade, because I always like when a front office is being aggressive. When they're pushing forward and they're not being so safe and unsecure about things, I tend to like that. And it was a big haul you gave up. It was. But you could also make the argument that Harvin was one of the reasons you got that Super Bowl win. You know, I did that video recently, Shane, of the Great Seahawk Moment video, and his effect that season in the couple games he played and then in the Super Bowl. You know, you probably get to the Super Bowl and you probably win it if you don't have Percy Harvin. But it's not necessarily a guarantee. And if we had to trade those picks to get the one Super Bowl win and bringing Percy in, then I'm okay with doing it. John Robinson's girlfriend's in here. Hello, John Robinson's girlfriend. Thanks for listening. Space says smoke one. I'll smoke one after the live stream. Shane Hopkins came. Hopkins came out of that draft before. Locking. Oh, okay. Pete Cameron, I personally like the Percy trade. Huh? Cameron, we're in agreement all the way around today, huh? We are. Master Chief, we are Jets fans now. If we beat the Rams, we win the division. I know. There's a little bit of me that's a Jet tonight. I never thought I'd say that. A little bit of my soul that's a Jet tonight. Regular guy, this defense will have to play great in the playoffs versus really good quarterbacks, especially if the offense keeps sputtering. We're going to need them to play. It's true. We're going to need them to potentially play really elite if we just really only can lean on a run game and there's not a lot happening from the passing attack. And it'll be interesting to see how those matchups play out. It is. I think that the Packers are a tough matchup, and I think the Saints will be a tough matchup, even if Breeze is in there with his little broken ribs. Cameron says, if we had Darvin in 2014, I think we win the Super Bowl. Brian Walters as a kick returner was not going to cut it. You potentially could. You potentially could have in that game. And remember in the Super Bowl, you know, you had the big receiver you were going to, but Doug got kind of shut down by Darrelle Revis. If you're able to utilize Percy on certain underneath stuff like the slot stuff in that game, maybe you can be a little bit more dynamic offensively. It was really odd when they cut him midseason that year, but there have been certainly some locker room stuff with him. Space, you can swear in whenever you want, man. Fiji Mark, maybe a small problem with Russ is an incentive in his contract for completion percentage. I feel like he's forced too many passes instead of throwing it away. Also, that might be he won't throw it deep. He won't throw it deep. Could be. I don't think he's thinking at this point about contract incentives when he's playing out there. I'd like to think he's not Fiji. I'd be surprised to hear if that was the case. CIA, you're asking Space, sorry, CIA. Cameron Hughes, I don't think we gave up any quarterback hits. I don't think we did either. I don't remember seeing any. New Orleans was out for blood versus KC tonight. They punished that offense, laughing out loud. New Orleans is a good team, man. They play solid. They play really solid. They're just a good, solid team, man. They play with a lot of fire, too. And Space, you could be right. Chiefs are definitely the front runner right now as far as repeating. I just lean back on how hard it is to repeat, and there's always something weird that comes up, like we saw with our Seahawks team, where injuries suddenly popped up out of nowhere, where you're relatively healthy throughout the year, and then the playoffs, you've got Thomas has the busted shoulder, and then Richard Sherman's got the ligament tear in his arm, and then the day before the game on Friday, you get the MCL tear in Cam Chancellor, and then the game itself, you lose Jeremy Lane after he gets an interception on Tom Brady on the first opening drive. You never know when something's going to break quite that way. It's just the nature of the beast. Professor Silver Shrew, we could get Trace McSorley for a 7th rounder because why not? We need the draft capital. Can't give up that draft capital though, man. Not accurate to say because we've been one and done recently. We'll continue to be moving forward. It's not a yes or no situation. Injury variables, playoffs are attorney. Get in, anything can happen. The get in, anything can happen is fair, Randall. But again, if it's you get in, anything can happen, you get to 5, 6, 7 years of getting in and one and done. If we now get into our 6th year of essentially one and done or not even getting in status, that's a trend at that point, Randall. It's not just you get a chance. If I over and play out, that becomes a trend. It doesn't become happenstance. And built within that trend seems to be that you are a better than average football team, but you're not one of the great teams. And that's why you keep losing after the first round. Because once you actually go against legitimately talented football teams at that time of year, you don't have the bullets in your gun to pull it off. And I think that's what it's more indicative of. Shane says, I heard through another 12 that when he was buying a puppy from a breeder that Carson was there to also buy a $3,500 Mastiff puppy. Allegedly, Carson told the fan and his son that he's extremely homesick and wants to play for Atlanta next season to be close to his fam. Could be. Could be, but he goes in that direction, Shane. I don't think Seattle's going to probably sign him to an extension. So, I mean, it's probably, will be a bit of both on that with where it goes. But Atlanta's probably going to get out from under Todd Gurley's contract. They'll be looking for a running back. When you look around the league right now, not a lot of running backs on the open market here in free agency. A lot of them got signed up that we thought we're actually going to get to free agency, like your Henrys, like your Kimuras. Kirkland Gavin says, stop trying to get rid of Russell Wilson. Get out of here. Go Hawks. Not trying to get rid of him, Kirkland. Not at all. So it's. I think you might have misheard in what I was saying and how I was saying it. D-Nugget, I'm okay going to the playoffs every year. Shows we're good and stay relevant, but that makes you more hungry and wanting more, like you said. But it won't change unless coaching and front office change. And I'm glad you're the first person, D-Nugget, that's come on that I've asked to say that you're okay with that. And the camp that says they want to keep Wilson under every cost. There's no circumstances they would ever consider parting with Wilson. I'm glad you're one of the first people to say, okay, I would be happy with it. Fair enough. And again, I won't argue a fan that is happy and perfectly content with just being a consistent winner. I just argue, D-Nugget, if you feel that way and I leave you that for you to feel that way, and I respect your feelings on that, respect my right to have the feeling that I want to be going for Super Bowls, that's what I value. That's what I think we're playing this game for. Because you don't raise the relevant trophy at the end of the year, right? You're not raising the relevant trophy. You're raising the Lombardi trophy. That's what you're raising, the championship trophy. But I get it. Space, Chiefs have a well-rounded team. They do. Not a lot of weak spots on that team. Kirkland Gavin says the game today was to run the football. Wilson played good today. I keep hearing people tell me Russell Wilson played good today. So, Gavin, let me understand something here. And man, folks are getting caught up on this Wilson thing, like with just every comments here on Wilson, I guess. So we'll just stay on this here, I guess. He was 18 of 27 for 121 yards, and he averaged 4.5 yards per carry, per attempt. What, Kirkland Gavin, can you tell me what part of that statistically is a good game He had one touchdown, but then had another interception as well, which the interception was on him. It was his responsibility. In 27 attempts, you had an interception. So it's not even like the high volume stuff of earlier in the year where he's throwing high volume and then he has interceptions with the high volume. It's low volume and you throw an interception. And you only throw for 120 yards. And the offense isn't able to move for large swaths of the game. Again, I think that there's a quotient of fans out there, I might argue, that would sit here and never put any responsibility on Russ. It can never be Russ's fault. It can never be him that's any problem. He can never be any of the issue. I've seen this now over the recent weeks, and I don't understand it. I know all of us have sentimentality towards players, and we love our players and everything else. But when you're telling me a quarterback throws for 120 yards, one touchdown, one interception, you say he played a good game, Gavin, it's not a good game, man. There's not a game in NFL history, a quarterback thrown for 125 yards, somebody said that's a good NFL game he played. No. In the 80s when they didn't throw for 300 yards every game that was, much less now when you have high volume passing attacks all the time. Oh my goodness. Thomas Battles, who is your favorite on the Seahawks? Right now, Russell Wilson is my favorite player on the Seahawks, which might surprise those who keep thinking I'm trying to trade him. Randall says, just not subscribing to trading Russ. I'll take my chances with known quantity over unproven rookie. The commodity is the winningest commodity ever. Solid point. I understand where you're coming from. Kirkland Gavin says the Seahawks have always been a run-first team. They have, Kirkland Gavin, but one could make the argument that if you're going to pay a quarterback this amount of money, you need him to give you a little bit more than just being a run-heavy team that tries to minimize throwing the football. T-Nugget says we need the ladies to keep the sausage fest to a league minimum. Underrated comment. Anthony Garcia says Russ got to be the man of the house, not Sierra. Agree. Thomas Battles, can you say happy birthday? Happy birthday, Thomas. Happy birthday. And welcome in the chat. Space says it's nice to see the progress of our defense. It is. And it's been a progress, hasn't it, Space? It's been this incremental building on performances. That second half performance against the 49ers where you really shut them down and then just kind of moving forward off of that one. They've really done a nice job with it. And so it's been good to see. It's been a little bit against the lesser competition, right? Colt McCoys, Dwayne Haskins. You're not exactly getting the murderer's rows for quarterbacks through this stretch of games. But it's a vast improvement off of what we saw to open up the season. Night and day difference of what we saw to open the season. And they deserve the credit. And it's come along with guys coming back in the lineup that are good players. So it's not, to me, just smoke and mirrors, because I think Jamal Adams makes this defense better. Snacks Harrison makes this defense better. Carlos Dunlap makes this defense better. And the totality of their contribution has elevated this defense, no doubt about it. Professor Silver, sure, I hope Wilson and Pete Carroll's watching the live stream. I'd love it if they were, but they probably have more important things to do than listen to me blather on. John Robinson says he is making overthrows, though, oddly quite often. Yeah, John. The accuracy on some of these throws isn't there. There's one on the DK where DK is running basically a post route up the field, and Russell throws it, 2 feet outside of his range. I mean, DK's got a phenomenal catch radius. To overthrow him, you got to really overthrow him. And there's a few in this game I've seen Russell do that. I've seen him do it recently, where it's like that throw's got to be on spot. And maybe it was, I know Chase Young was blitzing, or not blitzing, but he was in his face a little bit on that play. But we've seen a few of those throws pop up. Jackson Albertson, let's go all the way, Hawks. What's up, Jackson? So a reality, Seahawks. What's up? Loving the new people in chat here. Kirkland says the LOB is historically one of the best defenses in the NFL. 100%. 100%. Cameron, that's a lot of one and done, isn't it? One and done in 12, one and done in 15, one and done in 16, one and done in 18, one and done in 19. Didn't make the playoffs in 2017. Emmett says John Schneider was rumored to really like Mahomes, Mayfield, and Josh Allen. Could John be sneaky good at drafting quarterbacks? I would like to think so, Emmett, but then they also really liked Andy Dalton, too. They also paid money to Matt Flynn. So there is a little bit of, there maybe is some of that, but I guess I need to know who made those calls on those two guys. Was it Schneider that liked Dalton, or was it Carroll? And was it Carroll that liked Matt Flynn, or was it Schneider? E-Dub, dude, I love your channel. You spit facts. Are my fellow Seahawks fan friends. Hate the way I spit facts. Just like you, but on a more knowledgeable level, of course. So thank you. I appreciate that, E-Dub. I know that the subject matter for some folks isn't always the funnest on this particular show. We got to take this ride where it takes us on any given week, don't we? And I just always try, above all else, what I want to try to do with this channel, E-Dub, is be truthful and honest and not just wave pom-poms. I think that there's about a dozen Seahawks channels you can go to and check out that all they do is sit there and they'll wave the pom-poms. We'll never deride, we'll never talk down, talk about all the great possibilities of what the team could be. I prefer to live in the reality of it because it's funner that way. It's funner and being more intelligent about what you're seeing in front of you rather than just waving the pom-poms. I still got a pom-pom in my back pocket. I'll still pull it out from time to time. But I lean on the E-Dub to just trying to, and I'm glad you do too, because I think it's a funner way of looking at the sport rather than just waving pom-poms. I think it's a more interesting way. Cameron Hughes, remember Russ said in 2018 that it feels like 2012 again. It can't be 2012 and 18, 19, and 20. Quay, they're going to beat y'all in the playoffs with Alex Smith. I don't think so. We'd beat this team in the playoffs if we played them again. I think we would. Soy Reality has a lot of faith right now the Titans are going to beat the Green Bay. Love to see it, Soy. Love to see it. Kirkland, thanks for dropping in. I appreciate you, man. D Nugget says, yes, I love Pete, but he is stagnant. John Schneider, too. It's hard to cut between where Schneider begins and Pete Carroll starts and all that stuff as far as the personnel makings go, because, of course, Coach Carroll gets the final say when it comes to personnel. And I have feelings at certain times he kind of comes in and overrides certain stuff, and we don't know where is what and what is which when it does come to that. But I end up splicing it sort of 50-50 when it comes to that, because I think Carroll has his fingers in all the pies on this team. Offensive side of the ball, defensive side of the ball, special teams, the front office of personnel. I think all of his fingers are in all of those pies. Professor for Silver Wilson playing like a superstar the first few games, but now he's slacking off. So which Seahawks players played the best and most consistently this season? I think Poona Ford's been one of the real consistent players down there on the defensive line. KJ Wright's been a very consistent player for us this year, I think. DJ Reed's a guy that we can point to who's been consistent. Dwayne Brown, Posick, Damian Lewis. Shell's been consistent when he's been playing. I think DK Metcalf's been pretty consistent. A couple of drops, but I think every game he's brought in it. I don't think there's been a game where I'm like, where's DK at this week? I think they don't utilize him all the time and really target him. But those would be the guys off the top of my head. Jerry Malley says, when you say Kirk Cousins can go out and put up those numbers, Kurt is making $33 million a year to Russ's $35 million a year. Yeah, it's not necessarily the Kirk Cousins. I probably should have parsed this better, Jerry. I'm not meaning I want Kirk Cousins. What I mean is the production level that you get out of Kirk Cousins right now, I believe you could get on a rookie quarterback contract. You could. I think if you get one of the top 2 or 3 quarterbacks in the league, they're going to give you the kind of production level. And if we want a game manager, Jerry, if what they want is the quarterback to serve as a game manager, then why not go in that direction? You know, Jerry, are you okay with paying $35 million to a quarterback that's a game manager? Are you okay with a guy who has 27 attempts a game and is being limited in the offense and limited in his exposure to the defense and the mistakes he could potentially make? Are you okay with that? Are you okay essentially having training wheels on a $35 million quarterback? Does that sit right with you? Yeah, so it's again, Jerry, it's not Kirk Cousins. I don't want Kirk Cousins in here. I would never want Kirk Cousins. I think Kirk Cousins is the modern day Matt Hasselbeck, and I didn't really love Matt Hasselbeck that much. But if I'm a team that's going to play towards the 1980s offense, where I'm going to run the ball all the time and play smash mouth and lean into my defense, and that's the route I'm going to go, like the Tennessee Titans type, right? Who've got a Tannehill there, you know, who they did sign an extension, but you're not paying him like crazy money. You're paying him good money, but not crazy money. But you got him in that game manager role. I guess that's more of what I'm trying to get you to think of, Jerry, is more of that player type and finding them on that rookie deal. Because a lot of the teams that have recently won in Super Bowl history here, as we look at the recent teams that have won, have had those quarterbacks on those cheap rookie deals. We just recently went to 2 Super Bowls in the last 10 years. How? We had a quarterback on his rookie contract, right? Kind of helped, didn't it? Kind of helped you to then be able to go get your Michael Bennett's and your Cliff Avrils in free agency. You had a little extra coins in your pocket at that point. Maxwell Stern, DJ put up Defensive Player of the Week numbers. He did. They'll be in contention. Soy Reality, if Jets beat the Rams, I say, hey, Green Bay will lose to the Chicago Bears. I love it, Soy. I'd love to see it, man. I'd love to see it. I would love to see that. Man, to get in the back door of the first round seed like that, home field advantage throughout the playoffs, I'd feel good. I'd feel good. John, I think we solve being one and done by spending very wisely in the upcoming free agency. At least Schneider has played things close to the vest and ensured competitiveness, at least for the future. The one thing is with that, though, John, is that when you look at the offseason now, there's not a lot of money you have to spend. You only have, I think, the 14th amount of cap space off of 5th with what was earlier in the season. So you're middle of the road as far as your cap situation goes coming into this offseason. You're going to probably lose Shaquille Griffin in free agency. You're going to probably lose Chris Carson in free agency. You only have 3 draft picks. And you've got to get a Jamal Adams contract extension done, which is going to eat up a lot of that cap that remains. Really, once Adams' deal gets done, you're going to be about 23, 24th in the league in cap space at that point. Now, there'll be a lot of players on the market, John, so there'll be a lot of pennies on the dollar type players you can pick up. But with that said, I don't know if I'd want to rely on that necessarily as being something that's going to upset and overturn this trend that we've seen of basically just a first-round exit or a second-round exit in the playoffs at best. Quay, Haskins blew it for the Washington football team. He's a young quarterback. He's learning his way. That's what young quarterbacks do. Some weeks they look good. Some weeks they look, whatever. Quay says, Scary Terry better than DK. I don't think about that. I don't think so. And I think what Cameron says, Terry is a more complete receiver maybe, but DK has way more potential. I agree with that. D-Nugget Brandino is the great Swami of Seahawks predictions. Joey, hire this man. That's right. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm going to get the hat that Carson used to wear. What was his face? Shane Abner said, did you see DJ Reed's post-game interview? DJ mentioned the big chip on his shoulder is mostly due to San Francisco general manager John Lynch telling him he wasn't going to start this year. He's on a mission. I dig it. I dig it too, Jane. I think you're a better secondary when you got chippy guys back there. The defense seems to play better. It seems to operate better when you got some cornerbacks back there that are willing to fight, scrap, claw, scrape, do whatever it takes. And he's got that mentality out there. You can see it in him. John Robinson says, I think several teams this upcoming free agency are going to be in trouble and will have to release cornerstone pieces begrudgingly. We should be able to poach said players from a few teams. Hopefully, John. But again, the key with that is that you don't have a lot of salary cap room either. As I just spoke about, you'll be about, after the Jamal Adams deal, you'll be sitting about 23rd. That says nothing in the fact that they may be stupid and end up giving Shaquille Griffin an extension, which would lower you down even further at that point. So while you can get the pennies on the dollar, you may not have the pennies to even pay for those dollar players. That may be the only thing that comes with that. But I appreciate you at least having the perspective of answering the thing I was asking for, which is if you wanted to hold this, what was the route you'd go? So thank you for that. After the Jets game, the consensus was a win versus Washington football team was 50-50. We go and win the game, and it sounds like we lost. If before the game you were told we win, Rams and Nola lose, but Russ only has 27 attempts, you take it? You were told we win, Rams and Nola. No, because really what it comes down to, Randall, is that I don't look through the lens on this anymore as one game. Oh, in this one game you did this one thing, and then the next one game you did this. I look for much in the way that I pointed to the defense, Randall, of how they've cobbled together their good defensive performances to now get to a level of play that's really looking outstanding out there. It's not just you just don't flip the switch to get to that point. It takes stacking those kind of performances up. Likewise, offensively, you've gone the inverse of that. You've unstacked those blocks. You've peeled back those layers in a lot of realm. And just speaking to attempts is not enough data for me to say I'm going to take it if we got the win. And if I know that Russell continues to play like he's played the previous 4 or 5 games leading up to this game, and I have that information to go in addition to what you just said, Randall, no, it's not good enough. And that's the key point of this is the play that we saw out of Russell more or less consistent with what we've seen out of his play over the last 4 or 5 weeks? In my opinion, it's been very similar, if not almost the same. If not almost the same. So is he making a ton of wild mistakes like in the Buffalo game? No, not throwing for the same high volume. Is he holding onto the ball and tapping it as long? No, but they've adjusted the short passing attack, and now they're not hitting any deep shots over the last couple weeks with it. So that wouldn't be enough for me. That wouldn't be enough, because at the end of the day, I don't care what happens week to week right now. I look through the lens of what team am I projecting to the playoffs? What team am I looking to see come playoff time? Because it's all about that thing I've talked about, Randall, being the different 4 different parts of the season, that being that marathon, and that the team you start out as is not the team you end out on. And that you want to be this team on the rise that's coming together at just the right time. Certainly that's the case with the special teams. Certainly that's the case with the defensive side of the ball. But the offensive side of the ball, that's not the case right now. They're backtracking. It's reverting. It's regressing. And if that's the case, we go into playoff time, it's hard to see that team go out there and beat Green Bay on the road. It's hard to see that team go into New Orleans and win the Superdome. You don't think Drew Brees is going to attack that defense and be patient against that defense, hitting those little underneath routes to Alvin Kamara all day long? And you don't think our defense is going to give up those completions, meaning that Russ is going to have to put up 30-plus points in that particular game? Is this version of Russell Wilson putting up 30-plus points against the New Orleans Saints? I don't see that. I don't see that right now. And that's how I look through it. That's what I'm trying to look through as I'm looking forward on this. D-Nugget, just cap all players at $4 million a year. If they want more, dump them. You'd be dumping a lot of players. Cameron says, you need a job with the Seahawks somewhere. The least you need is more subs. You put so much work in the channel. Much appreciation. Oh, thanks, Cameron. Hey, you're on your grind too, Cameron. You know what I mean? And the thing I'd say to you, and the thing I consider is we're on it's the slow build. You know what I mean? And we just we just like our defense and cobbling together and putting good stuff. We just keep cobbling together. You know, you put your month to month, you keep putting your videos out, you keep building your base, man, and things pay off as long as you just keep your head down. So we trust our process, Cameron. You and I both going to keep on our rise with it. Brendan, too. I saw Brendan Nelson in here. He's doing well, too. All the guys get on their grind and keep the consistent content coming. Stuff always rewards you for it. D-Nugget says, when Brandon gets hired at the Hawks, I'm coming to preseason practice scrimmages for the free swag. I'd love it. I'd take a job in a minute and I'd probably work for free for him. Ian Mills, the Seahawks should sign Von Miller and try to re-sign Josh Gordon, sign Fournette, and sign a cornerback, or re-sign Shaq. I love everything on that, Ian, that you said. I love all of where you're going. It's inventive. You're getting a guy in Von Miller who's that elder pass rusher who knows what he's doing, the professional pass rusher who can get the quarterback, get a sack when you need it, like we've seen out of Dunlap. Not going to cost a lot of money. You can keep him minimized on a rotational basis. Love it. Love Josh Gordon as well for a lot of the same reasons. And Fournette. I think Fournette's a depressed asset who's not gotten to the right team in the right situation. And I think you get him in the right situation, he can still be an upper-level back in this league. He's not going to cost a lot of money. I probably save the money on Shaq. I think somebody's going to pay Shaq somewhere between $10 and $12 million this year. It's just a little bit too high of a price for me to pay personally. And I want to put that money in other places, allocate those resources elsewhere. But I like the other guys. Everything else you said there, Ian, I'm on board with all the rest. Lord Google says, do you think dropping or trading Russ is a possibility? I do think it's a possibility, Lord. I don't think it's a high possibility, a likely possibility, or that it's anything past it being a 10% chance, let's say. But here's I see it coming as a possibility in this stretch. It's because it's 2 camps here. It won't just be one camp driving this. It'll be 2 camps. And you got the Seahawks camp on this side with the front office and Carroll and Schneider who say, hey, last time we got to a Super Bowl, last 2 times we got to the Super Bowl, last time we won a Super Bowl, we had a rookie quarterback on a rookie deal, and we built the team around him. Why don't we go back to that model as we have been treading water now for 5 years? And then Russell's camp on the other side of this at the very same time is saying, you know, you let me start out cooking. I'm on this record pace to start out the year. Then you, head coach, you get so fearful and scared midway through the year. You dial me back and turn me back into a game manager. I told you at the start of the year, if you guys didn't let me flourish and flow, that I'd be out of here. Well, guess what? Now I want to be out of here. So if those 2 parts come in together now, those 2 factors collide, then the possibility grows. Is it likely? No. Do I want to see it happen? No. But is it a possibility? Yeah, it's a possibility, Lord. John Robinson, you had to run this game to slow down the crazy pass rush. The real test is when we play a team that doesn't require us to run a lot and whose weakness is their secondary, and Carroll still runs, which you know he's going to do, John. You know he's going to do. The team doesn't attack into weaknesses of teams all the time. A lot of times they'll just we're going to do what we're going to do, and you adjust to us. And that whole stupid philosophy. Isn't that dumb? We're going to do what you're great at stopping the run, but we're going to try to run against you anyway because we're just such badasses we can do it. We'll run on anybody we want. We'll run right now. No, go against the weakness of the team. Attack the weakness. Don't go to the strength. When you do look at the playoffs, though, and you look at the teams you will be playing, Tampa Bay, good front 7. Going to be tough to run on them. I don't know that we can necessarily run on the Rams. I haven't seen evidence of that from the first game necessarily. They look like they'll be a playoff team. You look at the Packers, you could run on the Packers, but I don't know if you could run on the Saints. Dave Collin, damn, you're still going. Love it. Dave, I don't stop. I don't stop till the voice drops, man, until I start getting raspy. You guys got me riled up today, man. You got me all up in a fervor today, so I'm up in my, I'm up rolling along. D-Nugget, you're absolutely right. He says, lower the price of tickets, get the dirty crowd back in there. XFL games, totally more earthy mix of people. Yeah, that's been a little bit of the problem is that as Seattle got more successes, they got to Super Bowls, the ticket prices raised. As the ticket prices raised, you got more of that wine and cheese type crowd coming into the stadium. More of the people that are just there to observe the game and take it all in, slowly and quietly, just with my hands folded. Those kind of folks. Wilbur Suit fan, my favorite streamer, and I'm a Ravens fan. We beat a dying Jags. Oh, thank you, Wilbur. Man, that's a high praise. High praise, buddy. High praise. Hey, things are starting to turn around a bit, Wilbur. As I talking about when I talked about the Ravens this year, you guys started out, I know you lost initially to the Chiefs to start the year, but you started out pretty damn hot off the gate. And you've had some little ups and downs, but things have just been kind of, that rise I'm talking about, want to see to my team, get right at the right time, get to playing good at the right time. And when you look at the teams out there that are going to be playing the Chiefs in the playoffs, all of these teams that are going to the playoffs against the Chiefs aren't really good matchups. Chiefs want to play a team like what they ran into last year against the Houston Texans in the playoffs. A team that can maybe put up some points, but they're not going to be as committed to the running game or shorting the play down, that the Kansas City offense is going to get its shots. It's going to get its opportunities to put up points. Whereas this year, your Ravens, your Titans, your even Browns, not as much the Steelers. Steelers probably a better matchup for the Chiefs in that respect, but you guys will be a tough matchup if the Chiefs have got to get you come playoff time if you're playing at this kind of level. And the Yannick Ngakoue trade for you guys was a fantastic move for you guys at the trade deadline, just to round out that pass rush just a little bit, just to get it be just enough. But I think you guys are going to be tough. I appreciate that though, Wilbur. Oh, we got a couple donations here. Jeff, thank you for the $5 donation, Jeff. Always coming with the dono game, the strong dono game. I appreciate you and salute you, sir. He says, love the discussion today, Brandon. You're always up for discussing different views. Keep it up. Cheers from Montana and go Hawks. Well, cheers to you, Jeff. And I always try to take it wherever you guys want to go with the conversation. If we got to go to weird talk or uncomfortable talk, let's do it. I don't mind. I just let anytime we talk Seahawks, it makes me happy. Space, thank you for the $5 donation, Space. I know we disagree a little bit on this. Not even disagree, but I know you're a little hard on my opinion with this, but I do appreciate the donation, and I don't mind your perspective and view. You maybe very well could be proven right on this. I am open to being wrong always. I try to be right, but I'm open to being wrong. Mizoot Izeel. That's a hell of a name you got there, Mizoot. Do you think the Seattle will re-sign Jamal Adams at the end of the season? Yeah, I do. I do foresee this happening. I think there's a couple factors at play here. I think he's played good enough to earn the contract extension. He was a good soldier and played this year on the 1-year, $3.6 million deal of his rookie contract. That was part of facilitating that trade to a contender, to a winning franchise, was that he would accept that. He'll have felt like he kind of laid on his sword a little bit, feeling like he had earned that contract extension. So I would expect them to pay him. And then the other aspect of this is that the safety market hasn't gone as high as maybe we thought it would even go around the beginning of the year. You've not seen the contracts breaking through the roof, certainly nowhere near the $20 million he was rumored to want. You'll be able to get this deal done for probably $16.5 million per year, which is fine. That's not out of control. You're perfectly happy at that point to put the contract in together that way. So I do see it happening, and very likely to happen. Cameron says, we just need the Packers to lose to the Bears in Week 17 and the Saints to lose to the Falcons or Vikings, and we need to win out to potentially get the number 1 seed. Could happen. I mean, let's face it, it's good. The Falcons and Vikings are two just plucky, tough teams, and depending on the given week, they can certainly take the Saints out. So, and the Bears are a divisional foe who always seem to have a potential to give the Packers a tough time here and there, though I think the Packers have had their number a little bit. But the nice thing with it is the Bears are trying to play to get back into contention for that final playoff spot, so they are at least still playing for something. They're not just like, well, maybe next year, let's rest everybody. Wilbur says, bro, I hope Miami has the edge because they have a better conference record. Cameron, yep, we have to sign Jamal. I think we do at this point. Space says, don't give up on Russ. Space, I don't give up on Russ. Like I said, he is my favorite player on this team. So I'm not giving up on him. I want to wait to see what happens through the rest of the year. I've spoken to if I see a trend play out through the rest of the year, but it doesn't mean it's going to play out that way. And it doesn't mean I don't reserve judgment to be able to change my opinion if I see things start to change or alter itself. So not giving up, man. I still got the faith. Cameron says, and I think a throw to Percy on the goal line would have been more successful than Lockett because Percy was more built and would have went for the ball with his hands instead of body catch attempt. Potentially, yeah. Could have been Cameron. I'll tell you what, Malcolm Butler made a hell of a play on that, though. He did. Didn't Carson's mom die or something? I actually hope he goes back to Atlanta, gets close to family, essentially, since he probably won't resign him. I just hope he gets some money. He's going to get one contract probably in this league, maybe two at the most, but I just hope somebody does pay him. He's earned the right to be paid. Random McDaniel says, is it 4 games below league average, 4 TDs last week? Rather win ugly than lose pretty. Yep, I would too. But it's about Randall. Really, it's not just about the game-to-game moments, about the potential of the playoffs and getting out of that one and done, getting out of that early exit in the playoffs, getting to a place where you truly are a contention as being one of the best teams in the NFC. You've not been one of the best teams in the NFC, not one of the top 2 NFC teams over the last 5 years. That's what you want to get into. That's what you want to get to the Super Bowl. So that's where I don't think I can. That's the lens I'm looking through it on, Randall. Maybe it's an inappropriate lens to look through it on, but it is the one that I'm looking through. Emmett says, good luck to Carson getting money from Atlanta. They're like $60 million over the cap next year. Yeah, they're actually, technically speaking, they're only $25 million over the cap. But they could clear out, Emmett. The place I think they could clear out, the trade that seems like the no-brainer trade that's just waiting to happen is the Falcons trade out Matt Ryan to the 49ers. Shanahan got the best career out of Matt Ryan's career, his MVP career year he had when he was the offensive coordinator there for Atlanta. He makes the trade, flips. Oh, we're back. Almost lost you guys there. We locked up for a second. Goodness. Sorry. Stuff locked up on me here. B-Boy Ali, you've been putting it all on Russ for weeks now. B-Boy, I've not put it all on Russ. Certainly not. But when other elements and parts and pieces of the game are playing well, when your receivers are playing well, when your offense's line is opening up holes in the running game, and they're not allowing you to not even say nothing of giving up no sacks, you're not even getting hit as a quarterback. They're doing their job. Players aren't dropping balls. They're doing their job. When the defense on the other side of the ball is holding teams to under 20 points, it's hard for me to put a lot of blame on them, B-Boy. And again, when your quarterback is making the amount of money Russell is making, when he's having a stretch of games that's going to start building into nearly half a season of play, it's got to be worth mentioning. And if you're not mentioning it, then you're ignoring what's caused us to have the little dip we had midseason, what's caused the Seahawks team to not be getting the most out of the potential that they should be getting out of. B-Boy Ali says, I understand when you're running the ball so efficiently, you don't need to pass. And again, B-Boy, one thing I'll say to you is you're new on the chat. I've said this a few times on the live stream show today. The critique I'm making of Russell Wilson is not just this game. It's the last 5 games, B-Boy. So it's not just this game, it's the last 5 games. And over the last 5 games, I have put a lot of blame in a lot of different other places. I have pointed to the coaching. I have pointed to the schematics. I have pointed to a lot of other things, and that Russell's in addition to that. It just so happens that in this game, when you look at this game and you look at who played well and who didn't play well, again, hard to knock an offensive line that's opening holes in the running game, not giving up any sacks or even any quarterback hits. Hard to knock receivers that are not dropping balls, catching what's basically there. Outside of a drop throw to Carlos Hyde in the flat, that's about the only real bad play his receivers made in this game. And again, 125 yards throwing. You guys, it's 125 yards throwing on 27 attempts is not good quarterback play. Not any way, shape, or form. You can squint your eyes and you can turn your head sideways and you can put on super cool sunglasses to try to make it look good, but it's just not good. It just isn't. Remember, guys, with the 125 yards, it is not 1980s. Where it's harder to complete passes and all this. The modern day NFL offense, the way the rules are called, what they don't let the defenders get away with, and the grabbing and the pulling and the ripping and tearing, everything is set up for you offensively to basically throw for 250 yards every game without even blinking. It's set up for that. Go look at the quarterbacks that have played against the Washington football team this year. Go look at them, folks. Look at the guys and the stats they put up. I mean, it's not that they put up amazing stats. It's just that there's been quarterbacks who've done much better that are much lesser quarterbacks than Russell Wilson against the same defense. It just is what it is. You guys can explain it away all you want, but it is what it is. Master Chief says, why does Norton always do prevent defense during the fourth like today? It's quite annoying. It is annoying. I don't know why they slide into it. We saw the same manner of this in, I was saying, the opening game of the Falcons, the Patriots game, the Cowboys game. Like, they don't keep the pedal down. You can see them softening up and going to cover two and dropping the linebackers into deep coverage. And doesn't seem to do much good. So you'd think they would just keep it aggressive. B-Boy, so even when they passed as little as they passed with 121 yards, he averaged 4.5 yards per attempt, B-Boy. So it's not like he was being efficient and effective in the pass game on the minimal attempts. If you go look at the NFL right now, go look at the statistical of all quarterbacks in the NFL and go look at their yard per attempt. Not a single quarterback in the NFL throughout a season averages only 4.5 yards per attempt. That is minuscule. That is tiny. Drew Brees, who can't throw the ball past 12 yards anymore, does not average 4.5 yards per attempt. It's a really, really low number. So it's, again, I know what you're saying, he did have a lot of attempts. There wasn't a lot of opportunities. But on the attempts he had, on the opportunities he had, again, we're paying him, B-Boy, $35 million a year. He's being paid like the top quarterback in the sport. He's not playing like it. He's not playing like a Pro Bowler. He's not playing even like a league average quarterback over the last 5 games. Over the last 5 games, this is not me being biased or trying to be a hater of Russell. He's played below league average level in 5 games. 5 games. You guys can excuse and say, well, how are you being so rough on? It's 5 games now of this. Rodney Burge says Russ deserves the hate. We all know this isn't his best. I agree. I expect better. I think he's capable of better than this. Part of you people that excuse Russ's behavior are underselling him a little bit. This isn't Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson's not a 125-yard-a-game quarterback. And what level are we ever thinking that that's what Russell's top end is? He's much better than this. Much better. You guys know it. You know it. He was much better earlier in this year. He can still become much better again. But he's not currently playing at that level. Fit Profit, if you were to trade Russ for another vet, who would it be? By the way, I don't want this, just for your perspective. He's my favorite Hawk too. Thanks for Fit Profit. I understand what I'm saying. I appreciate people seeing the nuance of what I'm trying to say, where he is my favorite Seahawk on this team, and I don't want to see him gone. I would want to see a trade, Fit Profit, of multiple first-round picks and getting a quarterback that's on a rookie deal. That's really the more than getting a veteran player back, it's getting those assets back if you were to go this route. And I don't, B-Boy, want to see us go this route. But if you did, that would be the manner to do it, is you get the rookie quarterback and you have 5 years of club control on a first-round quarterback. 5 years of club control, you don't have to sign him to a contract extension, and then you round out the rest of your roster around it. That would be the pathway if you did it. And B-Boy, I don't need Russ to cook. I just need him to saute. I don't want us to run past 50-50. I don't think that that's the pathway to getting to a championship. I just don't. Yeah, Randall, I think we're in the semantics on the one and done and what the one and done means. Essentially what I'm saying, Randall, let's change it around in this way. The top end of this current Seattle Seahawks team over the last 5 years has been that they cannot make it past the second round of the playoffs. That is their glass ceiling. And every time they hit that glass ceiling, their head smacks up against it and they go back down. That's 5 years of data we have that's the highest mark that they can receive, that's the furthest that they can go along. Without knowing the fact that you don't have a plethora of draft picks to operate off this offseason, knowing you don't have a lot of cap space to utilize this offseason, knowing that 2 of the main components or ways you would utilize to beef your team up and improve the team to get past that glass ceiling are gone, do not exist, are not there for you. Knowing that's the truth and that's the case, you've got to get creative then to improve the team. And that's where it can lead to certain places like of what I'm talking about. But it's more of you can't improve, but we're not going to see a change off of this just by sanding pat and doing what we've done. If we continue to do the same thing over and over, it's very hard pressed for me to say, well, we have a puncher's chance, so therefore we have a chance, so therefore we should just keep doing what we're doing. That's sort of like almost a Hail Mary-like approach to the situation, as opposed to being under control, as opposed to having a plan, as opposed to being one of those teams on the rise, rather than one of those teams that's plateaued and is just sort of gliding along in cruise control. Yeah, D-Nugget, I love it. Let Russ sous vibe. I want some sous chef. I don't need full-on cooking. I don't need him out with 2 barbecue pits and slabs of meat all over the place. I don't need that, but just a little bit. Run some up-tempo. Do a little more passing on first down. Throw the ball instead of 27 times, 34 times. Oh my God, 7 more attempts a game. Oh God, if he threw 7 more times in this game, the Washington football team would have decimated him. They were just this close. It was just a matter of time, he would have been killed. He would have had his leg torn apart like Alex Smith or Joe Theismann. It would have been horrible. 7 more attempts. How dare you even think that? That's completely unreasonable. Joseph Silchuk, he was all right, but nowhere near great. One game is excusable, but this has been a trend the second half of the season, and it's annoying. Thank you, Joseph. And yes, it's been a trend. It's annoying, and there's not a really great explanation for it. And thank you again, Space and Jeff, for that donation. I appreciate it. Master Chief, the Seahawks press is so soft with their questions, except for Joe Fan, the GOAT. Joe's gotten a little harder as the year's gone on. I like seeing what I've seen out of him so far this year. But yeah, Seattle media is really worried about their access. I get the impression that they just worry about if they go too hard on a player or go too hard on Carroll, that maybe they won't have the same kind of access and level to him. I don't know. It's my only explanation for it. I don't want to just call them soft and say they just don't want to do their job good, but I don't know. Boom shakalaka. What's up, boom shakalaka? Steven Sodikoff. Rashad Penny should be getting more touches than he is now that he's healthy. I'd expect him to. I think they wanted to just get his feet wet in this game, Steven, but I think I'd like to see him implemented a little bit more. I'd love to see them come right out the chute, throwing the pitch play to him. I know it didn't work, but that's okay. It's going to work more often than not. Last year, on outside toss pitch runs, he averaged 8.2 yards per carry. On runs outside of tackle, off tackle, those outside zone runs essentially, he averaged 7 yards a carry. Those are great stats. Utilize that stuff. Don't just ask him to run up the middle as you did on a second carry they got 6 or 7 yards on. But he's worth getting excited about. I think they waited an extra amount of time, Stephen, to make sure he was healthy and ready to roll. So it's a good development. Love seeing it. And yeah, you should get excited about more of what we're going to see from him. Cameron Hughes says trade Russ for Kendall Hilton. Joseph Zilchuk says coaching has been a problem too. They never go for the kill, but the offense has also not been executing, and defense will lay off for a couple of drives every game. Yeah, the killer instinct is not necessarily there, Joseph. I would say that. You're right. And coaching staff's a big part of the problem too. It is a part of this problem. They've got their hand in this season as far as some of the issues that have cropped up because of some of the things that they've done. They've also solved certain things. Over the last couple of weeks alone, Schottenheimer's gone to that short passing game that I was begging him to go into, and he's embraced it. And I got to give him props for that because that's the adjustment they needed to make. They were falling too much in love with the deep ball and the chunk play. But it took him a long time to make that adjustment, didn't it? Boom Shakalaka says, my takes, O-line was great. Defense played great. Dunlap, Superman, sack was nasty. Was nasty. Love me some Dunlap, man. I'm so excited about to see what he can do in the playoffs come playoff time. Decoy, Moan. What's up, Decoy? Kirk Cousins is the Carmelo Anthony of the NFL. A lot of money for just slightly above average play their whole career. Agreed. He's going to make away with a king's ransom when he's done too. John Robinson says, how do you think Russ would perform in Andy Reid's offense? I think he'd be devastating in his offense, John. I think he'd put up better stats than even what probably Patrick Mahomes puts up in that offense. I do believe that. I think he has that capability in it. He just needs an offensive mind that can truly guide him in the direction and build the offense around him and build the easy plays. It's the easy stuff that's not built into our offense that drives me crazy. You watch other offenses throughout the league and there are easy completions to be had, easy throws to be had. But with us, everything is made to look really hard a lot of the time. It's made to look like they're just slogging through the mud as opposed to being a well-oiled machine. Jeremy Bohm, we played okay against a very good D-line. Our O-line had 2 backups and we rushed for 180 yards. Russ made the plays he needed to. Fair enough, Jeremy. Fair enough. I thought we played okay. I thought we played pretty good. I was okay with right now the way our defense played in this game, and I was okay with the way our offensive line played. Receivers, running backs, hard to knock any of them. You've got both. Hyde had the big run. Carson had a couple of 10-yarders. Yeah, I like it. L. Hayes, you crazy if you want to get rid of Wilson. I don't want to get rid of Wilson, L. Hayes. So if that's what you've heard, you've misheard me. Okay, since I've only heard negative things about Russell and you said he's your favorite player, then what do you love about him? I love his deep ball. I love his toughness and his ability to go out there every week. I love his leadership. I love the ability to extend plays. I love his ability to throw off platform. I love his arm strength. I love that he has a bit of magic inside him. I love that he's one of the most clutch quarterbacks in NFL history. He'll probably retire as having more fourth quarter comebacks than any player in NFL history. And that list, if you look at it, it's got the top guys on it are going to be, Peyton Manning and John Elway. So that's a really nice record to get when he eventually does get it. But I do like those parts of it. But there's just stuff with his game right now. And really, B-Boy, I don't think right now the 5-game stretch that we're seeing is necessarily indicative of what Russell Wilson is as a quarterback. I think we're seeing what could be considered the worst 5-game stretch of his career. It's not the rule of thumb, though. It's not that's what we can expect of Russell going forward, that this is now the quarterback that we have and will be. I don't think that. I just think he's going through a tough stretch and a tough run right now in his career. Some of that's built into the fact of the play calling. Some of it's built into philosophy. Some of it's built into shaken confidence. There's a lot of nuance in here as to why it's this way. But no, I think those would be my reasons. I hope that was enough to make you understand why I do love him. And he is my favorite. But above player, I hold the team above player, B-Boy. So it'll never be for me a player that I vault above my team. My team is more important than any given player. And the team's success and the team's future success is more important than any given player or any sentimentality that I may have over a given player. Boom shakalaka, any word on DJ Dallas? We're hearing sprain, probably the dreaded high ankle sprain, boom shakalaka, but it does sound like he is going to be out for the rest of the year. Cameron Hughes says, oh my effing God, please listen to what he's saying. He's saying if you're going to pay a $35 million quarterback and we use him as a game manager, you might as well get a quarterback for cheap and build a better team. Thank you, Cameron. That's what I'm saying with the B-Boy. Look, if you're going to pay a quarterback $35 million, it means you've got to take a lot of hits to your roster in order to fit that $35 million under the cap. Normally, the cap recently is about $200 million. Using up $35 million on it on one player when you got to fill out the rest of the roster with 54 men means your roster is going to be a little bit lessened than it would be if you had a little bit more of that money to spend in other places on your roster. So if that's going to be the case, then that said player has to elevate the rest of the roster. That's the way that works. There's a finite amount of money. There's a finite amount of cap space. So the quarterback then has to elevate those around him if he's going to insist to be that high paid of a player. Take a guy like Patrick Mahomes, B-Boy, okay? Take him. He signs a 10-year contract this offseason. Unlike Russell, who every 4 years wants to be re-upped at the top of the rate. He wanted 20% of the cap last time. That would slide year in and year out. As a sliding scale would be 20% of the cap, year in and year out. That's what Russell was asking for as his starting point in negotiations last year. Last time he was in 2018. So again, if you're going to ask that much, you're going to ask every 4 years to be re-upped, top of the market, be paid top end of every quarterback in the league. You're never going to take a discount. You're never going to allow me to massage out that money in order to bring on the players to supplement your play. Well, okay. Then you better ball out, homeboy. Better ball out. That's the way it goes. I want to see this now, And I'm not seeing a baller right now. I'm not seeing, that's not the level of playing we're seeing. It's not even, we're not seeing anywhere close to that level of play. Jeremy Bowen, Shaq Griffin is re-signing with the Hawks. I could see it happening, Jeremy. I could. I don't like to see it happen, but I could see it happen. I know, Cameron. It is. Autumn A, if the Seahawks were the size of humans, would their eggs be the size of footballs? I would lean more in the direction of probably an emu, Autumn. Emu egg. That'd be about more what I'd say. D-Nugget, I like being relevant. At least we didn't tank 1 year after the Super Bowl like the 49ers, and I agree we need to expect more than just 1 or 2 playoff wins. Did the Niners tank this year, D-Nugget? They're the most injured team in the NFL. I mean, we were the most injured team in the NFL by the end of the season. It completely destroyed our chances almost wholly last year to a degree. If you get to be the most injured team in the football, it's hard to win. And you would expect your team to have a high likelihood of being one of the most injured teams the next year after you went as far as any team went in the NFL. You played as many extra games as any team in the NFL last year. So you'd probably expect them to be dealing with a shortened offseason, more extra games. The injury issues are going to come up and become more of a problem at that point. I'm not surprised by it. Jerry O'Malley says, I'm not trying to come across as a Russ apologist or fanboy. I'm often the guy in my own group of friends advocating he should seriously consider a pay cut if he wants to be remembered as the GOAT. And Jerry, I welcome you and B-Boy and Space and all of you guys with your perspective and views. You guys have value in what you're saying. I appreciate you guys' perspective. I don't want to just make this seem like you guys have no ground to stand on. I understand where your trepidation would come through and not wanting to ever consider the possibility of trading Russ. I can completely get your perspective. So it's not over my head on that respect, and I understand where you guys are going from with that. So it's not to say that I think you guys are just being we'll never challenge Russ, we'll never do it. But there is some people that come in here at times, Jerry, that I see with Russ, and I see the same names will come over and over in the chat, where they will never hold his feet to the fire. He can never be held responsible. And where this is really pertinent, folks, and where you really want to consider this through a little bit is understanding responsibility as it concerns Russell. Because one of the factions, one of the things that tore up the LOB and Russell and the relationship of that locker room and the cliques that grew in that locker room was the general feeling that Russell was never being held responsible. All the rest of the team would be held responsible, but he was always being let off the hook. Now, whether that's the truth or that was just people wanting credit and everybody wanting the credit, nobody willing to just be team players and guys getting big heads and big egos, which may certainly have been the case. Maybe that's the truth, but maybe there's also a kernel of truth here about the responsibility aspect of it. And if we always at every turn continue to cover up and gloss over and explain away and provide silly excuses for why Russell isn't playing well over a stretch of 5, 6, 7, 8 games, as it may come down to be as we see the team play out, the season play out, well, then it's not very accurate at that point. We're not really ever going to get a change here. Again, you're just going to see more of the same by doing that. The fan base wants to continue to do that. You're just potentially going to see more of the same, which is what my whole point in the rant, the whole point of even bringing this possibility out here is just to say, as I've said from the start, I just don't want to see the same results. I've seen D Nugget in here saying, I don't mind being a consistent winner, and I don't knock him for that. I don't knock any Seahawks fan that's happy being a consistent winner. I get your perspective on it, like I get the perspective on those not wanting to knock Russell's play recently. With that being said, I don't have that expectation level. I want to see Super Bowls. I consider us right now having a quarterback in the middle of the prime of his career, and that's the time you usually want to try to go out and get the Super Bowls if you're going to go get a Super Bowl. And to be at this level of play it's so surprising to me, frankly. I'm kind of caught off guard with how bad I've been watching this over recent weeks. I did not expect it in any way, shape, or form. I go hard all the time, Brian. That's how I do this channel, man. That's how I do this channel. Jerry, I love the channel, Brandon, and thank you for addressing my points. Jerry, anytime, and I do appreciate your perspective, man. So even if we disagree on stuff, I love you in here, and I love you guys having different views. Different views are how we round ourselves out, right? It's the whole thing of people telling you, don't surround yourself with just people that agree with you. Bring in people that disagree with you because it strengthens your point. It strengthens your stance. It strengthens your argument. You know, it makes it better. And that's what I wanted with all this. That's why I say I call this a think tank, Jerry, as I say all of us are coming together in this think tank to sort of distill this down to a bottom line, to try to drive closer and closer as we may get in what we're trying to do to get to the truth. Boom Chakalaka says, I'm impressed with the O-line, neutralized Chase Young. I am too, and that's on Dwayne Brown. It felt like he was out there on an island against Chase, and I thought he did a fantastic job in this game. Somebody is saying, who's been the most consistent, best player on this team throughout this year? I think it's Dwayne Brown. I think Dwayne Brown's been the most consistent guy over there on that left side and how he's held up. He gets the toughest pass rusher week in and week out, and he neutralizes them. We never hear anything about him. He doesn't have holding calls. He's not stupid false start penalties. Just exactly what we hoped this guy would be when we traded for him. It's been such a fantastic deal. I'm just a little bit sad because I think he might be retiring after this year and we have to go get another left tackle. But I appreciate the kind thoughts, Jerry. Thank you so much. Spades, he was able to go get Marshawn to play last year. I would love it, man. I would love it if we can get Marshawn. I hope John does work that magic. And we did lose DJ Dallas, and I think Travis Homer might be going on the IR, which opens up a little tiny possibility hole here that maybe they make the call to Marshawn. Because technically now you're down to 3 running backs. The only problem, as somebody mentioned earlier in the chat, is that Marshawn's not going to play special teams, and none of the other 3 guys are, and one of your running backs has to play special teams. Hillel, can you collab with Brendan Nelson? I love both of you guys' content. I'd be happy to do some eventual collaboration with Brendan Nelson, Hillel. Absolutely would be. I like Brendan's stuff too. Pushkar, I'm sure Seahawks will be a lot more aggressive in the playoffs. They'll take a lot more risks. That's what somebody was saying a little bit earlier, Pushkar. Somebody was saying maybe they're setting up the strategy here by going back to the run-heavy nature and the 50-50 run-pass rate, that then once they get to the playoffs, they'll suddenly flip it on a dime again and go back to the let Russ crook. It's an interesting proposition, and it would be genius if that is what they're doing. It would be genius. We'll see if it plays out that way. Mesut Özil Von Miller is injury prone. That is true. The main key is that maybe you're able to get him at a little discounted rate. Maybe he's playing for the ring and he's not going to ask for the 10, 11, 12, 13 million a year. Maybe you can get him on a 1 year, $6-7 million deal, especially with the salary cap depressed. And if you can get him at a little bit more of a discounted rate, maybe you take that risk. But I could understand why you'd be a little bit against that. He's had some pretty major injuries to the lower legs and he's getting older. Shane Hafner says it sucks to see DK only getting 5 targets for 47 yards when he only needed 107 yards to break Steve Largen's single season receiving record. Feed DK. Been a couple games they've gone away from him, haven't they, DK? You had the Cardinal game where he didn't even have one target up until I think about the fourth quarter. I think there's another game a couple weeks ago that was similar where he wasn't even getting targeted at all once. You've got to work this guy in. He should have easily 7 to 10 targets a game at least. You should have that built within your offensive game plan every single week. And we don't see that. There's just times they go away from it a little bit. Fit Profit, thank you for the $5 donation. I salute you, sir. I salute you big time. He says, I agree, Russ is a leader and can catch fire at any time. His athleticism, strength, arm, and IQ blended together are generationally rare. Agreed, Fit. Agreed. He's got a lot of upper-level components to his game. He's got a lot of things that he does very well. And I think that just because he's in this funk right now doesn't mean that this is where we can permanently expect him to reside. It's just where he happens to be residing at the moment. John Robinson, thank you for the $2 donation. I salute you, sir. Appreciate it. My girl wants to see the cat. Let's get you some cat view here. Let's see where she is. There we go. Come here, you. Oh my gosh. Your wish is my demand. Say hi to the girlfriend. Say hi. Say hi. No, not having any part of it. Not having any part of it. She's like, you just woke me up from a nap for this? For this? Oh, man, she's hairy. Cameron Hughes says, after the Cardinals game, I said Russ would slow down and he would throw for 45 touchdowns, and all the 10-year-olds in NorbCam streams chat said I was crazy and he was going for 60. Yeah, people don't like tempered. I'm noticing there are subsets of Hawk fans that don't like tempered expectations. I've noticed that a little bit too. And thank you for that donation, John. Oh, here we go. I got another one. Let's get this cat. Stay out of the chat, kitty. She'll stay up here. This one's Xena. This is Xena. This is my warrior princess right here. This is my little mouser. That's what this one is. Elias Miranda, do I think Russ will retire with the Seahawks? Hard to see that happening. Hard to necessarily see that happening. I hope it is the case. I hope it is the case. I hope it's the case. I said that 3 times. But I don't know that it's likely. Some of this is just the recent trend we've seen, Elias, being that these quarterbacks played at 43, 44, 45 years old. And even those guys you would think would never leave the teams that were got a cat here all over me now. That you would never see leave. Your Peyton Mannings, your Joe Montanas, your Tom Brady's, your even Phillip Rivers. I mean, I guess I could have seen maybe Phillip Rivers go, but he always seemed like one of those guys because he had 10 kids in San Diego. They would just retire if they moved on from him. But no, he ended up moving on too. It seems like this is the new trend that the quarterback just doesn't stay with the one team throughout his whole career, which is unfortunate because I like it better when they just stay with the one team. Jerry O'Malley says, due to his contract, Russ is virtually uncuttable. But yeah, as Brandon has mentioned, there is always a possibility of a trade. Yeah, you would never cut Russ. You'd never cut him. But a trade, and it is remote. Jerry, I will give you that. Like I said, 10% is what I'd put the chances, and they might be even less than that. So very, 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 very remote. Very remote chance. Jeremy Bone, the Rams got beat by the Jets, so is that worse than our Giants loss? Yeah, it's definitely worse than our Giants loss. It's worse to the individual team, but the time it came, I'd argue, it's not as worse because beating the Giants then puts you in the contention at that point to hold on to that number 1 seed, whereas we have to get to the back door to get the first seed right now, Jeremy. So it's worse in the respect of how it affects your season,
but it's a worse loss to the individual given team because it really doesn't change the Rams from the standpoint of they beat us next week, they can still win the division. They beat the Jets this week and then beat us next week, they win the division. They don't really change their positioning by this win or this loss against the Jets. And part of what I'm guessing with this Rams game, part of what I'm going to guess with it is that they probably sat a couple of players who probably could have played if it was a playoff game, but they figured they were going to beat the Jets, and so they sat them. And they just couldn't get it. But that was part of that was to get healthy for this next week's game against Seattle. I don't know that for sure, but I'm guessing. Jeremy Boehm says, we all knew the Washington football team would be a tough game, so why does it seem like everyone thinks we lost? Well, I don't feel like we lost. I feel like we won. And there's parts of this game we take. You know, I mean, we're at this Russell Wilson part here at the end of the stream, and I've gotten caught up in that. But we started this off talking about a lot of the great play, Jeremy. There's guys that played phenomenal. DJ Reed gave you the best performance at the cornerback position you've seen all season. Carlos Dunlap again showed you that when you need a sack, when the game's on the line, when you absolutely need a stop, he can come and get you that sack. You know, LJ Collier got his 3rd sack of the year, looking good there, and was strong again in the running game today, I thought. Did well in the running game today, I thought. You know, there's good parts offensive line-wise. There's a lot of good things to take out of this game. We've just gotten caught for whatever reason, I think, on this one because I think it's controversial. It's interesting, and people want to talk about it a little bit. But it's not that this has been a loss, but it is, I would say, the formula I put together last week and how this formula had to come together for the Seahawks to win a Super Bowl, to get back to the Super Bowl. You needed the offense to be a top 5 offense. I don't think this defense against a good offense is going to be elite, top 5, top 10. I think they're going to give up some points. So the offense is, on the flip side of that, also got to be elite. And they're not elite right now. And they're not putting those points up right now. And so the formula is not complete. The special teams is playing well. You've embraced the short passing game. You're back to showing a little more balance with the running attack. The defense is coming along. But that offense, with as far as just being explosive and being that top 5 status I think they have to be at for us to win the Super Bowl, to get to the Super Bowl, they're not quite there. Cameron says, Brandon, I recommend checking out Seattle Sports Talk and the KC Sports Nerd on YouTube. They're good friends of mine and are getting into the YouTube game. I will check out those guys, Cameron, for sure. Emmett says, I think Pete's going to go for a beast mode type trade, signing the I think he covets a Zeke, Cooks, or Kamara. Well, I think they had a... sorry, guys. I got this, cat hair on my face that I'm feeling. The cat's, shedding or something. They had a chance, I think, at Cook, Dalvin Cook, in the draft at one point because he was back in, I think, the first round where they could have got him at one point. I could see him doing it on a Zeke. I could see him making a trade on Zeke. Zeke fits into that Marshawn mold. You clear Zeke out of his bonus money and get him down to his base. Maybe they like him at that deal. I'd have to see what the numbers are on Sports Track for Zeke as far as his base salary goes as we go forward. But I could see them making a move like that, especially if you lose Carson, because you'll lose Carson and Carlos Hyde's going to be a free agent. So at that point, all you've got on the roster is Rashad Penny. D Nugget, would you be happy going to the NFC Championship game but losing it? Is it Super Bowl or bust? It's Super Bowl or bust for me right now, D Nugget. You've got a team that's got the talent to go out there and get to the Super Bowl. You've got one of the best quarterbacks in the sport. You played the one of the weakest schedules in the sport. Gosh, sorry guys, man. Hold on one second. Goodness gracious, guys. Sorry, folks. I had like a hair on my face. I couldn't get this cat hair off. It was just tickling. No, I wouldn't be happy with the championship game, though, D-Nugget. I need to see more than that. That's not enough. It's Super Bowl or bust. During the quarterback's prime, in the middle of his window, with this kind of talent that you have on this team, with the offensive firepower that you have right now, it's hard to put these type of teams together. It's hard to have this kind of talent at play every year. And I don't think that it's going to be necessarily replaceable into the future. It's the now or never approach a little bit. Rodney Burr, Matt Ryan, seriously? I could see the 49ers coveting Matt Ryan. I could. Shanahan could say, look, he can run my offense. He ran it to perfection with the Atlanta Falcons a couple years ago. He knows it backwards and forwards. I don't have to teach him. He's better than Garoppolo, and right now, even with Garoppolo, we nearly won a Super Bowl. I think they could look at it that way. Jerry O'Malley, with Amadi playing so well at nickel cornerback, will we see Blair move back to free safety next season? Diggs has been up and down this year, and we all saw Blair flash a little bit before the injury. I'd like to see the possibility of it, Jerry. I'm titillated by the thought process of having Marquise Blair and Jamal Adams as your two safeties back there and their ability to hit and be physical. I really like the thought process of that with both of them back there. You could save some money by moving on from Diggs, like $6-7 million off the cap by doing a move like that. And certainly, I think we've seen enough in Amadi to say that he looks pretty solid moving forward as the slot corner. So I'd be completely open to it, and I'd if anything, embrace it, Jerry. I would, because I think with the two guys you can move and clear a little bit of salary space on this offseason are Tyler Lockett and Quandre Diggs. Those are the guys that entering in the last year of their deals, where cumulatively I think you could save $13-14 million by cutting them, if not even more than that. Cameron Hughes says he'd take Alvin Kamara. Yeah, Kamara just signed his new contract. They're not going to be able to get from under that contract in year 2. He will not be one of the cut candidates, unfortunately, for New Orleans. They'd have to take on too much dead money. And with them being where they're sitting right now, which is the Saints are sitting at $95 million underneath the cap, whoever that they cut is going to have to clear out cap space. So with Drew Brees, for instance, they cut him, but he's got a $22 million dead money hit. They'll still probably cut him at that point, but you're only going to be saving about $18 million off of what his base salary was. Similar stuff is going to be true with a guy like Cameron Jordan. So they got to target more guys that have contracts that are in, a couple years deep into it, rather than the guy who just signed a contract at the start of the year. But I love Kamara. Kamara's a fantastic running back. And another one of those guys who proves the rule that running backs come in all shapes and sizes and types. And, it's not just one mold you should look at, but try to look sometimes outside the box, because there's some unusual varieties that exist out there. Jerry says, to my eye, free safety and outside corner are more often than not the weak links on this defense, which is sort of amazing considering how much we worried about the defensive line. Yeah, I would say the corners have been one of the weak links. I would. I think some of the defensive line stuff is that you injected some stuff and you got some guys back. Getting back Rasheem Green and Carlos Dunlap as able bodies to add into what you had with Mayoa, you were very thin through the first part of the year at that position, and that helped. And likewise, the defensive tackle role, bringing in a guy like Snacks Harrison for Brian Monet, I think that significantly upgraded your defensive tackle position and upgraded the rotation, so the guys didn't have to play 90% of the snaps. I think that was wearing some of our guys out over the course of a football game. Jerry says KJ is one of my all-time favorite players, but I will never forgive him for that friendly fire on Blair. I won't either, Jerry. Just, what was he doing? The tackle was made, and he comes launching in there right at his legs. Just one of those plays you go, what are you doing? What are you doing, KJ? And KJ's had maybe the best year of his career this year. He has. But that play was just awful. Awful. Yeah, it hurts my soul too. Elias, we need to keep Russell. We just need to keep him. I agree, Elias. I agree. My number one way I'd like to go, Elias, is we actually just bring in a new coach. We bring in a new front office. Not a new front office, just a new coach. I'm happy with the front office. But a new offensive-minded coach that could build an attack around him, Elias. That's what I'd like to see. Brian A. Wilson says the low passing game production is a direct cause of playing it safe versus a top defensive secondary. It's called timing as well as execution. Fair enough, Brian. Just what's your excuse on the other 4 games that Russell's been playing badly outside of this game? Are you pointing to that as well? Are you saying we've been playing against all these tough defenses, so we've had to play safe and cards close to the vest because of that? Boom Shakalaka, thoughts on getting Slay for trade next year? I'm sure he wants out of Philly like Wentz does. Well, Philadelphia, like the Saints, are going to be one of those teams way over the cap, and they're going to have to clear some cap space. Unfortunately, Slay's more of a man-on-man corner. He's not really a zone cover corner, so he's not really going to fit well into this scheme. Not really a fit for this scheme. That's one of the reasons I pointed to why Seattle wasn't even going to be in play for him when it came to in free agency or making a trade for him, I think, with Detroit. Brian A. Wilson, only a handful of franchise quarterbacks out there. You have one, and you want to just give him away. Laughing out loud, y'all need football Jesus. Don't want to just give him away. But again, Brian, I think you've got to get into a little more of the nuance on this conversation. I think you're trying to be a little simplistic in your comments rather than dive into the details of what we've discussed on this and trying to get into the meat of the bone on this, which is not just the simplistic approach of I want to give away a franchise quarterback. It's what I want, Brian, is for my team to improve. I want for my team to be on a trajectory that can go win Super Bowls, not get into the playoffs, play one round, and then get knocked out in the second round year after year after year after year after year after year. It gets old. It gets old. And maybe I'm spoiled as a fan. I'll own that. I'll own being a spoiled fan. But I think I have a right to feel spoiled. I do. Simple 1970. Every time Seattle lost in the playoffs has been the same. Get buried in the first, like 27-3 or 33, and then have to frantically come back only to come up short. And just to add in on that, Simple, you're right. Just to add in to addition to that, though, part of it is because you're conservative offensively. You can't just inflict your will on teams in the run game. They know you're going to try to run. They're gearing up to stop the run. So surprisingly, they stop the run. And then you wait to be too late to embrace the passing attack. You finally let Russ cook at the end of the game. You start coming back up, like you said, and then you frantically come up just barely short. You know, we saw this last year in the Green Bay game. We saw this in the Dallas Cowboy game a couple years ago on the road. There's been games throughout years in the playoffs that you've seen this, where it's really, really frustrating. And unfortunately, I'm worried that with this new trend in how they're calling games, we're going to see the same thing play out in this next playoff game this season. We're going to see the same story we've seen basically for the last 5 years, or 4 out of the last 5 years. And it doesn't give me warm and fuzzies inside. Go Hawks, Kirkland Gavin. Edub says, such facts. We never make the easy throws like you see all other teams. Yeah, it's one place that I'll give Russell a little bit of an out on in here to Edub is that his offensive coordinator doesn't do him a lot of favors with these easy throws. They did a little bit of it today, but where is the design stuff? You know, where's the creative stuff to attack schemes? I sometimes don't see it. It's sometimes a very simplistic approach to the way they go after defenses, or a lot of the approach of we're just going to do what we do and you have to adjust to it. It's part of the reason why they held on for so long to the chunk plays when they needed to adjust off it, because teams by the Giants game were literally dropping 3 safeties deep to just explicitly take it away because they knew that Seattle wouldn't go to the short passing game. It's a frustrating part of how the coaches run this stuff. Jerry O'Malley says, Kerrigan is set to become a free agent. Would you like to see us try and bring him in during the offseason? I don't know what he might cost, but I think he still has some tread on those tires. He'd be a great target, Jerry O'Malley. He's not going to cost you a lot. You get him on a 1-year deal, competent veteran pass rusher, probably not going to set the world on fire at his age, but he's good enough to go out there and get you 7, 8, 9 sacks in a year in a rotational role. I certainly would like it for all of those reasons described above, and I think cost savings definitely. Cameron says it sucks linemen don't win awards. Damian Lewis would definitely be in Rookie of the Year contention. Then again, Mike Onwue would probably be ahead of Lewis because of East Coast bias. Probably Cameron. At least I think he does have a chance to get to the Pro Bowl this year. I think he might, even in a rookie year, because he's had such a good year at that right guard role, he might get to the Pro Bowl this season. John Robinson says, yeah, but you're right on this pre-snap stuff. Again, he was audibling into runs only. He definitely needs to up his cerebral aspect of his game. He needs to learn from a great offensive mind. That's a solid point, John. And yeah, I saw the same thing this game. The pre-snap stuff with Russell on just looking, diagnosing and understanding where he's going with it. He did okay with it in this game, but it's been a part that he has struggled a little bit at times. It comes and goes a bit. And this year in the tough stretch that he's gone through, really went backwards for him. He really regressed on the pre-snap read stuff, especially the blitz game. Teams have now gone a little more to the zone-heavy approach because we played more zone-heavy teams, but there's not necessarily something in place that's shown that they can counter those teams that are going to be blitz-heavy, that are going to stack the A-gap with 3 guys, and you don't know which one's coming, and Russ has got to determine which one's coming and call up the blocking scheme correctly. It's the part that I hope he can continue to come along. I will say, John, it helps if they embrace the short passing game because that gets him more in the mode of thinking short pass, thinking get the ball out of his hands, making him have to stay more fundamental in his pre-snap reads as of playing to loose and free and like, well, I can always just escape out the back door of the pocket and throw a 50-yard bomb off my back foot. Only Spiffy. Did you see KJ Wright's penalty? I lost it. There's been a couple of those this year, hasn't there, Only Spiffy? A couple of plays where you're like, really? That's targeting? Really? Yeah, I lost it too. The receiver's dropping his head. And dropping his head at a really fast pace that's hard to predict. But the defender's actually, I think, dropping before he drops. But then they call it on the defender. It's silly. Randall, would you rather have Carson at $10 million or Shaquille at 15? Holy God, Randall. I guess I'll go with Carson at 10 because it'll probably be a 1-year, $10 million deal, as opposed to Shaquille, which would be probably a 4-year, $15 million deal on average. So at least your exposure is only down to 1 year at that point. Boom Chakalaka, I agree. Russ wants stars, but hogging the cap space for sure. Wish he would go Brady route. Me too. Or the Mahomes route. Mahomes just did the same thing. He took a 10-year contract and he went, $500 million. He took a discounted rate. And it was no coincidence after Mahomes signed his deal that then you saw Kelsey sign a contract extension. They're very talented tight end. That you saw Chris Jones get a contract extension done. That you saw Watkins rework his contract. There was no coincidence that those things occurred just after that. Ooh. Emmett says, why do we use so many tight ends if we don't even use them? We sure do have a chubby for Hollister. I'd rather those targets go to Uncle Will or even Parkinson. Yeah, they had times in this game where we had Hollister out there and Parkinson, but not Will Disley, which was odd to see it in certain moments of this game. I didn't know what to make of that exactly. Bounty Gate messed Kurt Warner up. I was so pissed. Was rooting for the Cards versus Steelers. Very good Super Bowl. That was a good Super Bowl. How much cat hair's done in my house? Not much. I vacuum every day, so it's not much. It's just because I picked her up and she didn't want to be picked up. So she's like, what are you doing? Emmett says, Russ needs to be in hurry up. Then when the game slows down, he needs to keep some of those RPOs and jet around the corner. He rarely runs it anymore, but it's money when he does. I agree. He does not want to run. You know that, but yeah. Kurt Warner was the victim of the Bounty Gate for the Saints, right? That's what you're talking about. Well, thank you, Kirkland. Gavin says, I like this channel. Thanks. I like you, Kirkland. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, that's what threw me off, Jerry. I thought the K Kurt spelled the Rams quarterback. The C Kurt is the Seahawks running back. John Gertman, not sure if you talked about this already. What do you think of DJ Reed today? I think DJ has cemented himself as the starter as we go forward, John. I do. He played, I think, the best. Somebody here came on the chat, and I don't know if I can argue with it, but they said he played the best corner that we've seen here since Sherman in his play in this game. And I think that it's a lot of what we've seen out of him so far this year. This is a guy that we thought was just a slot special air guy that we were getting when we brought him in. But he's playing really well on the outside. And he's just got that little bit of that attitude and chip on his shoulder that you have to have in this scheme, John, that seems to be a necessity if you're going to play cornerback in this scheme. And that we haven't always had since Sherman left. So love what I see out of him. As Cameron says here just below you, John, I think he's a stud. And I think even once Trey Flowers gets healthy, I think if Dunbar even gets healthy, I'm okay right now at this point, maybe rolling out there with him and seeing what he can give us going forward. Let's see what we got. He's earned the right, I think. If we're talking about competition being king, he's earned the right to earn the starter role out there, in my opinion. Boom Shakalaka says, oh, please, no Ryan to the 49ers. Yeah, I think there's a good possibility of it happening, I think. Jerry, also, anyone unfamiliar with his story should look it up. Kurt Warner was a good player, but he's a super great human being. He is. And poor Jerry, he would have been one of the all-time great running backs in NFL history if he didn't suffer that knee injury in his second year. It was such a brutal, and this is before they could reconstruct stuff really well and get guys back. I mean, it just tore his knee apart. Emmett Brown says, yep, Matt Ryan reunites with Shiny. I also like Carson Wentz reunion with Frank Wright in Indianapolis. I could see that, Emmett. I could see that. I think they'll be out off of Rivers after this year, I think, in my opinion. Cameron says, I'd take Matt Ryan over Jimmy G 10 times out of 10. Matt Ryan could make the Niners super deadly. He could. You need not look any further than what Shanahan did with them when they were there a couple years ago. You know, it would be a good move by the Niners, I think. It wouldn't cost them a ton. Smart move. Like I said, I think it may only cost you a second-round pick. I don't think you're giving up a first-rounder for Matt Ryan at this point in his career at his age. Boom Shakalaka, I was high on Diggs in the offseason. He's been mostly invisible. It's kind of been up and down a bit. He started out down, kind of came up, back to being a little bit invisible last week or two. Giovanni Morales, go Seahawks. What's up, Giovanni? Cameron, yeah, I like Diggs also. I would even say disappointing. I pulled the trigger too fast and got his jersey. Ooh, that's a quick pull there, Cameron. Quick pull. Luckily, it was one of those cheap jerseys. That's good. I agree, Jeremy. If Kurt Warner hadn't gone down, you'd be talking about him and Eric Dickerson in the same light. I mean, in his rookie year, he led the AFC in running in his rookie season. You know, guy was great. Jerry O'Malley, interesting points on Tyler. I hadn't even given much thought on moving on from him after this year. Do you think he's a trade candidate? As Murph from Top Billing says, more Swain, please. I do. I just think that the unfortunate part of this comes down to kind of a numbers game, Jerry, in that you have one more cheap year of DK Metcalf. So if you were looking this offseason where Tyler would be up for a contract extension to sign to extension, well, you got a $25 million payday on the horizon for DK Metcalf. You can't afford to have two receivers when you're paying a quarterback $35 million to be making cumulatively approximately $38 million. You know, that would mean you have between three players, almost $70, $80 million between three players on a $200 million cap. Can't pull it off. Can't do it. Can't be done. Especially for a receiver to me and Tyler Lockett who disappears a little bit too often at times. And I think that there's other cheaper receivers that you can go out there and get. You know, we saw there was Antonio Brown here that was available at one point. Seattle was kind of locked up at receiver, I think, and that's why he didn't come here, as he looked at them with having Gordon back and Lockett here, and DK's like, I'm not going to get any targets there. Still odd to see him go to Tampa Bay, who has similar amount of targets, but yeah, I just think it makes sense. And the kicker for me, Jerry, is that they're going to look to recoup some of this draft capital. You know, John Schneider doesn't want to go into a draft with only 3 selections. He's going to want to buffer that up. And if he can do it by trade, as he did with Frank Clark a couple years ago, he will do it. And Tyler seems to me the most likely, if not maybe only candidate you could have to make that potential trade. Jillian says, friends account. No, Russ is tired because he had to carry the team half the season and being spoiled. Thanks, Russ. All right, so I think we are going to wrap this up. I'm moving through the last of the comments. We made it a nice 5 hours right on the dot here. I am feeling the voice start to go. Really good discussion today, though. Last 5 games, Russ is a 4-1 record, 9 touchdowns, 3 picks. Mahomes 5-1, 11 touchdowns, 4 ticks. Brady 3-2, 12-4 for Josh Allen. Russ numbers not far off. Again, Randall, it's if you're cherry picking certain number, you got to look at the total numbers for him. I want to see all the numbers for him, Randall. You know, and again, is he playing the toughest of tough competition? Not really over that span. I don't know on that one. I just again, you go, what is he record wise and the way he's playing? It's not telling the tale of the tape on what I'm seeing on the eye test. Yeah, as Wheeler says, Randall, you got to consider the passing yards, the rush yards, completion to attempt ratio, average yards per attempt. Look at all of them. The more data you have, rather than just take certain select stats, the better picture you get, the fuller picture you get. Shannon Hicks says Russ needs to stop moonlighting with so many other outside activities. Focus on family and being our quarterback. I've agreed, Shannon. It's something I've pushed to for a while now. It's hard enough to be a great quarterback in this league. The competition is fierce. There's only 32 other guys in this league that are starting NFL quarterbacks. To think that you're going to do that, have your podcast, have your commercials, have your jet setting, have your multiple things you do, maybe you can pull it off. But man, it sure seems like you're making things a lot harder on yourself if that is the case. And I don't know if that is the case in some of his recent struggles and if that's the explanation for it. But I can see why somebody might think that. I can see why somebody would lean that direction. D-Boy, just let everyone know I'm still here just listening to this stream and not talking or asking questions. Go Hawks. I appreciate you, D-Boy. I do, man. Hope you're doing well. And a Merry Christmas to you and all my mods. Randall McDaniel Wheeler, he's at 70% completion with a 98 rating. I don't put much into yards. So, Randall, do you feel like, Randall, then based off of that, let me ask you this, Randall. Do you feel like Russell Wilson's been playing league average quarterback play over the last 5 games? Do you think he's been playing Pro Bowl level quarterback over the last 5 games? Because you're putting him in names with people over the last 5 games. You're pointing to all those guys who be Pro Bowls, all those guys. Is he at that level in your opinion over these last 5 games, or has he been playing below league average? Has he been playing below his capabilities? It's a good point by John, making up by probably why we didn't see more of our tight ends used in this game. They were doing some chipping and stuff, which was good. I'm glad we're chipping. When you're down to your 3rd right tackle, you want to do some chipping. You want to give him some chipping down there, especially he's got Montez Sweat on the other side of him. But I do think our tight ends were helping a lot. I think they were doing some interesting things in pass protection to give them extra blockers, which made sense. It makes sense that you'd want to do that. Wheeler says, well, considering consistently winning can help show that you're only a few pieces away from winning a ring, Can it be a sign of wasting a window? Sure, but players don't really think about championship windows. Yeah, you don't ask players to think about it. You ask front offices to think about it, Wheeler. That's the people that you want thinking about this type of stuff. And consistently winning can theoretically put you into contention for getting to Super Bowls. It certainly can. But it hasn't with us. Since we've gotten out of the Legion of Boom era and the reset has happened, that's not been the case over the last 5 years with us. So I'm more apt to believe the 5 years of previous data I've seen rather than thinking something new or different is going to happen than what we've seen off the previous data, especially when we're seeing a theme play out, a way that this season's going to go that's very similar to those prior 4 and 5 years. Chad, how you doing, Chad? He says, evening, still at it, I see. That bull rush from Dunlap was money. Michael Dixon, player of the game. I don't know if I go with Dixon, player of the game. He had another outstanding game. The guy should be a Pro Bowler this year. And yeah, Dunlap has been worth every bit of that 7th round pick we gave up and more. And I'm happy we got him for a second year on his deal too. Happy that we got this guy coming back into the ranks in this offseason where there's going to be some work that needs to be done. You know, you're at least bringing him into a mix, and he's a player still. I think he's still got some gas in that tank. Cameron Hughes says, Top Billion's a great YouTube channel. Top Billion is a great YouTube channel. I love his work. Guy does fantastic stuff. Emmett Ryan says, thanks for the great effort, Hawks Nest. Go Hawks. Oh, D-Boy coming in with the $2 donation. Thank you, D-Boy. Sorry, no questions today. He just says, just want to say thank you for everything. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you big time. You my big mod. My big mod in here. Jeffrey A. Thistle, Jets got after Goff and he forgot how to throw again. Well, he can Goff definitely can see ghosts at times. He can feel pressure that's not always there. And the second it starts getting there, he starts to feel it. That's why it's really key out the gate with him. You got to start banging him around early because it starts getting up into his head a bit. But big time, the Jets got that. This gets us to where even if we can't get that first round bye, we can get a de facto bye in that 49er game if you can win the Ram game. So huge. Randall says, imagine if the Jets screw up and lose the top pick. Well, I think they lost it, Randall. The tiebreaker between the Jaguars and them, I think, puts the Jaguars above them now, doesn't it? So I think the Jaguars have the number 1 pick right now. Randall McDaniel says, besides Sherman, who are some other cornerbacks who'd fit well into our scheme? I like me a little bit of Mackenzie Alexander out of Cincinnati. I wonder if you can get a little bit of the Carlos Dunlap flip on that by getting him over, and he's been decent for them. I'd be intrigued to see with a guy like Xavier Rhodes, if you could get him in on a little bit of a cheaper deal. Jimmy Smith, I know he's been more of a man-on-man guy, but I think he can play some zone stuff. Cheeto Awuzie from the Cowboys would be a potential target I might take a look at. None of these guys would cost you a terrible amount of money, you know. Those would be the guys off the top of my head I look at. Maybe Peterson, but Peterson's more of a man-on-man guy too. So there's not a lot of zone guys out there. There's not. Reed said during the press conference, if the Seahawks don't make it to the Super Bowl, it'll be a failure, something like that. Well, I'm glad that some of the players are agreeing with me, Kirkland. I'm glad that is the case. And Jeremy Bow might be okay with Sherman coming back too. I think when you look at the Shaquille deal in particular, and you look at that and you go, okay, I'm going to pay Shaquille 4-year, $10 million deal. 4-year, $10 million, or Sherman 1 year, $10 million. So I could see it coming together with that kind of situation. I could. And I'd be okay with that, Jeremy. I'd be okay with that kind of move. Jeffrey A. Thistle says, even when the Jets win, they lose. They did, man. Brutal for them to lose that first round pick. Brutal to lose out on Trevor Lawrence. I don't think these other quarterbacks are on the same level of where Trevor is. So, well, on this note, we will wrap it up. I think we had a lot of great lively discussion here on the show today. I do hope for those folks in there that got their hankles up by me bringing up this trade possibility of Russ, that you do truly understand that I don't want to see Russell move on. And I don't think that we've seen this version of Russ, I don't think is the permanent version of Russ that we will see moving forward. I worry that this is the version of Russ we might see through the rest of this year. I am a little concerned over that. But that being the case, I would like to see nothing further than us to flip this around as far as the offense goes with Russell in this passing attack, build into what we're seeing built in with the defense and the special teams and the momentum that they're starting to gain, and you can vault yourself right to that Super Bowl. I mentioned last week, to me, there's this formula that has shown itself now at this point in the year. The formula is as follows. Your offense is a dominant offense, top 5, top 3 in the league. That's their performative level as you go into the playoffs. Your special teams is a top 3 unit in the league, if not one of the best in the league. And your defense has vaulted itself up from the back end of the league, number 30, 31, 32 in defense, up into that 15 range. You do that in addition to embracing the short passing game and running the football with a measure of balance, but a little bit more pass than run. To me, that's the formula. If you wrote that all out into a formula, that's the formula for this Seattle Seahawks team to get to the Super Bowl and win it. That they could win it with that Super Bowl. You can win it with that formula. That's enough. That's enough right there. But if that offense isn't holding up their end of the bargain on that, if they're not being a top 5 offense, but being more of the middle of the road to now suddenly 16, 17, 18th like offense on a performative level, I don't know that that is enough. That's where I start to wonder, I don't think that'll be enough quite, because I think the defense against a good offense gives up some points. And I know that special teams is great, but it's not enough on its own. So we still have everything ahead of us this year, folks. We still have all the possibilities in the world. The Super Bowl is still right there in our contention. It's going to be a dogfight. You're not likely to get that first round bye, but the Seahawks are tightening certain things down. There's things that remain open, but there are stuff that's tightened down. That defensive performance today was legitimate. They've stacked these performances up now, and that's what I said. You can't take it off one game, but if they start to stack up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games in a row, that starts to tell me that they're maybe starting to turn this around. You have enough data there to go, hey, things are going in the right direction here. And again, not to get to the elite, I don't think you can go from 32 to top 5, but I think you can go from 32 to 15. I think that they're at that point. Big win today. You had to get this win today. The Jets now beating the Rams puts Seattle in the spot where if they can beat the Rams team next week, they get a de facto bye going into that 49er game. Not a bad position to be at this point in the season. Not a bad spot to be. My name is Brandon. I appreciate all of you guys in the live stream chat on this show, even those folks that I disagree with. I just want to say I don't expect the people who come in this chat to agree with everything I say. And I welcome contention, and I welcome arguments, and I welcome debate. I think it rounds out our knowledge, and it makes us more solid in our points, more solidified in our points from both ends, my end and your end. So thank you for that. Thank you for the lively discussion, you guys. You are amazing as always. Thomas Gray, hello, but our defense hasn't played a top offense. Yeah, that's true, Thomas. They have not played a top offense. So that is a part of this that we have to take with a measure of salt. That's why I say as you get into this playoffs, they've not reached top 5 stage. They've reached middle of the road stage. And in middle of the road stage, you get a good offense, you might give up 25 points to them. But if the offense can be elite, as we know they're capable of being, they should be able to put up over 30 points on anybody in the playoffs. And if that's the case, you're winning football games. I appreciate all you guys for watching all the way through. We made 5 hours today. We may have a sponsor here soon. That sponsor is a testament to you guys and the growth of this channel. I just want to take one moment to thank all of you guys, my mods here. You guys, everyone have a happy Christmas, but thank you guys so much for helping this channel just continue to grow. We're barely almost 2 years here in about another month, 2 months or so old as a channel, and we have just gone right through the roof with growth. I could never imagine it got this big, this fast. It's really a testament to your guys' support for this channel. Thank you to everybody for donating. So much money here donated to this today and this channel. I appreciate it. Appreciate you guys. Love you guys. Keep the faith. We're right there. We got it in our